Many of us believe that we can change our destiny through education. But does the promise of education ever come true? The Yidan Prize is looking for an answer. To date, 58 million primary school-aged children are still not in school. This means that around 10% of the world's children do not receive primary education. Even if one is lucky enough to get in school, education does not guarantee you a job. 26% of young people worldwide are unemployed, and currently 300 million job seeker ranks are further increasing with a rate of 45 million per year. What will the future be like? The unemployment rate may increase even further. Research shows that automation will threaten 47% of jobs in the United States, 69% of the jobs in India, and 77% of the jobs in China. In 20 years, about 35% of current jobs in the UK are at high risk of being replaced by robots. Even though this applies to the developed countries, this may cause the current education gap to increase even further. This is only the tip of the iceberg. There are many other pressing issues in education that the world will be facing in the 21st century. The world needs a big idea, but what the world needs more is a bright mind that creates many big ideas. We have one big idea, the Yidan Prize. Every year, the Yidan Prize recognizes and supports leading changemakers from research and development for their most forward-looking innovations that can create profound impacts on the education system for a better future. The Yidan Prize aims to bring together the world's brightest minds for a new, constructive, and inclusive dialogue on solutions. Over the next 50 years, 100 laureates will leverage their big ideas through the continuous support from the Yidan Prize. These big ideas, together with the prize, aspire to make the world a better place for many years to come. The Yidan Prize, creating a better world through education.
Thank you. And it's now a great pleasure to welcome the founder of the Yidan Prize, one of the co-founders of Tencent, a real visionary philanthropist, and a good friend of Jesus College and of Cambridge, Dr. Charles Chen Yidan.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We convene here once again for the Yidan Prize European Conference. Only this time, our partnership with the Cambridge has grown. It's nice to see our partnership now expands into research through both of our 2019 laureates. They are the perfect examples of how powerful it can be when knowledge is acquired and shared across boundaries. As we gather today, and through live stream, reach out to our global audience, we are engaging passionate educators like yourselves for further exploration. We want to look into the future. We want to know what you care most about. We are constantly on the lookout for innovative ideas that will change the future of education. The independent judging committee at the Yidan Prize Foundation believe that our 2019 laureates will highlight the importance of starting our work earlier. They are also looking into assessing the potential of meaningful collaborations with this common focus. We all care very much about the well-being and future of our children. They will eventually find themselves shaping the world their children would live in. The 2019 laureates represent two very different approaches to ensuring that our children go on to lead happy, productive lives, but they also intersect. Both point to the need to achieve a better, deeper understanding of children's needs. Through their work, we now see promising waves to help millions of lives around the world with technology and active participation of our parents on this global platform. We can inspire hope for our future generations. We look forward to finding many more innovative solutions through working closely with educators who share our passion and determination to build a more inclusive society for everyone. Together, we can transform great ideas into meaningful actions. It's on the notion of this urgent need for closer collaborations and collective impact that we curate these debates to create a new philosophy for the future of education. I'm keen to learn and find out more about your thoughts at today's conference. Please enjoy the program, so nicely put together by the teams here in Cambridge. Thank you.
Thank you very much, as ever, for your wise words and vision, Charles. And could I now invite our Vice-Chancellor, Professor Stephen Toope, to come up and say a few words.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, Dr. Chen, Master, colleagues, and friends. It's a pleasure to be here once again to welcome you to the Yidan Prize Conference. Every year, Jesus College has hosted the European section of the Yidan Prize, and it's just great to be with you once more. I want to comment particularly on the work of Jesus College's Intellectual Forum, only 3 years old and already punching well above its weight. It is, I think, helping the college and the university to connect with key issues of our time, fostering interdisciplinary research and creative thinking. So thank you. And I must say it feels particularly appropriate to be here to congratulate one of the distinguished Jesus Education Fellows, Professor Anna Vignoles, on being made a Commander of the British Empire in the New Year's Honours List. The empire may not be what it once was, and that's probably a good thing, but Anna is an excellent commander in research and practice. The Yidan Prize is often pithily described as the biggest prize celebrating excellence in education, research, and development. But as we have just heard, it is much more than that. Indeed, it's the vision of Dr. Chen's foundation that it should become a platform to encourage and empower the best scholarship in education, to inspire future research, and to spread his passion and the passion of the foundation for education as a force that achieves lasting positive change. That wider vision underpins the prize, and it's why I'm so delighted that Cambridge is hosting this conference, because those values of the Yidan Prize Foundation clearly align with our own values. Across Cambridge, and particularly within the Faculty of Education, we see education as central to addressing the biggest challenges facing the world today. Now, of course, you would hardly expect me to say anything else. In fact, it would be truly disappointing to meet a Vice-Chancellor of Cambridge University who did not believe that if you want to shape the future positively, then education is the most important thing we can do. But as that saying goes, just because it's a cliche does not stop it from being true. Given that our purpose today is to explore and exchange new ideas in education as a field of social scientific inquiry, I want to take a moment to expand upon that truth. It is simply impossible to address any of our greatest challenges, whether climate change, communicable disease, inequality, or the future of democracy without recognizing education as implicit in, and in fact, fundamental to, any solutions. That's why I am especially thrilled that one of the 2019 Yidan Laureates is, may I say it, one of our own. Usha Goswami, as you know, is Professor of Cognitive Developmental Neuroscience here at Cambridge and a Fellow of St. John's College. Her work to deepen understanding of children's early language acquisition, as she puts it, how brain waves surf sound waves, has transformed what we know about dyslexia and created a new basis for effective interventions. But it will achieve far more besides, because to treat a child's dyslexia may also spare them the social exclusion, isolation, and anxiety which many experience simply because they find it difficult to read. I don't think that anything could better embody the role that research plays in education, changing lives and society for the better. And we are proud to be able to call Professor Goswami Cambridge's first Yidan Laureate. On education and international development, I also want to emphasize that there is tremendous work being done here at Cambridge. I think of the Center for Research for Equitable Access and Learning, or REAL, here in our education department, which studies and tests effective approaches to overcoming the many barriers that limit access to education all around the world. Let me tell you about one case in point. The REAL Center's researchers, in collaboration with various international partners, have recently produced a body of evidence highlighting the disturbing number of children in parts of Asia and Africa who never finish primary school. We saw those statistics. Or if they do, they emerge without basic literacy and numeracy skills. Headline grabbing though those findings are, the most important feature of the project is that it has given policymakers the necessary evidence to focus their efforts on early years educational support for disadvantaged children all around the world. And this is already producing results. For instance, REAL's research informed an investment by the Department of International Development of £500 million in a program to help 1.9 million out-of-school girls into education. It's influenced UNICEF's present education strategy, and it's enabled the NGO CAMFED to raise more than £18 million for an educational program that will benefit 51,000 marginalized children in Tanzania. I could furnish you with many more such numbers, and they're all invaluable in gauging how this work has made a meaningful contribution to a challenge as seemingly insurmountable as global inequality of opportunity. But again, what I find especially profound about the work of the REAL Center is that it will transform lives in ways that we might never be able to measure, by enabling processes through which young people unlock their potential and, one hopes, live happier, healthier lives. And that brings me to an element in your program today that particularly exemplifies how education has a critical role to play in building a world fit for future generations: well-being and mental health. I've said before, and I will say it many times more, that Cambridge has a responsibility to show international leadership in this area. And that's why you will find researchers collaborating across our scientific departments to understand and address disorders such as depression, psychosis, and anxiety. But we must remember that this is not a subject or set of subjects for the sciences alone. The role of social science and education is crucial in ensuring that we actually make progress. And this is a very serious set of issues. In the UK alone, the most recent data available suggests that 1 in 8 young people experiences a mental health disorder, such as anxiety or depression. But mental health issues are not only a problem for the young. Falling teacher retention rates, for example, are widely seen as being associated with psychological pressures of the job. We have to address this issue. So it is a matter of pride for me that our Faculty of Education is home to a growing network of specialists who are helping to fill the gaps in our understanding of mental health and well-being and developing mechanisms and recommendations to improve support within education and beyond. Our teacher training programs, for example, equip trainees with guidance and techniques to help them cope during those first difficult years of transition into the profession. We're also a hub for counselor education in schools and home to the Cambridge Forum for Children's Emotional Well-Being, providing continuing professional development opportunities in this area. Alongside these efforts, a multitude of research projects, too numerous to list, are helping us to know more about the intersecting risk factors that influence mental health and how this knowledge can be used effectively in education policy and right in the classroom. These include studies of the relationship between young people's socioeconomic backgrounds and mental health outcomes within the education system, and Healthy Start, Happy Start, a large-scale trial aimed at helping very young children who are at risk of behavioral and mental health problems to settle into school. But I'm especially pleased to be able to announce today that we're now strengthening our research into education, mental health, and well-being further through the creation of a new professorship in education and psychology within the faculty. Its first incumbent, Gordon Harold, who joins us this summer, has undertaken field-changing studies into the relationship between domestic adversity and mental health disorders, enabling teachers and schools to do more to support young people with depression and anxiety. And he's now leading a major UK mental health research network investigating how digital technologies have, by transforming people's interactions with family, school, and their peers, also changed the impact of those relationships on mental health. And I'm sure you know that this is a constant subject of query, but the research isn't there yet. And I think that Professor Harold will help us start to draw some sensible conclusions. This work goes beyond supporting interventions for depression, anxiety, or other disorders, essential though that is. But just like the transformation in the way we treat dyslexia, or the collection of vital evidence to keep more of the world's poorest children in school, the promotion of positive mental health goes hand in hand with the task of helping future generations to enjoy greater opportunity, to become everything that they can possibly be. And that approach, I think, represents the greatest connection between Cambridge and the Yidan Prize, the conception of education and what you stand for as scholars of education. Driven by a passion for the subject, rooted in academic rigor, and determined, I hope fearlessly, to enable the building of a more promising future for children and young adults. Perhaps, if we can continue to fulfill that responsibility, we will be able to celebrate one or two more Cambridge Yidan Laureates in the years to come. Thank you all for being here today, and thank you, Charles.
Thank you very much, Stephen. And it's now a great pleasure to welcome the Master of Jesus College, our very own Sunita Elaine. Sunita.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Julian. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Dr. Charles Yidan and the Vice-Chancellor, to Jesus. Welcome to everyone else here today as well. I don't know about you, but I stand here as a result of education. I stand here as a result of someone whose parents travelled over 4,000 miles to make sure that myself and my brother and my sister got a good education. And I would like to say that before we are scholars, we are human beings helping to build the lives of other human beings. And I was privileged to have a one-to-one yesterday with Dr. Charles Yidan, and it was really great because it was just like a really passionate person who was driven by a really big global vision to help build human beings. So I just wanted to say that on a very personal note, Charles. It's been actually privilege to get to meet you in my first year as master. It's also a great privilege for Jesus College to hold the third Yidan conference here at Jesus, which was founded in 1496 for graduate priests studying in the university. At the same time, there was also a free grammar school for choristers or choirmen serving in the college's chapel, as well as for others from the town and surrounding villages. So in a way, this site has had a very, very long-standing link with education at all levels. Some things in education haven't changed, which is captured by a quote. I don't often use quotes when I do speeches, but I am going to this time. And the quote is, for more than 100 years, much complaint has been made of the unmethodical way in which schools are conducted, but it is only within the last 30 that any serious attempt has been made to find a remedy for this state of things. And with what result? Schools remain exactly as they were. We'd all largely agree with that now, but it was written in 1632 by the Czech educator John Amos Comenius. Even the lack of change hasn't changed, but I'm more sort of positive. I think there are people working to try to transform education. And here in Jesus, we still teach students intensively in the way we have for hundreds of years. It's wonderful, but it is intensive, and it cannot scale to the rest of the world. But we're also pioneering new approaches, helping our students to learn and think in new ways. Because to me, that's the whole point of education. You educate people to learn how to learn for themselves, not to kind of just learn from books. Our education fellows, in particular, Anna Vignol and Madeleine Arnott, are leading thinking here and nationally, and it's always a pleasure to work with them and the education faculty here in Cambridge. I did actually gate crash the education faculty Christmas dinner because I'd met some of the students who were studying on that course, and they were fantastic. And I was just like, well, I think I'll come along. Anyway, I'd like to pay particular tribute, as I said, to the vision of Dr. Charles Chen Yidan. As I love the saying, building the mission is to make a better world through education. I really like that. And it is education on a global scale. Dr. Chen Yidan has been successful in business. Tencent is an increasingly global name, and he can be rightly proud of what he has accomplished there. And he has gone much further, but his vision for Yidan is amazing. The idea of 100 laureates over 50 years, shining and kind of connecting and talking about education and making a change. I was really excited to kind of listen to our Yidan laureate talk yesterday about her project, and very clearly about the kind of the genius of it, her background, and how she was approaching it, but also very clearly about the practicalities of it and how it would actually apply in the real world and how it could really make a difference. So it's a really fantastic connection between the scholarly pursuit and actually putting that into the classroom and into children's lives. So thank you so much, everyone, for being here at Jesus. I'll echo the words of our Vice-Chancellor in also saying that the Intellectual Forum here at Jesus is very, very special, because it stands and its ambition what it has fulfilled actually in a short space of time is very exciting in terms of giving Cambridge a kind of focus and a platform for global interdisciplinary conversation. So it's a team here which I think are really exciting and coming up with lots and lots of different ideas. And I trust that the positive relationship we have at Jesus with Dr. Charles Chen Yidan continues for many years. It has been a pleasure getting to know you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sunita, and thanks to all three of our wonderful opening speakers who've really set the stage for what I think will be a fascinating range of discussions and speeches. We'll start off with the first of our big keynote speeches, and it's a great pleasure to welcome Andreas Schleicher, who is Director General for Education Skills at the OECD. Andreas, over to you. We will have a wonderful speech, I'm sure, and then a chance for discussion, because this is a place for thinking and talking, not just for listening. Andreas.
Can someone just help me with getting my presentation? Andreas, there it is. Yeah, good morning to everyone, and thank you for inviting me. And my really deep appreciation for Dr. Charles Chen, Yidan. Your vision to create a better world through education is one, I think, that inspires each and every one of us. And it also reminds us that education is not just an end in itself we study, but that it should be measured by the impact that it has on improving our societies. And nobody understands better than you, Charles, and creating better education means really creating better knowledge, better research about what makes education work for us. And I think there's a lot to learn in education now. In the industrialized countries, we spend about 17 times as much on medical research than we invest in education research. Now, despite the fact that both sectors consume a similar share in public budgets. And that tells us something about the mind that we have in education. I'm not saying we should consider education less an art, but we should certainly consider education more of a science that commands better research and insights. And it's also a matter of the approach that we take. In the medical field where I started my career, you spend a lot of time to understand for each and every individual that you encounter, what can I do to help this individual to become healthy, to become well? And what is the right medicine, the right treatment for every individual? In the field of education, we are still, giving everybody the same medicine. And we hope that people become healthy one day. And it works for some, it doesn't work for others. And this is where I believe, actually, the work of Dr. Goswami really makes the difference. It's not just about, dyslexia. But it's about a paradigm shift, that we can understand how different people learn differently, and that we can engage with this diversity to actually help everybody succeed. Now, that is what inclusion in the 21st century really is about. Same for democracy. In the past, we considered democracy the right to be equal. Today, it's the right to be different. And I think in education, it's also not about educating everybody in the same classroom, but about finding out how people learn differently. It's a lot that we have to learn in the field of education. Maybe we are where medicine was 150 years ago, just understanding cause and effect and what we can do to improve education. And it's not just about creating more ideas, more knowledge. The road of educational improvement is just littered with many good ideas that were poorly implemented. And I think that's another challenge that we have, that there is a lot of knowledge and we do not know how to put it in practice. And again, Dr. Goswami has shown the way to do this by better connecting the world of research and the world of practice. And in fact, I credit Cambridge University very much for this as well. I think it is actually rare to get so many researchers willing to go out in the field and see how can we actually implement our ideas and actually improve our ideas by what we see in the field. But in the general state of education, it's still rare. At the OECD, we try to make a contribution to this as well. We collect a lot of data. The best known program that we have is our program for international student assessment, where we actually go out every 3 years, look at about 500,000 or more students and try to see what they know and what they can do with what they know. And it covers not the world, but increasingly large parts of the world, so we can actually get. In one way, you can say in the industrial age, we figured out to educate second-class robots. Now, people are very good to repeat what we tell them, and that was very useful for a long period of time. In this time of artificial intelligence, we have to think a lot harder about what makes us human. how we complement, not substitute, the artificial intelligence we've created in our computers. I think it's a huge, huge challenge where we are just at the beginning of thinking about this. But let me come back. We actually started tracking learning outcomes in the year 2000, a long time ago. It's actually very, very hard for us to remember that world. If you think about reading, Professor Goswami, that's obviously, literacy is your field. If you think about reading in the year 2000, it was a very different phenomenon. It was really about extracting knowledge from, books that had been, carefully authored. If you were a student in a school, you would read a textbook that, had been written by many kind of leading academics, carefully reviewed, approved by government. And when knowledge, it's about constructing knowledge. When you actually look at the learning outcomes in the industrial world, did not move. The red line is absolutely flat. We had this great research, what literacy is, how we can develop it, but it didn't respond to the changes in our society. And then you can think, 2009, that's when social media came in. That's when it mattered no longer, what journalists were writing, but you looked at what your neighbor is writing. You basically sort of connect with lots of people around it. And we started to talk with our phones. Then 2012, robotics, cloud computing, biogenetics, big data. Huge changes in the world around us. And then, the last few years, think about, artificial intelligence. Once again, transforming the world. But you can see basically that we haven't responded to this by teaching and learning things differently. If you would see Professor Goswami a line like this on a brain scan, you would get very worried. Sort of, that's basically what education has missed, that kind of line. And meanwhile, expenditure has gone up. Basically, we put a lot of more money into this, a lot of more effort to do more of the same with very, very limited success. And the biggest sort of number is this one. If you actually assess what 15-year-olds can do to sort of, whether they can actually carefully distinguish fact from opinion, it's less than 1 in 10, not somewhere in the developing world, but in the principal industrialized countries. People, in the UK, in Europe, in North America, 1 in 10 is capable to actually distinguish fact from opinion. In a fairly complex setting, but it's a real setting which people would encounter today. It's a little bit better than it was in the year 2000. But again, we live in a very, very different world. The world is fundamentally changed. We haven't caught up with this. But the good side is, international comparisons also show that some make more of a difference than others. Now, you can see, for example, while the rest of the world was slipping, 4 regions in China making up 100 million people and moved to the top when it comes to sort of those 21st century literacy skills. Triangulating information, navigating ambiguity, managing complexity. Some students have actually become very good at this. You could see Singapore moving from good to great, or Estonia. And think about Estonia. It's actually one of the poorest countries in Europe. Marginalized, big social challenges, multi-ethnic kind of society, walking through a very deep demographic crisis and a deep economic recession in the 2009 financial crisis hit very hard. Still, they have been moving forward. Or you think about, Portugal, another poor cousin in Europe, advancing to the OECD average. In the year 2000, who would have thought, that Portugal would have come as well out as a country like the United States or better? Poland, another of those success stories. At the bottom of the scale, you can see a country like Peru, walking its way forward. Or Albania. And I'm showing you this basically just to highlight that educational change and progress is possible. We can do those things. If you look at countries like Brazil or Turkey, they may look less impressive in terms of improvement. But if you think about in Turkey in the year 2003, only 1/3 of 15-year-olds were in school. Turkey's sort of a neighbor, and basically you had only basically 1/3 of people in school. Today it's more than 2/3, 73%, and still they were able to modestly improve outcomes. Same story for Brazil. So there are important successes. But I also wanted to show you once, in the year 2000, kind of Sweden was the role model for education for most of us. The kind of education, very inclusive, very high in quality. But then you can see this, basically declining in performance. And we know why. This is quite well understood. But in 2010, they caught the ball, actually changed things around, and you can actually see put themselves on a growth path again. And I think that's also very important, that we can actually change course. Very rare to see that in education. And it's rare not just because of the, looking anything away. We get even more anxious when our children do learn things we no longer understand. So actually, parents pushing back on educational change. We're never going to win an election over education because it just takes so much time to create, translate good ideas into better outcomes. This is the kind of hard part that we need to solve. But again, Charles, we need to solve it. And it's not just done with more of the same. I want to just show you one slide on this. This is basically the volume of time that 15-year-olds spend in school in blue, and in yellow, what they do out of school, homework, private tutoring, online learning, stuff like that. And you can see huge differences around the world. You can look at the United Arab Emirates, leading the world, students spending close to 60 hours learning per week. And then you go to Finland, a little bit more than half than that. Huge differences in the volume of learning time and in money in education as well. But then when you look at productivity, how much actually do students learn per hour, you can see in Finland they learn a lot in very little time, and in the United Arab Emirates they spend a lot of time and learn very little. So again, it's not volume, it's what happens in instruction. This is a challenge of our time. Again, we are often tempted. Okay, we're not doing so well in mathematics, let's just add 1 hour of mathematics on top. We're not starting to do things differently, but I think we need to look at this across countries. So you can see money, time are not very good predictors for success in education. But I show you something that is, and you'll be surprised. And actually, thanks to Charles, we're doing actually a very interesting research project on this. In the last PISA round, we didn't only look at whether students do well on the test, but we also looked at what they see is going to transform their outcomes. We asked them, to what extent do they believe that success is a matter of, trying hard, trusting others to help you, and you being successful, or, something that is just inherited. And, remember Estonia, #1 in the OECD, and they're also #1 in this growth mindset kind of idea. Students very much believe that they own their success, that success is about, they try hard. And then you look at a country like Indonesia, where students are not very strong on this, in outcomes, but also they see education not in their control. It's always somebody else's fault. If I can't find anyone, it's my genes. And you can see actually that growth mindset is a very strong predictor within country on outcomes. And by the way, not just cognitive outcomes, also very much social and emotional outcomes. And it works really quite well across countries as well. Understanding the causal nature of that relationship, that's going to take, years of research. And I think we should, engage in this. But simply seeing that this is kind of happening. At the beginning I said, how great the Chinese provinces do on cognitive outcomes. But look, growth mindset is something that they have to improve. That is not something that those young people often are told, there's not so much you can do to change things. And actually, the thing actually matters. You can see, for example, students with a stronger growth mindset, they are more willing to motivate challenging tasks, engaging with things that are very important. They had a greater sense of self-efficacy, less fear of failure. And again, in the 21st century, in a world of uncertainty, ambiguity, fear of failure is not a good thing. You want people to be, experiment, to be creative, to be motivated. And that is very much an outcome of this kind of growth mindset. They were more likely to establish ambitious learning goals. They were more likely to see the value of schooling. So it's so important to look at those kinds of things in more detail. And let me go one step further. We looked at social emotional outcomes and things like growth mindset. We also looked simply at, to what extent young people are happy with their lives. Life satisfaction. I must admit, this is a self-report, so there are a lot of questions around this. But what you can see is that some of the highest performing education systems, now look at Korea, look at Hong Kong, look at the Chinese provinces that do really well academically. Students are not really happy with their lives. Now, if you can see how they spend their time, not surprising. But some people say, well, maybe we have to make a trade-off. We either educate our children well, or we make them happy. And actually, unfortunately, there's a lot of people believing that, and a lot of people modeling educational experiences around this. But then you look to countries like Finland, the Netherlands, Switzerland, Estonia, very successful in their education outcomes. And also students feel quite happy about this. No? And you can see sort of also some of the factors that predict those outcomes. No? Teacher support, no? The strongest predictor of student life satisfaction in our assessment. No? Reminding us that education is not a transactional experience, but a relational experience. No? We tend to forget this. We have sort of commodified education over the last century. No? Students become consumers, teachers become service providers, parents become clients, and things like this. No? We have lost that kind of relational element, but where actually education systems place a lot of emphasis on building strong student-teacher relationship, you can see actually people are more happy. The same for parents. No? The fact whether parents ask their children, how was school? No? And it doesn't take a degree. It doesn't take 3 hours of time. Simply showing your child that what you do in school matters to me. They had a bigger impact on the quality of learning and in life satisfaction and family income. Reminding us, some things, some answers are not very, very difficult, not very simple. What drives down life satisfaction, anxiety with schoolwork. Actually, don't underestimate the impact that school has on the quality of life of young people. It's only part of their time, but a lot of influence in this. So those are the different facets that we need to look at. And people say, well, life satisfaction is something that has to do with the social environment, with the friends, with families. It's not our job at school. In fact, you often hear that from school principals and even teachers saying, school cannot solve the problem of society. No? We just focus on transmitting knowledge. That's our role. And the rest is sort of something that we can't solve. But, look at this. You can actually see that disciplinary climate had not only a very strong impact on learning outcomes, but also on life satisfaction. The classroom climate that you create in a lesson is quite strongly correlated. No? Bullying, that's pretty obvious, but then also a sense of belonging at school, where students feel that school is a place, where I belong, where I make friends, where I see a kind of meaning and purpose. You can see actually they were a lot happier with their lives. You can see teacher support, once again, where students felt that the teachers were supportive of this. Teacher feedback, where there was a more cooperative learning climate, life satisfaction was higher. These are correlations, I know. But at the same time, they show us actually there is something in schooling that actually seems to make a huge difference, not just, helping people to learn, but also, shaping the environment in which they are. And it just gives you a sense how important school is for the quality of life. And when you look, for example, cooperation, you might think, well, that's just something that happens. But it's actually something you can frame. You can see it varies hugely across countries. You look at countries, like the Netherlands, Japan, Austria, Denmark, and Germany, you can see learning is a very cooperative, a very social experience. Teachers would pay a lot of attention to give students a lot of space to actively collaborate. You go, on the other hand, to countries like the United States, Malta, Brazil, and the UK, where the learning environment is mainly competitive. And once again, it has a modest impact on academic outcomes and a huge impact on the quality of life. And that's sort of so important for us to develop a more holistic appreciation of the outcomes in education. And those things that you can see here are things that we can actually frame through public policy. If you take a country like Japan, they were not only a strongly cooperative attitude, but they're also the world's #1 performer when it comes to collaborative problem-solving skills. And actually, individual problem-solving skills, according to PISA, are a very poor predictor for collaborative problem-solving skills. Something quite orthogonal in that kind of idea. And then you go to a Japanese school, you'll not be surprised, Teachers will work on almost everything together with the students. They will cook the meal together with the students. At the end of the day, they will clean the classroom with the students. So it's all about, we're in this together. So you can actually frame those experiences through public policy. All I want to do today is really give you a sense that there are so many things that we could be doing in education, well beyond education. International comparisons show us. When you ask students, about their own feeling, you can see, well, the majority is happy, but there's a quite significant share of young people, age 15, who feel, scared, miserable, afraid, sad. And once again, you can say, well, that's about, sending the child to a psychologist in school or doing something with this child, but the general learning environment has lots of things to do with this. Once again, these are correlations, but you can see many, many factors. Parents' emotional support as perceived, sense of belonging. Those are things that actually happen in school or at home that actually seem to be quite closely related to those kinds of positive feelings. So once again, I think those are, and I can go on and on and on, just highlight those kinds of relationships. So what can public policy do about this? The first challenge that we have, and when we move from the past to the future, is that the kind of things that are easy to teach and test have also become easy to digitize. And in your video, Charles, you made that point really well. Technology is, destroying a lot of kind of job tasks. I'm not saying jobs. I don't think actually that's going to happen. Jobs will remain, but the kind of tasks that people do are disappearing very, very fast. But the other side of the coin is, we may be creating more job tasks than we are destroying. But we need to prepare young people for those kinds of tasks. And it's about complex ways of thinking. It's about complex ways of working, collective capacity. A lot of things. I'm going to talk about this in a little bit more detail because I think that's one of the fundamental challenges. And of course, in the past, it was enough to sort people through these kind of filters that we've created in education. Today, we need to become able to engage with everyone as a learner. And that commands a very different approach to teachers and teaching. In the past, we could tell teachers exactly what to teach and how to teach that, very kind of prescriptive, normative approaches to education. Today, we need to talk about, a kind of learning profession. We should have more people like Professor Goswami, who are a teacher and say, okay, I'm going to go out and do the research necessary to understand my work and to transform my work. That is still very, very remote. We still consider teaching mainly sort of as a practice. Not, very few countries give teachers the space and time to do actually deep research. And actually, this is an area where we can learn a lot from China. If you're a teacher in China, you teach about 11 to 16 hours per week. And so you teach a lot less than a teacher in the UK, actually half. But you actually work more hours than a teacher in the UK, pretty much like over 50 hours. And this gap is filled to a large extent, on the one hand by working with individual students, but also to the other hand by people at the front line doing a lot of real research. You think about all this work that is now done on artificial intelligence. It's not done just by universities. It's actually done very, very much by the professional teachers in the field, going out, working with their colleagues, getting support for the government to do research. And if you have a good idea as a teacher, you write a little letter to the local government, and you can be pretty sure that they're going to give you a grant to actually explore this idea. And if you're happy with the outcomes at the end, they will not tell you it's right or wrong, but they will say, okay, show us you can replicate this in 10 other schools with other people in other places. And actually, if you succeed systematically, one day you're going to be in kind of model school or a kind of experimental school, and that's the highest status you can get. We get very nervous when our children go to an experimental school. So does my child go to Cambridge afterwards? In China, that's the biggest prize you can get. Going to an experimental school means, you're going to get the best ideas and the best people working with you. So actually, again, transforming the profession. The idea that, we make a curriculum somewhere in some administration and then it sort of rains down slowly into teacher professional development and ends up one day in the classroom, that takes 20 years, maybe 15. But I don't think there's any country that has been able to shorten that below that period. If you want to transform tomorrow's curriculum, you need to get people at the front line actually doing that work. Research needs to be much more embedded in the kind of practice. And of course, that has to do with work organization. Professionals don't like to work in factories. And that's something that we have to sort of understand as well. Most of our education systems have been very much designed in this kind of hierarchical way. So let me talk through some of those elements. And we'll start with the first one. How do we move from, getting from reproducing knowledge to actually knowledge creation, knowledge innovation? First of all, once again, I already said that. Now, we are seeing a decline in manual work, okay, but the steepest decline that we see in labor markets or have seen in the past is in routine cognitive skills. Those things, teaching people something and hoping that's going to save them later in life. The big increases are in non-routine analytic skills. your capacity not to reproduce what you learn, but to extrapolate from that, to apply your knowledge in a novel setting, and social skills. This is the area that sort of totally bypassed education. We talk about it a lot in education, social skills. But then we put students behind individual desks, and at the end we give them a test where they have to show that they're better than the neighbor. That doesn't add up. And I think this is the line, basically, that has missed, sort of education really has missed. If you think about digitalization, it's been incredibly democratizing. Everybody can contribute, everybody can collaborate. But it's also concentrated power to a rate that we've never seen before. It's been incredibly particularizing. The smallest voice can be heard everywhere. No? You post something on Twitter, the world can follow you. But it's also incredibly homogenizing, squashing individual differences, cultural uniqueness, no? Questions of values, identity, no? That in the past we pushed out, let parents sort this out. Today, they are the center of education. No? Technology has been incredibly empowering. The biggest company, and actually Charles is such a fantastic example, the most successful companies have not been created by big industry, but by a big idea. And they have the product before they have the money. That is the time of today. But it can also be incredibly disempowering when we become the slaves of some computer algorithm that tells us whether to turn left or right in the morning. Some people have called this a race between technology and education. Before the industrial, revolution, the first one, neither technology nor education mattered for the vast majority of people. Then came sort of the industrial revolution, moving technology ahead of people and causing huge amount of social pain. A lot of people badly suffered because they were not prepared for the industrial norms. But fortunately, there was a time we adjusted to this. We built the kind of schools that we have today and actually created generations of prosperity from this. But today, again, we have this digital revolution moving technology once again ahead of people, and we see that same phenomenon. That university graduates have difficulties finding good jobs, and at the same time employers say they cannot find the people with the skills they need. It's exactly that same phenomenon. So the question ahead of us is really, how do we move people ahead? The question of well-being of society is very much depending on this. And then once again, the world of knowledge expands exponentially, and it's filled with so many different facets. And in school, all of those facets come with people. Let's not forget that. That's why actually technology alone has made such a little difference to education. Plenty of examples actually when you try to replace the learning process with technology alone, you don't achieve very much. The kind of subjects that you focus on in primary school had probably a lot more to do with the teacher who you met than with the subject in itself. They're very much influenced by people, by those kinds of relational social processes. And compared to that big, rich world, the world of the curriculum is really very small. And we try to sort of somehow squeeze everything into this. But what often happens, that when we do that, the rich features of our societies become just very shallow shadows of themselves. One field where I put a lot of effort in is science. If you survey children in kindergarten about science, they all love science. It's about observing nature, experimenting, understanding cause and effect, seeing how things develop. It's an amazing kind of subject. If you survey them at age 15, many of them hate science. As a school subject of formulas and equations that have actually nothing to do with scientific inquiry. It's just about certain processes. We're very good in destroying that kind of ideas of the subjects. And we put more and more and more things into this curriculum. And when you think about, the 21st century, what is going to be central for our success in the future? Now, it's the human knowledge that distinguishes us from the knowledge that we can easily codify. It's about ethics and judgment. Artificial intelligence is a great, amplifier. It's a great accelerator. It amplifies good ideas and good practice, but it also amplifies bad ideas and bad practice. It requires people who can make sense out of this, who can make decisions. That's something I think that we sort of, again, often put to the margins of our curricula, probably needs to become more of the center. The realm of creativity, aesthetics, design, being able to imagine. We've actually done a lot of work at the OECD to frame that all more systematically, and we put at the center of learning actually student agency. Test of truth in tomorrow's world is not, what you observe, but what you can do. And that sense of agency is something that in the current institutional framework, where we make learners passive kind of consumers, is often not enough. Of course, knowledge is always going to be important for this. But the disciplinary knowledge is just a starting point. Actually, epistemic understanding, as we call it, is perhaps more important today. Not what you know in biology and chemistry, but can you think like a scientist? Can you design an experiment? Can you distinguish questions that are scientifically investigable from questions that are not? Can you think like an historian? History is not about, names and places. It's about understanding how the narrative of a society has emerged, how it developed, how it advanced, sometimes how it unravels and the context changed. What does it mean for the time in which we live today? Can you think like a philosopher? I mean, you actually think how little space we give to this in our curricula and how much space we give to relatively shallow content knowledge. You ask yourself how well education prepares students for well-being in the 21st century. I'm saying this because in the PISA assessment, we give a growing space to this kind of epistemic reasoning, and you'll be surprised how much difficulty students have when they are confronted with questions where they have to demonstrate their deep understanding for the nature of the disciplines. Now, some people go the other way. They say, well, this PISA test is so unfair. It confronts students with lots of things that we haven't told them, so actually it is not a good reflection. But again, this is what the world today and tomorrow will come out. If you understand the ideas and nature of a discipline, you can accumulate whatever content knowledge you wish. If you are just prepared for the surface, you're not going to be very successful. We learned this the hard way in the 90s, in the 2000s with financial literacy. 2008, remember financial crisis. Everybody's saying, oh, we got to teach people more financial education. So we tested financial literacy in the PISA assessment. And of course, we expected, countries like the UK that put a lot of effort into financial education will come out really well on financial literacy. I can tell you actually that there has been no empirical relation between the volume of financial education and the quality of financial literacy skills, even when you adjust for time gaps. Who came out best on the financial literacy test? Shanghai in China. The students had never heard about financial education. But they could understand those ideas that underpinned it. Now, what's the nature of an exponential function? What's the concept of risk? And they could extrapolate those ideas to apply them in tasks that they hadn't seen before. Those kids who had only been taught about, pocket money and, bank accounts, once they got a question that looked slightly different, they got stuck. That is the big transformation, interdisciplinary understanding. Can you look at problems through different disciplinary lenses? And that's not about muddling up all the disciplines in a school context. It's about getting your history teacher and the science teacher to work together to frame kind of learning experiences. Very, very hard to do, very important. But again, knowledge is just a starting point. Now, the world no longer rewards us just for what you know. Now, Google, Baidu know everything. It's really about, what you can do with what you know. And then we think first, about cognitive skills. No? Easy, but actually social emotional skills. Much harder to teach, to develop, become increasingly important. And I'm going to show you something that we haven't yet published, but I think it's very, very relevant to our sort of topic today, and that's actually the predictive power of social emotional skills or many kind of environmental variables in the school. When you think about classroom climate, the first thing you think about is classroom management. I have to structure my lesson clearly, I have to impose discipline, and all of those kind of things. Probably true. But actually, when you look at this, you can see actually things like cooperation or trust or stress resistance, sociability, persistence, optimism. They are at least as predictive as disciplinary measures on the classroom climate. So you can struggle a lot as a teacher to impose a quite rigid kind of disciplinary way, but actually fostering social emotional skills might be as good a bet to actually improve classroom climate. Bullying, you have seen how detrimental this is, not just to outcomes, but also to life satisfaction, has a lot, again, to do, very strongly correlated with many dimensions of social emotional skills. Working hard, better focus, working hard. All of this is also something that we sort of can really look at. Gender differences, we can say education has been tremendously successful in, eliminating gender differences in most subject areas. Apart from reading, where girls are way ahead, but mathematics and science is pretty even now. But when you look at some of the social emotional skills, you can see a lot of gender differences persist. If you ask me, what is it really that is behind it? When you think about what are those most transformative competencies for well-being in the 21st century? Well, I would put, our capacity to create new value fast, imagining, building something, creating something of intrinsic positive worth. That's probably what distinguishes us most from computers. Taking responsibility, mobilizing our cognitive, social, and emotional resources to do something. And actually, young people, they have that desire. They're actually quite well to organize themselves, doing quite well organizing themselves out of the schooling context through social media. But school is not yet a place where this actually happens. Your capacity to navigate ambiguity, managing and resolving tensions and dilemmas, huge kind of challenges. And it requires, a different attitude to pedagogy, openness, being sort of aware of the next future. We are very good to transmit the established wisdom of our times to the next generation. We're not very good in helping people question the established wisdom of our times. This kind of openness. Learning is hard, but unlearning and relearning can be harder. Giving up, your kind of very comfortable beliefs and ideas, when the times is changing, when they require openness for something new. Really, really hard. And then reflection, being able to step back to see the bigger picture, the forest among the trees. Huge kind of challenges. So when you sort of draw that to a conclusion, you can see, obviously, rigor, cognitive activation being a key lever of success. Focus, teaching fewer things at greater depths. I call this the hardest challenge for public policy, because all the kind of motivators are about, dumping more stuff on schools. It's so hard to remove anything. Remaining true to the disciplines, but at the same time, enabling students to think across the boundaries of disciplines. Focus on things that you can actually use in other contexts. Learning environments that are thematic, problem-based, project-based, that really put co-creation at the center. Technology is a great enabler for this. And then remember, many things are caught, not taught, actually. Again, and when we embed those elements in our assessments, we get a lot of pushback from teachers, actually. Teachers saying, you're no longer just, looking at what I do, but you're looking more or less for who I am. And actually, I think this is what the 21st century is really about. The kind of who you are as a teacher and how what you do beyond what you teach has a huge influence on students. Let me conclude with a point that, I don't want to miss, and that is, again, how do we make education more inclusive? How do we move from sorting people to enabling everybody to succeed? And I want to show you just an illustration. Remember, that's the kind of PISA scale, learning outcomes. Here, you can see a country like the Slovak Republic, and you look at the gap between the poorest kid and the wealthiest kid in the Slovak Republic. I must admit, I've chosen an example where that gap is very large, but if I would have chosen France, it would be at least 2/3 of this. Well, you can see a country like the Slovak Republic covers the world. If you come from a poor family, you end up to do as poorly as the Dominican Republic. If you come from a wealthy family, you are like Estonia. Huge wealth gap. And we have become very accustomed to this in education. Our model of education, where we just sort people, often teaches us this is just inevitable. Of course, children from wealthy families will always do better. We have got used to this and we accept it. There's actually, if you would run a hospital, and you find 20% of people dying, you do something on this tomorrow. Look at how much action we take about, a small virus going around. We do something immediately. In the field of education, we've got used to actually many people failing because we believe, in the end, it's their problem, it's their intelligence, it's their kind of ideas, rather than what we can do differently. So that is a picture that gets actually a lot less attention, even in the media, when the PISA results get published. People think, well, the Slovak Republic is doing not so bad, not great, but, it's coming out, pretty well. Actually, we don't see that kind of gap. Again, does it have to be like this? Well, look at the same kids with the same social background in Portugal. Portugal took action 15, 20 years ago to really actually reframe their educational effort. And you can see the poorest kids with the same social background do as well almost as the average kid in the Slovak Republic. And then you look, the poorest kids in the 4 Chinese provinces do as well as the wealthiest in the case of the Slovak Republic. That shows us that poverty need not be destiny. They make it very attractive, good to get the best teachers in the poorest schools. They create lots of incentive structures to mobilize resources to where they can make most of a difference. If you come from a wealthy background, you're going to get many chances in life. Actually, school may not matter that much for you as well. If you come from a poor family, you have only one card to play in life, and that is a good teacher and it's a good school. You miss that boat, you're not going to catch up, at least statistically not. The likelihood, most of the educational experiences that we create for people later in life do not moderate early inequalities. They reinforce them. Employers are not going to invest in the people who are poorly skilled, very expensive. They're not going to bear the fruits. People often who didn't succeed in school, the last thing they want to do is going back to school. Take even countries like Sweden or Denmark. Wonderful adult training opportunities. People don't go because they did this once in their lives and they say, no, thank you, that didn't work for me. So actually, but we can do this. And you can see, here's another version of this, geography. Before was social background, now I talk about geography. You can see here, for example, in the case of Finland, only 7% of the performance variation among the student population lies between schools. Think about this. Every school succeeds. The closest school is always the best school. That is possible. You're in the north of Finland, you're in Helsinki, you're in an immigration area, you're in a kind of wealthy residential area. You will not see that in the average performance of your school. And then you go the other end of the spectrum is Israel or Lebanon, where actually, where you go to school is just, you're never going to get out of that kind of box. There are a lot of things behind this. One needs to unpack this, but what it really shows us again, yes, we can make the closest school the best school for every child. We can do that with social background. We can do that with geography. And what is behind this is not so difficult. It's alignment of resources with needs. You can basically see disadvantaged schools, only in a very few systems do disadvantaged schools get the teachers they need. Often we dump the kind of last teachers into this. Most countries are deeply in the red spectrum where you can really see you come from a poor background, we're also giving you less resources and the poorer teachers. But we can change it. Again, I think this is something that should inspire us. We know what is possible. We can actually understand this with better research. And the very last slide on this, I want to conclude with where I started. Don't discard, the kind of mindsets that we create in education. When you ask yourself, who were the people from the most disadvantaged family backgrounds who nevertheless succeeded on developing strong cognitive outcomes? In most systems, again, it's those young people to whom we have conveyed, if you try hard, the education system is going to help you to make a difference. Huge challenges in front of us. I admit this. None of this is easy. None of this is going to be done overnight. But I do believe the world shows us that we can do better. And I think developing good research, basically good insights on what makes education succeed. I mean, many people look at this slide, it's so simplistic compared to what we do in other fields of our world. The kind of modeling that we do in economics, in the medical field, so much more advanced in what we can do in education with the limited knowledge that we have. But we do have, with better research, we can improve our insights, but also let's not forget the challenge of translating better research, better insights into better educational outcomes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andreas, and a huge range of material there, and a wealth of evidence, but also vision and some of the key concepts. We do have some time for thoughts, questions, comments, discussion. If you would like to say something, it doesn't just have to be a question aimed at Andreas, please do show your hand, and we'll make sure that one of the microphones gets to you. While that's happening, can I ask you a question that actually I asked Charles when I first met him 4 years ago, I think it was now. And I've asked lots of people in various places, and I don't always get good answers. I'm sure I will today. What's the point of education? Because how do we know what we're measuring if we don't have a clear vision for what the purpose of the whole thing is? What is it for you?
Well, I think the purpose of education is for people to make a contribution to society. And I do think it's a moving target. I think what made us successful in the 21st century is very, very different than what makes us successful today. But that discussion in itself is important. And I say this also in the world of research. We actually spend a lot of time on the how question in education, on pedagogy and so on. We spend actually very little time on the what question, the question of purpose. That in a way, and that is a central question in the time in which we live today. I think we leave that actually often to a handful of experts or government officials who determine what millions of students in Britain learn. If you ask yourself who's actually involved in the curriculum design here in this country, a handful of people actually happen to know them. And then it trickles down and everybody suddenly thinks this is sort of God-given kind of knowledge. We don't question that debate. I think we need to have more of this debate. If you ask me personally, I would say, in the past, education was about reading, math, and science. Today, it's very much about, purpose. It's about agency. It's about identity. I think we need to become much, much better. I very much see sort of the world framed by artificial intelligence, where actually routine kind of everything you can describe in the form of an algorithm is going to be done, not by you. And that really pushes us to think much harder what makes us human. And for me, it's those kinds of dimensions. But again, that is my answer. But I think we should, in society, have an answer to it. It should not just be an academic debate. It should be a debate by society. We need everybody's voice in this, including the voice of young people.
And we've actually run events here about AI and creativity and about curriculum design and what children should learn. If you want to watch the video of that, it's on our live stream. Any thoughts or comments over there? Yes, I'll take one up here. And then I saw the one right at the back first, and then we'll come up here. So.
Thank you. I found that absolutely fascinating and quite inspiring. One of the things that did alarm me, thinking back, that over the last few years, politics has had more and more influence on education. What often seems by people who aren't particularly well educated, that's maybe not the right word, but their agenda might be slightly different in terms of the decisions that they're taking. And you say education won't win elections. So we seem to be in a bit of an unusual position where politics is influencing, and yet it's not that important to us. Why don't they leave it to the researchers to really make the differences that you're talking about?
Yeah.
Should we take a few thoughts and comments? So there's up at the top there, then there was one at the back here. Yeah.
Hi, thank you very much for such an interesting talk. I work myself in the field of teaching and motivation for learning. And I get to see a lot of teachers myself, and I see them very overwhelmed with the amount of work they have to do. So this is a constant question I have. How do you make them fit all the workload, teaching the content knowledge as well as developing the social skills, promoting motivation for learning. You mentioned, some teachers are already working more than 50 hours a week. So do you envision any kind of system, like maybe including technology, maybe not, or maybe changing the type of things that the PISA is, evaluating, assessing? So there's some sort of changing the system so it can work. They can promote both things: content knowledge, motivation, social skills.
And we'll take the third one up there, and then I'll give you, Andreas, a chance to answer. And I've seen 3 hands over there.
I was astounded by a lot of your figures, and they're very inspiring. But I was just wondering, do those types of figures come from multiple school types, including private, public, grammar, and importantly, free schools? I was wondering, because obviously growth mindset has a huge impact on education outcomes. So how do free schools compare, where a lot of their learning is self-motivated? That kind of difference, I think, would be really interesting to look at.
So school types, workload, and will politicians leave us alone?
Yeah, let me start with the easiest question. That's the last one, actually. Yeah, we do cover every school type in the PISA, but the meaning of school types can be very different across countries. You know, in the Netherlands or Belgium, every school is a free school. Actually, in Hong Kong as well. You know, schools are largely run by philanthropic or, you know, sort of, they have their own views, and the government just provides a kind of environment for those schools to operate. Yeah, and you can see differences among them. But you'll be surprised that actually once you discount for context and social background, actually the differences are much smaller than you would imagine. Now, most of what you see is actually a kind of social selection factor, telling us that the free schools are actually not as innovative and different as you might think. You know, in other ways, you find a lot of more public schools that are as innovative and creative. The variability in the public sector and the kind of free school private sector is actually quite similar. So in one way, I would say, you know, the promise of free schools to create more room for innovation, I'm not sure. We're seeing that in the data. Over the workload of teachers, I think that's a huge issue. What I'm actually often more concerned is the perceived workload than the actual workload. And actually, we did a very interesting research. We're going to put that out in 3 weeks' time. When you survey teachers, what impact will have, you know, one additional classroom lesson have on, you know, job satisfaction and outcomes? You don't see much of a relationship. When you actually look at that relationship between, you know, work that is not related to the core mission of teachers, you see stress going hugely up. So it's not actually adding hours, it's adding the nature of the task that the teachers perceive to be not relevant to their core mission. And that's an area where I think technology can make a big difference. But I also think we need to really rethink work organization. You know, the amount of bureaucracy that we have created in school is all about, you know, managing mistrust in the system. And you create all these kind of inspection and validation kind of approaches, multiple layers of government. And actually, you know, that takes away from the time that teachers actually have to meet their core mission. If you go to the most successful education systems, they actually create a huge discretion at the front line. People say the UK is an example of this as well. Yeah, there's a lot of school autonomy in the UK, but still that autonomy operates in a quite, you know, tightly defined and constrained framework. So it's not perceived to be real often. If you go to Estonia, if you go to Finland, you'd see actually that schools have a lot more operating freedom, and suddenly you see people are happy, even if they work more hours than teachers in the UK. So I think actually the problem is not so much just, you know, hours. Is the nature of the tasks that we give to young people and to do their teaching mission. But I also think, you know, technology can probably take out all the boring routine tasks in knowledge transmission. Probably, you know, as teachers, we will not compete with knowledge transmission with modern technology. But again, that should enable teachers to put more effort into, you know, what they see as their core mission, and that is making a difference to the lives of young people. When we surveyed teachers, you know, over 200,000 teachers around the world, why they became a teacher, the most significant answer was, I want to make a difference to the lives of people. I want to make a contribution to society. And, you know, we just don't give them a lot of time to do that, because that commands time outside the classroom, that commands time to working with individual students, that commands that I do not only know my subject and how students learn that subject, but that I actually know my students. And so I think there's a lot more we can do, and it's not just about time. I believe it's really about work organization. The hardest question is around politics. You know, I think the big problem that we have is that the politics gets framed in time frames that are meaningless for people at the front line. If basically you need to establish a big policy, you know, on curriculum, and teachers in the classroom know this is only going to be valid for 4 years, they couldn't care less. You know, they just keep doing what they've always done because they know 4 years later they're going to tell you the opposite. And that is what we see always happen. There's a disconnect between the intended curriculum, the implemented curriculum, the achieved curriculum. Now, there are several ways how you can get around this. One way is, you know, countries like, you know, Vietnam, China, where basically they can make long-term decisions, and everybody in the system knows they're going to stick to those decisions. So teachers actually are very responsive. And it's not compliance. Teachers actually often enthusiastically take those things on board because they know if I'm going to change my behavior, I'm going to be really, really successful in 5-10 years' time. That's one way how you can achieve change, but it's obviously very hard to do in our kind of society. The other way to do this is actually to take education pretty much out of the political sphere. And the way to do this is actually by strengthening the profession. You know, I'm a scientist by nature. You know, I studied physics, and it would have never come in my wildest dream that there's a ministry of physics that tells me, you know, how to work and how to think and how to do things. No? We have sort of accepted that in the field of education. We have, you know, again, and that's why I think, you know, if we're honest, education is still often, or teaching, kind of blue-collar kind of idea set behind it. And it's a very industrial kind of work organization. If you look to the, you know, some of the advanced education systems, they have changed this by giving teachers more time and space to become part of the system. Not just, you know, implement the system, but become designers of systems. They spend time on curriculum design. They spend real time on research. They have a high degree of professional autonomy in a collaborative culture. And then there's a third element. You know, if you speak with, you know, Mailis Reps, minister in Estonia, she's a great example, and she's been in and out of government, you know, for many years. I think it's her third term now. And she would tell you one thing, you know, it would never come to my mind to design a reform without knowing that, you know, the successor government is going to continue this. So they're going to spend time and energy to build very strong social support for this. She would actually go out, speak with the kind of, you know, people in employment. She would go out, speak with the people in academia. And, you know, basically, if you have that level of support, you don't worry about, you know, volatility of politics, because you know the day you leave office, there are going to be lots of people around who are going to continue to support your ideas. I think there are answers to this. So it's not, you know, you have to give up, you know, election cycles. It's a matter of how do we actually disconnect the politics from the policy.
Vicky Colbert, one of the Yidan Laureates from a couple of years ago, has managed to do that with Escuela Nueva and work very
it's a great example
around to keep the sustainability going. We don't have very long left, I'm afraid, but there were 3 hands that were quite urgently up. There's more hands than I can cope with. I saw 3 over here first, I'm afraid, and then, but if they could be really quick questions, I'm afraid really quick answers, we can then move on. So it was over there, and then there were 2 at the front. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much for a very inspiring talk. I was wondering what we can learn from maybe the best performing countries regarding initial teacher training and continuous professional development, so that teachers are empowered to support students to develop the skills you've talked about.
Okay, so initial teacher training, and then very quickly, if we pass it to the person there, very quickly.
Hi, I'm Margaret McCabe. I'm the CEO and founder of DebateMate. Thank you, Andreas. I've been a fan of yours for a very long time, and it's great to be able to hear you in person. DebateMate is really, we work a lot with Cambridge, we work a lot with Oxford, but we're a program that developed from the grassroots. And my initial instinct is always to leave the academics to what they do. So we have lots and lots and lots of projects. If people want to research and work with our kids on research projects, we would really welcome that. Basically, we've developed a new way of teaching and learning. We've worked with Professor Lucken at UCL, and our results are staggering across the world, and they're consistently good no matter which country and which curriculum we're in. We teach hard and soft skills.
We are short of time, so...
I am summarising, I'm being really quick. So we improve hard and soft skills, children's well-being and mental health improves, and resilience and grit improves, and we find that it's transformational.
Okay, and then just at the front here.
Thank you. You emphasised interdisciplinarity, and I wondered where your stance was in terms of transdisciplinarity, knowing it's a form of authoring new knowledge, very much part of the real world industries. Thanks.
So, very, very briefly.
Yeah, you know, the last question, I think actually both parts are really important. I think we need to, and student agency is very much linked to this. Now, to what extent do we give young people space and time to actually engage themselves in the design of learning environments where they can, you know, think and walk across the boundaries of disciplines. But there are many good examples. I think project-based learning experiences are now coming up in many countries, and I think it has strengthened teacher collaboration, which I think is also very important. It will only happen It doesn't happen by asking a teacher to work on everything, but it happens by having teachers from different kind of disciplines really engage and work together. So I think there are some really good examples. Let me just say a few words on the initial teacher training question. We probably see less differences in initial teacher training that you might expect. The big differences are in the effort on continued professional development, like in the careers that teachers actually have. I would say, for example, in the UK, you can say initial teacher training is quite developed. You know, people get actually into the classroom with a quite good kind of skill set, but actually they get very little afterwards. And that is the big differentiator. If you look to high-performing education systems, you know, if you go to Singapore, for example, the day you enter school, your principal will ask you, what do you want to do in your life? You know, you want to go into leadership, you want to go into, and that's not a question at the end of your career, you want to go into, you know, model teaching, and from the very first day, you're going to get a mentor and you're going to become a mentor. So you should share your experiences and to sort of, if you go to Finland, you know, they get 9 applications for every teaching job in teacher education. If you fail to get into teacher college, you can still study law and economics. So why, and what makes it so hard? Actually, the first year of academic learning in university is pretty easy. The second year already you spend in school. Basically, you will actually, we used to learn to do the work, now learning is the work for many of those countries where teachers actually, the clinical practice, very, very important from the start, but continuing throughout your career and your life, actually. Maybe if you want to take, so my view on this, maybe we can do even less on the initial teacher training in the future, you know, because we cannot equip teachers for everything that they're going to need in their future. But we should certainly do a lot more to give teachers better support, more opportunities for collaboration, better linkages between, you know, research and teaching, universities and education. Teacher training institutions should become, you know, institutions that support teachers throughout their career rather than, you know, just, you know, getting them towards a degree. I think that's basically where you can see countries like Finland, Estonia, Vietnam, Singapore, being great models. And but still far away from Europe. We have still, I think, a model very much, we spend a lot of time and energy on initial education, and then we leave people on their own devices, really. No?
Andreas, thank you very, very much. And the world would be so different if lawyers were failed teachers. So thank you very, very much. If you are following the live stream and the video, we're now going to take a break until 1:45. If you are here in the room, we are also going to take a break until 1:45. But if we could first assemble to take a photo, and if I could get the speakers at that side and everyone else sort of behind. Sorry, 1:45. 1:45. Okay. We'll take the Welcome back, everybody, for this next session. I always feel bad interrupting the conversations which people are having, and in many ways with a conference like this, the conversations that you have outside the main events are at least as important as the sessions that we have, and we try to get both of those happening. But thank you all very much for coming back so promptly. As you've heard, there are 2 Yidan laureates each year. One for research, one for development. We're going to hear later on today from Cambridge's own winner, the research laureate for 2019. But we also want to mark the development laureate. Now, very sadly, Sir Fazle died last year, and so obviously is unable to be with us. And that is a great loss. He was an amazing man who made a huge transformational difference. So rather than have his lecture and a chance to talk to him, we are going to hear instead from one of his very, very close colleagues. So we're going to hear from Erum Mariam, who is the Executive Director of BRAC IED. We will then have a short video about him and some of his work and achievement, and then a panel discussion about education and international development. And it's with great pleasure, therefore, that I invite Erum to come and join us to say a bit about Sir Fazle, his work, and the difference it has made to so many people across the world. And as soon as we sort out a couple of logistical challenges, Erum, it is wonderful to have you with us here. Thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you so much. Dr. Charles Chen, I'd like to thank Dr. Charles Chen for giving Sir Fazle the Laureate Award in 2019, along with Professor Usha Goswami. And I'd like to thank the Yidan Prize Foundation, as well as Cambridge University for hosting this. He was an amazing man, and I hope I do justice. My encounter with Sir Fazle was in 1992 when I joined BRAC, and I had gone to see the program in the villages. And I came back, and Sir Fazle said that, so what do you want to do? Where do you want to join in the organization? And I said, I want to join in health, because that's what I saw. And he said, well, I'm not going to place you in health. I'm going to place you in education, because Bangladesh needs to work in education for the next 50 years. So that was the story. Whenever we talk about education of Bangladesh, we have to talk about Sir Fazle. You cannot talk about education in Bangladesh without talking about Sir Fazle. And whenever you talk about Sir Fazle, you will talk about education in Bangladesh. So this is where we were in 1982. Look at the school enrollment. It's only about 71%. Percentage of female students, 40%. Teacher-student ratio, 52, but actually it could have been much more. And primary school completion, only 31. So why was it this way? Sir Fazle and colleagues found out that there were 5 main reasons. The first, the school was too far away. Given a choice, parents would invest in their sons, not their daughters. The teachers were all male. The school system was rigid. No children of poor families could attend. Children did not enjoy. So they came back to the drawing board. What needs to be done? Based on this, they designed a model. The first, if the children can't go to the school because the school is far away, let's get the school to them. So these were schools in the communities. If the teachers are all males, let's recruit women teachers from the community who will take the children for the next 3 years. So these were one-room schools with one teacher, 30 students, who took the children throughout 3 years. If the parents want to invest in the boys first, let's make it a rule that we will not have a school unless there are 70% of the schools are girls. So for every 30 students, 21 of them had to be girls. Otherwise, we wouldn't open the schools. If children don't enjoy the school, let's make learning enjoyable for them. Along with the different subjects, they integrated arts and dance and song and rhyme for pieces from the culture. The timings were flexible based on parents' demand, and parents were engaged all the time. So those became like the pillars of the NFP model. The school was close, the teacher was from the community, the children were aged 8 and above, because the primary school system starts at 6. So these children were from ages 8 and above. The timing was flexible. There was a lot of opportunity for integration of arts and dance and rhyme. And there was regular contact with parents. This is a picture from the 80s. And the school was a major success. There was huge attendance, and the teachers were extremely passionate, and the frontliners were trained, and this was a source of pride for the community. And so the 20 schools turned out to be absolutely successful. So there's a joke in our office that once it was so successful, Sir Abid said, well, you know, we can't solve the problem with 20, so let's try to do at least 150. And the colleague said, well, you know, that's a major scale up. So from 20 to 150, they thought was a scale up. They didn't know that it would go to 60,000. At the end of 1990, there were 3,810 such schools. But what he also did is he made Bangladesh signatory to the Education for All. In 1990, in Thailand, in Jomtien, there was Education for All. And what Sir Fazle did is he spoke to the head of state of Bangladesh, he spoke to the government counterparts, he mobilized people, he took the whole team to Thailand, Jomtien, and Bangladesh became signatory to Education for All. He came back, set up an organization with, mobilized a lot of funding for that, in order to advocate for girls' education and for education for the poor. So all this time, this is a picture from 1995, all this time, government was quite all right with the idea that the children who were in the BRAC schools were doing grade 1 to 3, and at grade 4 and 5, they would be doing it in the government schools. So that was, that was working on fine. Till one day the government said, listen, we've stepped up our effort, we have a lot of access issues, and we cannot accommodate the BRAC school children anymore. So why don't you please extend your model to grades 4 and 5 as well? So instead of grade 1 to 3, why don't you do grade 1 to 3 and 4, 5? At that time, Sir Abid said, well, this is something that we have to test. So let's do a research about the kind of competencies that the children are retaining, as well as the competencies that the teachers have. Between 1995 to 2005, there were a lot of things that we were doing. We were working on curriculum. We were working on teacher training. So for curriculum, and that time it was before internet. So Sir Fazle wrote to the British Council and said, is it possible for you to send me a mathematics person, a mathematician who can help us with mathematics? So British Council identified Dr. William Gibbs from Leeds University. So William came to Bangladesh to work with us. And William looked at the maths curriculum that we had in the government, And he told Sir Fazle, I'm very sorry, but the maths curriculum that you have, the government curriculum that you have, that's really very elitist. It does not cater to the needs of all children. It does not look into the fact that children learn incrementally. It is very, very elitist. It only looks for children who are extremely smart, and they will solve the problem. Sir Fazle said, well, you know what? We will overhaul this. Please come up with as many workbooks as you think appropriate. And William and us, we work for the next 10 years. There are stories like that for language, for science, for social science, for reasoning. So one was he invested so much on curriculum and teacher training. The second was on measures. He said, we need to have the measures, right? We need to see what is impactful, what is making a difference. What about the competencies of 11-year-olds in that region? And so we came up with the measures. And then third was investing in staff capacity. Sir Fazle sent the staff all over the world. For the next 10 years, many of my colleagues came to the UK, including me, either in Manchester or at the Institute of Education or in Leeds, or some of them went to Canada. And there were groups of people who he invested in because he believed that people's capacities can be changed and people can make these transformations and make an impact. But there is something else he did. He really instilled in us two philosophies. The first philosophy was, if you are going to work with children of poor families, you have to give it your best shot. There is no shortcut. And the second was co-create. Co-create with the teachers, co-create with communities, co-create with children. So these are the two philosophies that he instilled in us. So by 95, what happens? By 95, Bangladesh's primary enrollment has increased, female students has increased, teacher-student ratio is better, and primary school completion is much better. In 82, it was 30%, let me remind you. So you might ask, well, in all this, where is BRAC's role? Well, BRAC's role is at the end, because what you see as the net enrollment, number of primary students, this model that Sir Fazle developed, this model was catering to the enrollment of 6.5% of that group. Because Sir Fazle, he viewed this as a solution for children. He viewed this as a solution to keep children and to keep the girls and the children of the poor in primary school. This was a solution to keep the children in primary school. By 2015, a lot of things have changed in Bangladesh. This is a picture from 2015. And what does it show? It shows that people live in extreme poverty. But people with many kinds of vulnerabilities, they want to invest in their children's education. By 2015, government of Bangladesh recognized that there is a need for a second chance model. And the government of Bangladesh recognized that the second chance model would be the one that BRAC has developed. So BRAC's approach got recognized as the second chance model by the government of Bangladesh. What happened in 2018? So we also, obviously, government stepped up. Government, took the BRAC model. BRAC parallel ran many of the schools. And what do we find? We find percentage of female students have increased in the whole system of Bangladesh. Teacher-student ratio really reduced to 30. The dropout rate reduced. The dropout of students, completion of students is actually 81.5. And so compared to 1982, remarkable difference. You have enrollments, you have higher completion, you have more girls, you have smaller class sizes, and BRAC's own part in this enrollment is 2.4. Important thing is, Sir Abed always said that we are like a bridge because the responsibility to complete the education is the government's. We are there, we are creating systems, and we are strengthening the system because we are there as a bridge. And after a certain time, the government will take it on. So our language with the government, our narrative with the government was, we are complementing the government system, we are strengthening the system, and we are there for the time that government requires us. That was the narrative. If you look at the data throughout what BRAC did, percentage of female students was 78, 69, 65, 61, consistently more than the boys. What BRAC did, the student-teacher ratio consistently was small group sizes. And if you look at the dropout rate was very little, but in 2015, it's 14.2. Why? Because in 2015, BRAC decided we will go to only the remotest areas of Bangladesh, because government is doing quite a good job on its own, so we only decided to go to the remotest areas of Bangladesh. And that is how we complemented the government's effort. But Sir Fazle wasn't happy at that. He had made a huge movement. He had changed the landscape of primary education in Bangladesh. But there was something more he was interested in for future, and that is early stimulation and socio-emotional development. In 2005, he called me. He said, you have to go to Italy, because I found out that there's a very interesting program there for early stimulation and play. I couldn't make it in 2005, but we later worked with Lego Foundation and with a lot of other partners like Portuguese, and we developed our own model. And the model that we developed was on play-based early stimulation for children 3 to 5, as well as keeping all the fundamentals of the approach that we had developed before. Women of the community, small class, small group sizes, engaging children, parental engagement, and he wanted us to look very deeply into play-based early stimulation and socio-emotional development. For socio-emotional development, it meant we had to look at empathy, socialization, respect, kindness. We also had to look at measurements. How do we measure socio-emotional development? So this is where we invested for the next few years. This is from 2015. In 2017, he said, you guys are doing a fantastic job, but what about the government? Have you been able to influence the government? And that's when we went to the government. We said, we have a model for the early years. Can we do it in the government primary school? And government gave us approval to do the model in 400 government primary schools. Not only that, government recently issued a policy that they will now look into early years for children aged 4 to 6, and they have included us as a committee to look into the curriculum. And then, in 2017, Bangladesh opened borders for the Rohingya refugees, and 700,000 refugees came into Bangladesh. And what did we do? We developed the play model, the early stimulation, socio-emotional model for the Rohingya refugees, and we named it the Humanitarian Play Lab. And here, we integrated socio-emotional development and well-being and culture preservation. And the culture preservation and well-being and the socio-emotional development, all of this in the early years really resonated with us and with Sir Fazle, because Sir Fazle started BRAC with helping the refugees. And we were all also refugee at one point with war with Pakistan. So the whole plight of the refugees resonated with us. So you might ask, what is the mantra? And the mantra is 5. It was always about equity. It was about either children living in poverty or the girls, or it was about children with special needs, or it was about ethnic minorities. It was always about equity. The second, it was about quality, scaling with quality, and getting the best minds of the world, but developing our own. We were talking and we were visiting and we got people from all over the world. You know, whether it was where we work with NYU, we work with Cambridge, we work with Tavistock, we work with Institute of Languages in Thailand, and we work with many others, Columbia University, but we develop our own. And his third point, always be relevant to government. You cannot do anything in isolation because you have to address government's problem. Government is struggling with certain things. You have to be able to address that. Fourth, women are at the center as drivers of change. All the schools that Bragg did, all the play labs that we do, all the frontliners are women. Women are the drivers of change in Bangladesh. And fifth, create systems that will facilitate scale up. Scale up doesn't just automatically happen. You have to develop a system. The system is you have people looking into training or logistics or finance or HR, but also scaling up requires strategies to perfect it. We have gone through many stages of scale up. Sir Fazle perfected the strategies for scale up. Over the years, Sir Fazle debunked 4 myths. And this image that you see, the girl is wearing a sari, and she's obviously older than 12. So this is the non-formal schools and the schools that we developed. We debunked 4 myths. First, children living in poverty are not interested in their education. That's a myth. Parents of children living in poverty are not interested in education. That's a myth. Children of the poor do not enjoy learning. That's a myth. And finally, women cannot be drivers of change. That's a myth. We have proved it. This also is from the 80s. And so you might ask, so what changed? Girls' education got priority. That is what changed. Education for children living in poverty, they got priority. That changed. Education for children living in poverty was seen as high quality. Education for children living in poverty cannot be of low quality or just a shortcut. Education for children living in poverty has to be of high quality. The fourth, women are seen as drivers of change in communities. 5, Bragg staff got respect of government. And finally, he nurtured an ethos that is about co-creating with children, that is about respecting individuals, about respecting communities, about bottom-up approaches. That is what changed. At this point, I will show you a video, and after the video, I'll wrap up.
there's no point in living in a kind of life that you are completely insulated from other people's lives. The importance of having a good life, doing work in a multinational organization seemed quite immaterial to me at that point. December 1971, we achieved our victory. And then I came back from London in January 1972, and I sold my flat in London, and I had £16,000 with which I started BRAC.
Poor people are poor because they are powerless. You must organize people for power. They must organize themselves in such a way. They must understand the dynamics of their communities in such a way that they can change their lives.
Giving attention to women and girls is very important as to how to bring about change in women's lives. I consider myself as a global citizen, and I'm ready to help in any country which needs BRAC. Most NGOs remain small and beautiful, but we were very ambitious. We wanted to change Bangladesh. BRAC hasn't done much other than healthcare or finance loans and given things like that. But it's the poor people who have worked very hard to get themselves out of poverty.
জীবনে কে রাখিতে পারে আকাশের প্রতি তারা ডাকিছে তাহারে তার নিমন্ত্রণ লোকে লোকে নব নব পূর্বাচলের আলোকে আলোকে.
When I think about Bangladesh, I think about everybody. Not everybody is enjoying Rabindranath, not everybody is enjoying the great literature and the great culture that Bangladesh has. But I think everybody has got the right to have this experience. I've lived a full life, and I have lived a life of service. So in a way, I don't live a life for myself only. I lived a life for others too. So that's a great satisfaction that I've been able to do something useful.
Thank you, Erum, and I'm sure you can all see why Sir Fazle was the Yidan Laureate for the amazing work that he's done, and on such a huge scale in Bangladesh, and also, as we saw, in many other countries. And there are huge lessons for us to learn from the work there. What else could we do everywhere in the world? And so I'm now delighted to hand over to a panel to discuss this very issue. We have Pauline Rose, who will be leading it, who is director of the Real Centre here in Cambridge for research into equitable access and learning, I hope. We have... I always hope to get that one right. And we have Hiba Salam, who is a researcher at the Faculty of Education, working with Real, as well as Erum. Pauline, over to you.
Thank you so much. And I first of all want to also pay tribute to Sir Fazle. He was an amazing man, and I think anyone who met him would know that everything we've heard is absolutely true. I think one thing that comes across so clearly is his modesty. And Charles, if I may say, I think this is something we keep hearing also about you and your prize. We don't need to be trying to put ourselves in the limelight. It's about other people and giving them the power. And I think that is something that Sir Fazle stood up for. And the fact that in his organisation, he didn't only see it about him, but ensured that there were wonderful leaders to take over, such as yourself, Erum. I think that's just such an important message and legacy that we have in BRAC. BRAC hasn't stopped because he has sadly passed away. It will continue to do the great work that we've heard about. I just wanted to correct one thing that you said, Erum, because you said if we talk about education in Bangladesh, we need to talk about Sir Fazle. We need to say, if we talk about education around the world, we need to talk about Sir Fazle. Everything you said resonates with so many different contexts, and I think there's so many lessons that we can learn. And for me, this has been one of the amazing things about BRAC, that, as you say, it's been working at scale in Bangladesh for many, many years, since the 1980s. I've had privilege of visiting some of the programs and seeing the amazing work. But it's also, as you were showing, extended into other countries, in difficult contexts like Afghanistan, in countries in East Africa, for example. And not only has it extended into other countries itself, but the model we see actually taken up in programs that aren't BRAC programs, but would say we use the BRAC model, or they might not even say that explicitly. So one program that we in the Real Centre have researched together with my colleague, Dr. Ricardo Sabatas, is the Complementary Basic Education program in Ghana, which similarly is trying to reach those children who would otherwise be out of school, the poorest and the most vulnerable. And it has many of those similar attributes of being flexible, of being responsive to the children's needs, and similarly has seen great results in terms of very basic literacy and numeracy that otherwise those children would not get. We also, I think the other attribute of the BRAC program has been the fact that it's been evidence-based. You mentioned when you were talking about learning from the evidence. So similarly, we work with a number of NGOs and other organisations. So CAMFED is another organisation that we work with, and we have the CEO, Lucy Lake, here, where we identify that by actually using the evidence and finding the impact, maybe sometimes also finding some of the challenges, that's important not only for the programme, but also for the global evidence base, for us to learn across contexts. Of course, things are often context-specific, but they're things that we can also learn across those contexts. And I think my last point for now, and then I'm going to ask our panellists some questions, but is about the agility of BRAC, seeing how you have adapted to different circumstances. So to the Rohingya refugees, having a program that has addressed that humanitarian crisis that occurred, and being ready to respond to the most vulnerable, I think has just been so impressive. So I just wanted to pay my own tribute to Sir Fazle and to BRAC and to all the wonderful people who are working in BRAC. So in this panel, I'm going to start, I'm actually very lucky because I have a chance to ask Erum a few questions, but also, very importantly, also our colleague in the Real Centre, Dr. Hiba Salam, who is working on issues on Syrian refugees in Jordan. And so we can see there are going to be some similarities in the issues that we are concerned about in many countries around the world. And I also just wanted to celebrate and give a shout out to, we have a number of different master's students, doctoral students and postdocs from our education faculty in the audience. And I think their work is really important in I learn a lot from it, and in actually, I think, in our understanding of some of the issues around the world. So, Erin, I'm just going to ask you, first of all, picking up on a point that you're making, that the work of BRAC has, since its inception, worked very closely with government in one way or another. And as you were mentioning, that has been important. You were putting it in quite positive ways, but I imagine there have been challenges too. So it would be interesting just to hear something about perhaps some of the challenges and the lessons that you've learnt that could be relevant for other contexts.
Sure. So thank you, Pauline. Thank you for the question. Actually, I think that our experience with the government has been, there have been lessons. And in the 90s, when we were scaling up, that was a time when, BRAC was scaling up, we were scaling up our program, and government was also scaling up. And I think now, retrospectively, I think a lot of the strengthening and working, rapport building with the government came after 2000. Because in the 90s, both were scaling up. And we were, and even when I joined, I think at that time when I joined, I found that sometimes when I would go to the field, I would find that there were some misconceptions. An example, once I was in the village and I met a government officer and he said, "Oh, well, you're in BRAC, you're the song and dance model, aren't you?" And so I said, "Well, what do you mean?" He said, "Well, it's not really about education and learning, it's about the song and dance." So what it indicated was that we went through a period when we were doing a lot of the work, government was also stepping up their effort, but there was not a clear understanding of each other's institution. But I think Sir Abid, he always used the narrative that it's a complementary effort. So after 2000, we really made some strategic decisions in order to work closely with the government. And that worked. And it worked really well because it came to a point where now, a government, we have courses for them. We do a master's in education leadership for government, where government has trained about 300 of their officers. And there are many areas where we work together. But I will say that one very important lesson is we have to engage government right from the beginning. You cannot wait till certain opportunities will emerge. We will have to do that. That's number one. And the second lesson is we might have our differences, but let's have certain points where we meet and talk. It's very important to be in the same room. So those would be the lessons.
Great. I think those lessons can translate, I think, in every other context that we can think of around the world, and we too often see that not necessarily happening. So I'm going to shift our focus a little bit to focus a bit more specifically on refugees, because I think we have a common interest across the panel on the sort of issues around the fact that refugees are probably a group across the world who have the greatest problems in terms of their education. So, Hiba, you have both been looking at the issues of education for refugees in the Syrian context of Syrian refugees in Jordan. But maybe before we get to that, if you could just give us a picture of what the possibilities or challenges are for refugees more globally as things currently stand.
Refugees is currently one of the biggest phenomena of our time, because not only are displacement actually growing in terms of years, so the average person now is displaced for 17 to 20 years, but also the number of refugees displaced every year is increasing and increasing. And we have now reached the highest level ever with almost 26 million refugees worldwide. This is not including internally displaced persons or people who are still claiming asylum. And unfortunately, the biggest group that are most vulnerable to these circumstances are children. And because refugees are actually residing in, over 80% actually reside in developing nations, children are living in contexts where nations still struggle to provide quality services such as health or quality education for their own citizens. So they're living in circumstances that actually aren't yet prepared fully to provide quality of education for refugees. And in the last decade or more, we've made huge accomplishments in increasing education for refugee children, but we still have a long way to go. So at the moment, there are still almost 40% of refugee children worldwide who are not in education, almost 75% not in secondary education, and these numbers have actually increased. So this is now, but it was worse beforehand. But now we're looking at lifelong learning and the impact of, we need to focus on how do students progress from primary to secondary to higher education, and we are achieving a higher rate, but we need to look at quality and inclusion more specifically now.
Great, so I think we can see it's a huge challenge globally, and again something that BRAC, if you like, has been ahead of the curve of trying to sort of identify programs that will support refugees, as you were mentioning in your presentation, in relation to Rohingya refugees. So it'd be interesting to hear, drawing on what you were saying earlier, what the evidence is of what has been working that might also give lessons to some other contexts, given the scale of the problem.
Right. So our experience, like Hiba has said, that we find that, in the Rohingya refugee situation, about 55% are children. And, about 27% are between the ages of 0 to 6. So we have a high number of children who are in the early years. And when we started working, we found that the first thing is to engage with the community. How can I go as in a humanitarian context and think that I know what is good for them? That's a very basic assumption that we need to challenge. How can you go to a humanitarian context and say, I know what you're going through and I think this is the best thing for you? You cannot do that. You need to engage. And you need to engage and you need to understand and respect and explore and discover their culture. So that is the basic premise, that once you start that process, that you discover, you explore, and then you will find many areas. So for example, the early stimulation model that we've done is totally based on the Rohingya culture, that you have a lot of rhymes, you have a lot of physical play, because Rohingya have a huge trajectory of very interesting physical play. And you have a lot of art. And you have a lot of free play. And recently, actually, we took one of the PEDAL members, David, to Cox's Bazar, and also Justine from Swansea University, because we wanted to look at the therapeutic and the development side of play. And we've been looking at some of the measures that PEDAL has done, the child, and we are also validating that and adapting that for the Rohingya context. But the thing is, the basic lesson is you have to work with the people to understand what you're going to do. You cannot ever assume you know.
So I think that relates very well to, Hiba, your own research looking at Syrian refugees in Jordan and listening to the voices of the children and young people themselves. So it'd be interesting to hear a little bit about your experience of doing that, why you thought it was important, and what we might miss if we don't do it.
And absolutely, it builds on that point of you need to engage with the community. Context is very important, but also speaking to people who are living this experience firsthand. We don't know what's happening in the schools that we are investing in, and we need to understand it more from students' perspectives or families and teachers. And my research is particularly built on understanding student voice and understanding how children who are growing up in Jordan's double shift school, which is where schools are basically segregating Jordanians from Syrians through double shift system hours. What is it like to experience the segregation when you live in a country for 5, 6, 7 years? What happens? How do you start developing your identity? How do you think about if you are thinking about continuing education or not? What's actually impacting you through settings, through your teachers, through your community? So I wanted to understand that from students' perspectives, because students are actually able to, of course, reflect on their experiences firsthand and engage with it and inform us of what are the things that are working and not working.
Great, and Hiba, you've used some really innovative methods in your research, and I think we have some short papers, if anyone's interested in getting hold of them, that Holly has copies of, just so you can visually see, because it's quite difficult to explain, I think. So I'm going to ask one last question, so you can all be ready with your questions. I'm sure there's a lot of questions that you've got, but be ready. As you were also saying, from the outset, girls have been at the centre of BRAC's work. And it's interesting now because we see in the UK girls' education on the agenda of the international development focus of the Department for International Development, together with the Foreign Office, more than it's ever been. And just a quick shout out for something that we've just come out with, which is a report on transformative political leadership to promote 12 years of education for all girls. So the point that was made earlier about a lot of this is about politics. So sort of thinking, we've got now a lot of momentum, a lot of engagement, but now we've got to be thinking, okay, how are we going to use this opportunity? So it'd be great to hear, why is it that BRAC from the outset thought that women and girls needed to be the focus and drivers of change? And I think some of this went beyond education itself. So maybe if you could just put it into that larger picture as well.
Sure. I think actually it was Sir Fazl's, he always believed in that. And so, when it came in the 80s, when BRAC had to work on, teaching oral rehydration therapy, he focused on the women. He focused on the mothers. And he made the strategy that in Bangladesh there will be 13 million households where every woman, every mother would know about this. And not only that, with that 13 million households came about, 50,000 health workers, all women. So that was in the 80s. By the time BRAC started a microfinance, it was again Sir Abed's belief that women are much better at managing money than men.
That's the world over as well, I think.
And so, again, it was the policy that all microfinance borrowers will be women. Later on, BRAC went on to do many exciting things with microfinance, looking at ultra poverty, how to get people out of poverty, again focusing on women. By the time education came, there were already these two huge scalable program evidences that women as the drivers of change have made it possible. So by the time education worked, it was again, there was no question. The teachers, the frontliners, many of the staff had to be women. And, at certain points, I'd just like to say two more points. One is, even in terms of an HR perspective, there were policies that, there has to be women. And this in terms of HR, because sometimes it gets very easy for people to say, we are advertising, but the women are not coming and things like that. But he was, well, you know what? I will keep on advertising till we get the women. So it was very, very strict policies like that. And also, he also considered the life cycle of women. So in HR, what happens, and so the life cycle of women. And so those policies were put in place. So I think it's investing in women as the frontliners, there was undoubtedly that was the strategy, but also as a system. How do you have HR systems develop in order to retain, in order to have women stay in that system?
And I think an important message there for global leaders who are standing up on platforms talking about the importance of girls' education is to practice what you preach, which is clearly very much in the whole DNA of the BRAC program. I had the opportunity of going and visiting the Ultra Poor program. I think it was in the early 2000s. And it was really interesting seeing women sitting around in the circle. They had their little booklets in front of them. But of course, many of these women hadn't been to school. So an important part of the program was also making sure that they had the literacy and numeracy skills to be able to read what was in these booklets and to be able to keep them up to date and things. So just that very joined up approach was very apparent. So now we have a good 25 minutes or so to open up for discussion. I can already see one hand. Are you okay for us to take more than one at a time? Do you need a piece of paper or have you got a better memory than me? Otherwise, I'm happy to. So we'll start here and over here. So we'll take those couple to begin with.
I have a specific question for Dr. Eram. I was recently actually in Cox's Bazar myself just a few weeks ago, and I met with some of the BRAC people there. And the work that BRAC has done really does deserve the highest commendation, I think. So my question is, what do you see as the best outcome for the Rohingya children there, particularly in the context of engagement with the Bangladeshi and the Myanmar governments.
Could I just ask people to just introduce yourselves as well, because that's quite nice for us to know.
So I'm Steve King from Cambridge Assessment.
Great, thank you. Sorry, we didn't ask that. And then over here.
I'm Dina, and I'm part of the MPhil in International Development and Education. And I guess my question was also for Dr. Aram. Thank you for that wonderful tribute. It really was an incredible human being. I just wanted to know, you mentioned that assessment of the work that's done in social and emotional development in Play Lab is something that you're working on. And I just wanted to know how some of the more culturally relevant components or sort of the emotional development components that are culturally relevant are being captured by these assessments, and what that process has been and what the challenges have been.
Should we take those two to begin with?
Okay, so, I mean, you know, like any other refugee context, ours is also very political, you know that. But the bottom line is that we have to ensure safety. And you know that you know, between Bangladesh government and Myanmar government, there have been 3 attempts to repatriate. But this has not, this has failed. And primarily, this has failed because there is that the sense of the families will be secure is not there. And so that is absolutely at the core of it, that you can have the repatriation processes in place, but until and unless there is a recognition that genocide has happened, and there is a recognition that systems and processes have been stepped up in Myanmar in order to ensure that all will be safe, we cannot expect repatriation. But I would also like to say that you have seen in Cox's Bazar, you have seen the camp, and I would like to say that for children, they are there in that camp with a lot of the families. And the kind of living condition, it is not ideal, but still, I think every sector there, whether it is the humanitarian sector or the NGO, the government or UN, everybody has played their part to ensure that there is a reasonable quality of life. And we know that things can get a lot better, but you know, with the resource constraints and the complexities that we all know about, this has been one attempt to ensure that children have this life there. And recently, you know that the government of Bangladesh has also said that there's the policy of the education, or looking into the education of the Rohingya refugees. And we were concerned about that, but this has been also endorsed by the government of Bangladesh. And so we think that that is very promising, that the child who is there in the camp, that child gets all the opportunities for his life, for her life. For the socio-emotional, actually, for the socio-emotional, what we have found is in PEDAL, they have done quite a lot of work on emotional regulation, as well as on looking at certain skills like playfulness. And those are skills that we did not have expertise in. So we have been engaging with David Whitebread, and he has been helping us to adapt these. So this is one. But I will also say that in terms of socio-emotional, what we have done is we have looked really into the culture. And in the Rohingya culture is very rich. Rohingya culture is a lot about designs, about architecture, about how how interiors take place. So we did research for about a year to find out what is the design in the Rohingya culture that the children are familiar with. Because when they are in our setting, when they are in the different play labs, then they should get a feel of belongingness. And we have tried to incorporate designs that they saw in Rakhine, in that play lab. And I say this because for socio-emotional development, it meant that we looked at the curriculum from the culture, but it also meant that we looked at what that space looks like. That space has to encourage the child to be feeling totally comfortable.
Is that Colleen?
Hello, Colleen McLaughlin, Faculty of Education. Forgive me if you've answered this, but I'm interested in what you think. We've had a model of education put forward. What are the important things about it? You're working with the most vulnerable. What, in your view, is your vision, if you like, for the key features of education in that context?
That's just a small question. We'll give you a second to think about the answer.
My name is Herbert, and I'm going to show off by saying that for decades I lived opposite this year's laureate, which I enjoyed enormously. And I'd like to ask a question which may seem off the point, but I don't think it is, which is, what was the background and motivation of Sir Fazli to be such a good, wonderful person thinking of others?
I'm just going to ask a question actually building on what we've been talking about the Rohingya refugees, because the situation in Jordan is quite different in as much as, if I'm understanding correctly, the majority of the refugee children are not in camps, they're studying within government schools. So it would be interesting to hear from your sort of experience of that, what the differences are, and there's a lot of discussion about how one might do that in different contexts, what lessons there are from the Jordanian experience for other places. So start with a couple for you.
So I will take that question first and then go to your one, Colleen. For Sir Fazli, Sir Fazli, he, as like all Bangladeshis, he was fighting for the war. And after the war, he realized that he had to come to Bangladesh to serve his country. But on a personal level, Sir Fazli also had impact of his mother. And we have read that when he was a child of about 11, at that time he was worrying that, about these issues of poverty, etc., and how can he contribute. After that, once he started BRAC, there was no turning away. While working closely with Sir Fazli, we have found, all the staff, we have found that his approach was always about respecting the other. Everything was about respecting the other. And he had some personal qualities, like the organization has about 100,000 people, but there we knew that if there anybody from any position, whether it's the village or from Uganda or from the head office, if anybody had any issue to talk to, they wanted to know, they wanted to be heard, the only one person that would do it immediately would be Sir Fazli. He was always there to listen. He was an extremely kind man, and he believed that his life is about serving others.
Very good.
Colleen, I think Andreas, when he was also talking, actually I really agreed. It is about identities, and it is about the contribution that we make in our own societies. But I think it is also about kindness. It is about the people that we grow up to be and how we contribute for the welfare of all. It is not about me. It is about us.
Like you said, Pauline, the context in Jordan is very different because over 80% of refugees live in host communities with Jordanians. And Jordan has been praised for actually integrating refugees into their formal system, so they follow the same curriculum even though it's the double shift system. And Jordan has increased access to refugees by doing this double shift system in over 200 schools, which actually impacts the quality of education for both Jordanians and Syrians by reducing hours. So they've contributed a lot to trying to achieve this higher access of education. But one of the remaining issues, which I think we're seeing more of now, 9 years later, almost 10 years later after the refugee crisis has happened, is kind of also drawing on the importance of belonging and well-being. And a lot of these students actually don't remember Syria as much now when they're growing up in Jordan, but they're segregated from Jordanians completely through this double shift system. And one of the issues is that dropout rates by end of secondary education is extremely high. Most refugees do not make it past grade 9 and 10. And although there are issues of poverty, there's more and more research showing now that violence and lack of belonging and ability to see yourself in this country because of segregation and other issues has huge impact on whether you're likely to aspire to continue education and think about the future. So that's still it's a big question of if refugee communities do reside in a country amongst the nation and the host communities, how do we actually integrate them more fully to give them better lives?
I think that's such important points. We've still got time for another round, if not another one. So we've got 2 over here. Is there anyone over here? Okay, 3. So we'll take those 3 at the same time. So the gentleman there, microphone there. Sorry, I'm making you go over there. Sorry, I didn't realise there was. I thought there were 2 microphones behind you.
Hi, I'm Mark from Stowe Education. I've got a question for Dr. Eram. So we're focused on building the foundations of lifelong learning in education alongside government education systems in India and Uganda. It was really inspiring seeing in your presentation the scale of BRAC schools actually decreasing over time as the government picked it up. We're really struggling with the sense in some of our systems that the government sees us as external and doesn't want to take us on. So what learning can you share with us about how to encourage government adoption of your programme?
Thank you. I think there was another one just in front here. Yep.
Yes, one for Dr. Eram as well. My name's Chris Jolly. I'm an educational publisher in literacy. And there's a similar question in a sense that, on the one hand, you talk about following government requirements. And, it seems to me that part of the theme of today and of Sir Fazl and of the Yidan Prize is about individuals who show great leadership. And I would have thought that Bangladesh was enormously benefited from Sir Fazl's inspiration and that he was able to, as it were, show leadership for government, so that in fact far from he and BRAC needing to comply with government, I suspect there was a certain amount of government following his inspiration, and I'd be interested to hear more from you about that.
And sorry, Vicky, to make you go over here now. Is there another microphone? Oh, you got another one. There's 2 microphones, but only 1 person. Okay.
So thank you so much for your inspirational presentation. My name is Nadia Abdul Halim, and I'm an MPhil student in psychology and education. I deeply admire the emphasis on evidence-based learning and cultural preservation, and I was wondering what challenges present themselves in special education with refugees.
That's a question for both of you, if you've got answers to that one. So we'll take those 3.
Sure.
Are you okay to start again, Erin? Got a lot there
sure.
again.
I can start. So actually, I think that the questions I will combine it and I will give the answer. I think you're absolutely right that it's about people with vision and being able to do that. But it is very important to engage with government. And because I think what we forget, that we build a rapport, we engage with the government, because if we engage with the government and if we build a rapport, then there are times when government also listens. It might not happen, in about 6 months, but it will happen. For that, we need a relationship. So many times, I think, being critical of NGOs, I will say that we think whatever we want to do, We will go to the government and we will give them a proposal and they will approve it and that will be done. It is not going to be like that. Whatever our idea is, we have to engage in a process. And we also have to hear what they have to say. And it is this engagement that I cannot say enough about. We have to go through a process of engagement. And after the process of engagement, there will be, obviously, there's a, the relationships evolve. And, relationships evolved and governments also change. In 1998, I was thrown out of a government office. I was thrown out of a government office because they said, oh, well, you're BRAC. I know what you're going to do, and this, so you better get out of my office. I'm not thrown out of the office anymore. That is because we have invested in this relationship. And so the answer is that engagement is extremely important. We cannot, we cannot think that we will only attend the meetings that the government has invited us to. There's a lot more. There's a lot more to be done. And I also agree that, yes, it's leaders, with visions. They need the space. But with leaders, Sir Fazle maintained relationship with government. And whatever his ideas were, he made it a point that he would communicate that vision to the highest authority, even to the Prime Minister. So there are, I think what I'm saying is, there are different levels of engagement that the organizations need to do. And so there are people at the top. Sir Fazle used to do it with the top, and there are people in the middle, and there are people on the ground. At all levels, engagement.
So then there was the question, maybe, Hebe, do you want to take the question on?
So just to, about the challenges of doing the research, or?
So I think, was it about, yeah.
The fact that the volume of research, as well as just the information that we have about cultural preservation for people specifically with disabilities is a lot less. How then do we implement the right strategies within these schools?
So I guess maybe the first question, have you seen any research on children with disabilities in refugee communities? And what can we do?
Unfortunately, it's very limited for multiple reasons. One is whether governments actually have information on the number of children with disabilities in refugee contexts. And two is actually going in and accessing the spaces and trying to do the research in vulnerable contexts, which are already very hectic and overpressured. So the amount of research actually in that area is extremely limited at the moment, though it's very important.
Yeah.
And I would just add that actually, yes, it's true, it's much less. But in Bangladesh, we've had, we have had people looking at, what are the rapid neurological screening that can be done. And so, how can we really look into those screening tools and disseminate this, for the mothers, so that the mothers, because we have programs for infants, and mothers can use this knowledge for screening. And so, it is now we see that there's a much more focus around special needs and prevention, and as well as treatment than before.
So we have a colleague in the Faculty of Education, Professor Nidhi Singhal, whose work is on education for children with disabilities, but she's not here today. But I think there's growing research in the area, and thankfully growing funding for such research, going back to the point that Andreas was also making. There's not enough funding for research in general, and even less for some of these most vulnerable populations. But I think the amount that's on refugee communities in particular is even more limited. So I think we've got time for one. I'm going to do also what Julian did earlier. Just brief. Sorry, Pam, you're doing the brief one again. So very brief. You did a good job of it earlier. Any last brief questions with brief answers? So there's one here. You've got your last chance to put your hand up now. Or you're all hungry and wanting lunch.
Quick question. Thank you very much, all of you, for a wonderful panel. I'm asking really about Hebe's innovative methodologies, because we have a lot of researchers here. I'm also from the Faculty of Education, and wondering about the innovative tools that you're using with your populations as well, with very young children, in relation to culture.
think that's a nice question to end on. So you wanted to say something first, or you go first, and then you can say also. It'd be great to hear that.
I used visual methods, which try and actually engage students through more creative ways, and I did this for several reasons, which is, if you use drawings and actually ask students to engage with topics that are quite sensitive in ways that ensure that you're not causing any harm by engaging with students about it, and also using methods which actually help students develop their own self-reflections of their skills, of their hobbies, and giving them opportunities to just engage in the research in ways that are deeper and let them express themselves. And I think that's really important through research and through actual learning.
And Hubert, I think one of the things that I always remember of one of the things you told me about your research was the children and young people saying, this is the first time people have asked us what we feel and what our experience is. So I think just that working with children and young people.
And just to add, when I started the research, I asked students what their hobbies were, and all of them said that we don't have any hobbies, we don't know how to do anything. And by the end of it, which was 2 months later, a lot of students said that they now love writing poetry, drawing, and like you said, that this is the first time they've actually had time to just think about what their goals and dreams are, and that drawing and writing has helped them do that.
That's amazing, thank you.
Well, I was trained at the faculty because I was a student there at the Faculty of Education, and I was trained in qualitative methodologies. But it was very interesting because during my PhD, I was looking at culture and I was looking at well-being. And in a whole circle, it came back in my actual, work life. And so the training that I got was about a lot of observation, a lot of in-depth interviews, and also looking at ethnographies. And I have used all of that in my work.
Great, thank you. So I just want to really thank our two people I've been in conversation with. I was going to say speakers, that's not quite but a wonderful keynote address by Erum on behalf of Sir Fazli, but our great conversation and the great conversation that you've participated in. Just a couple of reflections, just the words that I kept hearing were things like the importance of listening, the importance of being kind, the importance of being modest, the importance, I felt, in listening to our speakers also, and I think when we hear Usha soon, we'll see the same thing from her, the passion in the things that we believe in. And I think, this is personified in this panel, and I think is just such an important message in our world today and with everything that's going on. So thank you so much. And finally, thank you to Brack and Sir Fazli for everything that you've given the world. So let's give thank you.
So, thank you to all. Sorry, we.
I want to thank Pauline, and I have 3 colleagues here: Dan, Louis, and Mahbub. So, anything you want to know about Bragg, please ask.
So with that, thanks to all 3 of you. We're now going to take a lunch break. If you're watching the live stream, we'll start at 2, but I'm afraid you're going to have to provide your own lunch. We're not doing that. If you are in the room, lunch is outside and upstairs. If you have your own special diet, it's available upstairs. And see you at 2 o'clock. Enjoy the space, enjoy the conversations, enjoy the outside world, which I think is still sunny. See you then. Thanks a lot. Welcome back, everybody, and I hope you're feeling mentally refreshed as well as physically refreshed. It's good to have you all back for this afternoon. So we're going to have two sessions here, one a panel discussion, but first we have a keynote from somebody who I've been delighted to work with for a number of years, Professor of Education here, Fellow of Jesus College, and the person who's really been just a joy to work with to make each of these Yidan Prize conferences here at Cambridge such a wonderful success. It's a great pleasure to have Anna Vignoles. Anna, over to you.
Thank you very much for the kind words there, Julian, and thank you, Charles, for once again allowing us to host this wonderful, wonderful conference. So today I'm going to talk about some of the kinds of research we do at the faculty, particularly at the Real Centre, which has a very clear focus on education policy. And I'm going to talk about the need to analyse systems. And I'm going to do that using an illustration from a lot of work I've been doing on higher education. I'm also going to attempt something brave, which is to talk about research methods. It's a catchy subject, but it's very important, and it's crucially important in education, I would argue. So as well as my wonderful colleagues at the Faculty of Education, I also do a lot of work with a broader group of people from various institutions across mostly the UK, but also the US. And I'm going to illustrate the points I'm going to make with some work that we've been doing together. And that work is largely focused on a number of key questions. Who goes to higher education? Have we really widened access? Who have we opened up higher education to? And then latterly, focused on the economic value of education, higher education specifically. And I'm going to make the case that we need to think more broadly about the value of higher education and make the case that we're not doing a very good job at the moment of illustrating its value. So it's worth, I think, starting by thinking about why I think that understanding systems is important. So we've heard about amazing research, and we're going to hear more this afternoon from Usha about her amazing research, about ways in which we can intervene to help children learn. We can use different approaches, different curricula, different pedagogy. We can even try to use technology to change the way that children learn. And that is absolutely vitally important. But whatever we come up with in terms of the science of impacting on the way children learn has to be delivered through an education system. And I am a fervent supporter of, for example, trials of various kinds, including randomized controlled trials. They really are very important to understanding whether a particular intervention is likely to have a beneficial effect on children's learning. So that kind of knowledge is absolutely crucial. It's the bedrock of what we should be doing. But equally, it's also true that when you go to the real world and try and implement these things in practice, the situation often looks a little different. And that's when it becomes about systems rather than about straightforward individual interventions. And so the work that we do at the faculty, both in the Real Centre and in my group, which is particularly focused on UK education policy, we obviously use a variety of tools. And I thought we might juxtapose the very ancient entrance to Jesus College with the modern way that we do research. And I think there are three elements that are worth highlighting. First of all, obviously, to do the kinds of systems analysis I'm talking about, we need good data. And data is better than it's ever been. There was reference earlier, I think it was Charles who mentioned big data, and so did Andreas Schleicher. Increasingly, we can use different types of data to tell us a lot. And in some countries, what we're starting to see is linking government administrative data, which is the data that is routinely collected from schools to tell us what they're up to, linking that with sometimes very rich survey information about individual students, so we can see how they're faring in the system, but also linking to new forms of data, particularly internet-based data, to tell us things like what's happening in the labour market, what kind of job vacancies do we have, what kinds of skills are employers increasingly demanding. And of course, with that new, or at least linked new data, we also need the tools from a statistical modelling perspective. And this is where I get on my hobby horse about methods. essentially, we're looking for statistical patterns, yes, and we're making predictions, yes. But a lot of systems analysis is, of course, correlational. And one has to be really, really careful when we're looking particularly at relationships across countries, for example, where we're seeing patterns in the data, but we're not quite sure which direction those patterns are flowing. So, for example, I think it's undoubtedly true that in high-performing education systems, teachers are held in great esteem by students, or greater esteem by students than in countries that are low performing. That might be one illustration. And some work that Peter Dalton's done down in Sussex also suggests that some countries have a very positive attitude towards teaching as a profession as compared to others. But nonetheless, when we put them in our data, we're still just looking at correlations. And so a lot of what our group is trying to do is use different methods of quasi-experimental analysis and other ways of trying to get at causality, but always mindful that outside of the experiment, proving causality is, of course, difficult. And then finally, what's really important is that we take the data and we take our sophisticated, we hope, statistical models to policy. And that can be done in ways that are simply about evaluating the impact of a particular policy, but sometimes it also requires much more qualitative analysis of how policies are actually being implemented versus, the intent versus the reality. So what has this way of thinking about systems actually told us? Well, first of all, actually, data's told us some quite surprising things. All the way through this conference, you're hearing rightly that education is absolutely central to any attempt to improve the world for our children. And I totally and completely believe that. But if we look at what's happened in recent years, as we've invested more in education, as Andreas was alluding to, but we've also expanded education, so more people getting education than ever, it's also true that it hasn't, in developed countries and some middle-income countries, hasn't quite delivered what you might have expected it to. So I think if you went back 30, 40 years and people talked about expanding higher education, expanding the education system, there would have been an expectation that this was the route out of low income, the route out of poverty for large numbers of students, and that we'd expect to see education levelling the socioeconomic gap. But in fact, that's not true, and I'm going to illustrate that with a picture, which also shows you the kinds of data that we've got access to. So this is work I've done with Claire Crawford, and you can see the ages along the x-axis as the child or the cohort ages from left to right, and the magnitude of the bars shows the gap, in this case in literacy, for the richest fifth of children compared to the poorest fifth. So the bigger the gap, the larger the bars. And I put that up for a couple of reasons. It's correlational, so we're looking at correlations between a student's socioeconomic background and their attainment. And it tells us that even by age 7, there's a big gap. And actually, I've got some nice survey data that can go back before that. The data's nice, the story isn't, because there is a large socioeconomic gap even at the age of 3. And what you can also see is that as these children are passing through the primary school system, and particularly into secondary between 11 and 14, we see that gap widen. And we've done some analysis, and some of that widening of the gap at age 11 is down to the fact that children from poorer backgrounds are just enrolling in different schools from those from rich backgrounds. But the vast majority of the difference in the attainment of these students between rich and poor is within schools. So this is not purely about accessing different schools. It's also about doing differently in the system when you get into the same school. So why is this important? Well, I mean, at some level, this and indeed the other picture, which I'm not showing you, showing gaps at age 3, was very instrumental in encouraging the UK government, at least, to take early years interventions seriously. It raises questions about where you would like your funding to go, for example. If the large socioeconomic gap is evident at age 7 and worsening in primary, but not really worsening in secondary, you might be thinking that if your goal is to narrow the socioeconomic gap, you'd want to target that resource perhaps a little earlier. So that's one kind of illustration of the way that this kind of analysis can guide policy. But I think underneath it all, the regression model that we use also throws up something which Andreas alluded to earlier. In the UK context, almost irrespective of the data and the study, only about 10 to 20% of the variation that we see in attainment across children can be explained by the school that they go to. So one positive way of viewing this is if there's very little difference across schools, that would suggest the education system is working for everybody. We have, if you like, not got huge differences across schools, but equally, perhaps more negative way of looking at it is that the one policy lever that policymakers like to pull, which is the school, actually at the moment is not really acting in such a way as to narrow any socioeconomic gap. So if you listed all the education policies that have come out of this government over the last, well, not this government, previous 5 governments, over the last 20 years, almost all of them would have involved something around schools, school structure, school governance, school accountability, school funding. All of it's focused very much on the school. And yet in the data, which school you go to actually makes remarkably little difference to your attainment. And that's something we need to reflect on when we're thinking about policy. What does make a difference? Your family background makes a great deal of difference. And so maybe this is telling us that when we're thinking about solving some of these problems associated with very intractable inequalities, we need to be much more rooted in the lived experience of the child, in their family, in what's happening to them when they do get to school, but also how that interacts with their family structure. The data is also telling us about what happens when students get out of the school system and into higher education. And I'd like to spend a bit of time telling you about how we've been researching this, because again, I think this is throwing up real opportunities for even better research in the future. And what we have are new data, which, like I said, I'm trying to convince you that methods are important, and certainly new data is important. So we have a data set called LEO, which is the longitudinal education outcomes data. And this is for the UK, but actually there are equivalent LEOs in a number of countries, particularly in Scandinavia. And the Scandinavians have very much been tracking their students all the way through the system and into the labour market for a number of years. And I'm not saying that that explains why they do so well, but there's certainly an awareness in Scandinavian countries of what the outcomes from their education system. So these data allow us to track students from the age of 5, when they enter the school system formally, right through schooling, and along the way we know their characteristics, we know whether they are eligible for welfare or free school meals, so we know something about their income, we know where they live, we know which schools they go to, and we know repeatedly about their attainment as measured on standardized tests that are taken nationally and are therefore comparable nationally. We then follow them as they go into higher education. And that means we know which university they went to, we know which subject they took, we know which degree class they graduated with, if they graduated. And then we follow them again out the other side into the labour market, because we also have their tax data. And so we know whether they're self-employed or employed, and we know a lot about their earnings over time. So this data is really perfect for a number of things. It's perfect to understand who goes to university. It's perfect for understanding who's succeeding in the education system. And it can tell us something about the economic outcomes from higher education, and particularly the inequalities that we might see by socioeconomic background. But you'll notice that it's an incredibly narrow definition of outcomes from higher education. So it has their earnings. And what I'm going to make the case for, and indeed have done so in a blog recently for the British Academy, I'm going to make the case that we need to be thinking far more broadly about the outcomes from higher education. And that means thinking about some of the things we're going to talk about this afternoon: well-being, student welfare, whether people enjoy their job satisfaction, and a whole range of other outcomes. But I'm also going to say that it's not enough for higher education to just assert that we do this, that there are benefits to students. There may obviously be intellectual benefits, and we can demonstrate that quite clearly with our own data from universities. But what's harder is to demonstrate the wider societal impact. And that is no less important than demonstrating the economic impact. So I'll come back to that. So what has these data told us? So if we take the narrow economic definition of the value of higher education, these data have told us that doing a degree is highly advantageous for women particularly. So female graduates earn nearly 30% more than female non-graduates. And there's also a wage premium for males, albeit slightly smaller. Just to be clear, the reason why the premium is so big for females reflects the kinds of non-graduate jobs that women do in the UK economy, which tend to be low paid and not high quality. And so that gap is very large. So education is more important for women in that sense, but equally don't think for a moment that means women are paid more, just to be clear. I'm sure they are at Cambridge. Okay, so, and also what we see is that we're following these students right the way through to the age of 29, which is a reasonably respectable age to get some indication of their career. But recent work we've done also suggests that graduate earnings continue to grow. So those numbers may increase if we went back to them in their 40s. So the numbers are great, but what I think is more important is what it's shown in a qualitative sense. These data have told us that the subject choice that you make is highly important. Now, obviously, we know that some subjects are associated with very high prestige, high paid, or relatively high paid professions like medicine. But equally, we also know that the kinds of students that can access a medical degree may not be the same as students who are accessing some other degree subjects. And so in everything that I say here and subsequently, we are allowing for this in our model. So the statements I'm making are based on a regression model which essentially is comparing two similar students with similar levels of prior attainment, and in the English language bit of it, similar GCSE grades, similar or same GCSE grades, same A-level grades or equivalent. And what we're asking is, if you have students who are similar in pretty much every respect, what is the wage premium associated with taking one subject as opposed to another, or indeed going to one university as opposed to going to another? And so subject choice is important. We can see that in the data, so it does matter. But what we also see in the data, which has worried some, is that some male graduates are going into subjects where they're not earning any more than non-graduates. We're also able to look by institution. And again, institution does matter. You don't get the same economic outcomes from a degree from one institution and another. And again, just to be clear, this is not saying you earn more if you come from Cambridge than you do from, say, a new university in another region. We're not saying that. We're saying taking two very similar students and, say, comparing two Russell Group institutions in the same region, you will still get differences in earnings. And again, perhaps more worryingly, what we're also able to show is what's the benefit for students who we might describe as marginal. Marginal is not meant to be marginal as in a pejorative sense. Marginal as in they were students who in previous years would not have gone to university. But when we've opened up university to a wider range of students, they're the ones with the lowest prior attainment that are sort of, if you like, coming in last into the system. And we're able to look at that particular group, and actually that's quite straightforward because that's a group that you find in pursuing non-graduate options and graduate options, and you can compare those two groups. And for those two groups, at least at the moment, it looks like the benefits of going to university are not huge, and that may cause us to at least give pause for thought. Now I'm going to come back to the issue that this is a very narrow way of defining value for higher education. It's absolutely crucial, and I'll make some arguments about that in a minute. But I would also not like to discount this data. And I say that because this is actually a social justice issue. Because I get very worried by the fact that when I look at the types of students who are accessing the degree subjects that tend to have very low returns, or if I'm looking at the institutions that don't appear to offer particularly good wages for their graduates, invariably they have higher proportions of students from poor backgrounds. And certainly when we're focusing on the economically marginal student, it is the case that they are more likely to come from a poor background. So big issue there. One, should we be informing students about what they're likely to get from their degree? That's one issue. And then the second issue is, should we be ignoring the economic value of degrees, even if we think there's more to it than that? So just to give some concreteness to what I've been talking about, and because I like to show pictures, these are earnings premia by subject. Fairly obviously, the subjects are along the bottom. The blue line is the non-graduate sort of baseline. So if a dot is above the line, it suggests a positive premium. If the dot is below a line, it suggests a negative premium. You'll notice I'm presenting the data for men. I have the data for women, but I'm presenting the data for men for a reason, and that is because you'll remember that on average men were gaining less from their degrees. So some of the concern about the value of degrees applies particularly to males. The black dots are just the raw premium, and so encouragingly, almost all subject areas, there's a wage premium for graduates. Graduates earn more than non-graduates. And you can see some particularly high-earning subjects there, and they might be the ones you expect, I don't know, medicine, economics, maths, law, physics. The red dots are the estimate of the wage premium that comes from our modelling. And going back to the modelling, what I'm doing there is allowing for all the other characteristics that we have on these people and comparing much more similar individuals and saying, okay, comparing similar individuals, what difference does the subject make? And you'll see that many of those premia stay very positive and very high, physics, maths, economics, medicine, etc., and even politics and a few others in the middle there. But you'll also notice down the bottom there are some subjects where, when you take account of prior attainment, graduates are actually earning less than the non-graduate average. One of the reasons for that is that those subjects are the ones that have expanded particularly rapidly, or some of them are, and one might wonder whether they're admitting a large number of marginal students, which, as I said earlier, the return is relatively low. So this is a similar kind of picture, but this time, instead of looking by subject, we're looking by institution. So we're looking by higher education institutions which have been ranked, as you can tell from the black dots, by their wage premium. I've not labelled them all, you can. And just for information, I think students are quite keen to know this, judging from the fact that we've had more than a couple of 100,000 hits on the website trying to download this data. So someone's interested in it anyway. So the black dots, which are not presented on the website, are the raw wage premium. The red dots are the modelled premium. In other words, I would draw your attention to the red dots rather than the black ones. And what that shows is there are some institutions at the top right that offer very high average premia to their graduates. And obviously, we've got some institutions down the bottom left where, again, the average graduate from that institution is earning less than a non-graduate. So these data on the face of it are very challenging. But I think that they need to be used very carefully, and in a sense they illustrate both the value of doing proper systems analysis, but also how far we've got to go. So let's start with what I really do think the analysis can tell us. I think it's undeniably true that as we've expanded higher education to nearly half the population, it no longer makes sense to talk about a return to a degree, because there's so much heterogeneity in the graduate group now in terms of skill, subject, institution, and outcomes from higher education. And although I'm using this illustration from the UK, what I'm really intrigued about is I have students sitting in the audience who are doing doing this kind of analysis for South Korea, for China, we've done it for Australia, for Canada. It's a very similar picture emerging. So what you're seeing is that as we expand higher education systems, we need to have much deeper conversations about what the shape of that higher education looks like, what it's for, how we value it, and being much more upfront, particularly with students, that a degree is not a degree is not a degree. There's a big variation within the degree group. Right? And that's not least in terms of the skills they give you. And other countries are also starting to face this. And depending on how you fund higher education, this can be a public policy issue or not. To the extent that the state is funding the expansion of higher education, obviously a key question there is, what do we want to fund, what do we think as a society we should fund, and what return are we getting in economic terms. So thinking for a moment about public policy, again, whilst you wouldn't want to say that the value of higher education is purely in the skills or the labour market outcomes of its students, it is nonetheless an economic issue regardless of what you value from higher education. And the reason for that is both the state and the students are investing in these degrees. And in the UK, for example, we have relatively high fees by international standards, £9,000 per annum. And the state at the moment is paying about half that, in the sense that students borrow that money, but if they don't go on to earn a lot in the labour market, they don't repay their loans. Rightly, just to be clear, rightly. Income contingency is an important safety mechanism in the system to prevent what we have in other countries, which is students having very large amounts of mortgage-style debt that will saddle them with debts that they can't get over, particularly in the early years of their careers. So the income contingent loan system that we have here, and that you have similar systems in Australia and other places, are important safety mechanisms. But what they also imply, which we do need to face up to, is that the state is paying for some of this expansion of higher education. And therefore, it is legitimate to say, what would the state like to invest in? And at the moment, the only thing we can do is say, well, the earnings of these graduates vary, and the pure economic return in terms of higher salary and higher taxes is this. Still on average positive for men, still very valuable for women, but nonetheless, it's just, that's all we can say. And even if you wanted to stick to the economic, I think there's some really important facets of data that are missing here. One is the quality of work. Increasingly with young people who are valuing things other than just their income, not least their mental health and their well-being, it's around the type of job and the quality of work that they might get from their degree. We're not measuring it. We also need to be very mindful, and as we go into this period of difficulty with the coronavirus, this is going to be really very, very obvious to us very quickly, the value of some of the public service and public sector jobs that people do, that graduates do. On average, they tend to be lower paid at the graduate level. Public sector jobs in this country are actually quite well paid at lower levels of skill, but at graduate levels, they're not paid as much. And so the last thing we would want to do is downgrade a degree because the graduates are not earning as much because they're giving in terms of public service. And then perhaps even more crucially, which is the bit that we're definitely not measuring, is the role of universities for different communities and the spillover effects that we think are evident. So anybody who spent any time at Cambridge, you can walk out the front door and you can see the spillover effects. When you look at the boom in tech companies and exciting innovation and small and medium enterprises that are clustered around Cambridge, you don't really need an econometrician to tell you there's been some spillover effects from the university. And I would hazard a guess, in fact, I would fairly confident that Cambridge has spillover effects globally because our students are global, our research is global, and some of our impact on the world via technology, etc., is global. But of course, universities have different missions, and some universities are very much about their local community. They're recruiting their students from their local communities. Their students will tend to stay in the local community, and any benefits they get from interactions with firms or businesses are likely to be local. And we're missing all that. And if I just went back a second and looked and named all of those red dots that are either at the line or under the line, what you would definitely notice is that some of those institutions are located in the poorest regions of the UK. So what we're saying is that they are institutions that are serving their local community, so they're recruiting their students locally. Their students are staying locally, and locally means low wage because it is not a vibrant economic area. And so as a society, we need to say, okay, so is that a good thing? Yes, you know, these universities are doing things for their local communities. But if we measure the outcomes from their graduates simply in terms of earnings, we might be under the impression that this is not a good thing. And just as an aside, we're putting in funding to work up a big productivity institute with Professor Diane Coyle, who's the Professor of Public Policy here at the BIP in Cambridge. And she and I and others, including colleagues from Jesus College, Simone Schnall, are interested in this issue around skills, who's producing them, how we get the right kinds of skills into the right kinds of labour markets, how you manage this issue of spillovers, and how you encourage universities to work with their local communities to, if you like, think about the employability of those graduates in those communities. And as I've said already, I don't think we can ignore the economic value of higher education because of the social justice issue. And I think it's one of the issues that I've been working on for a number of decades is thinking about why it is that different types of students end up taking different degrees. So obviously, or not obviously, but sadly, poor students tend to have lower attainment all the way through the education system. So at some level, they are always going to be likely to be taking degrees that have lower grade requirements, and those tend to be lower earnings. But it's not universally true. There are institutions that are serving fairly low-grade students who are doing amazing things economically in terms of transforming their chances. What I do think is there's an information problem. And I think students who are first in their family to go to university are in a particularly difficult situation when it comes to navigating what is an increasingly complex higher education system and an increasingly complex labour market. And perhaps the elephant in the room, if you're thinking about the UK, the US, possibly even Australia, is our vocational and practical education, technical education system. Certainly in the UK, it's not considered high quality for various reasons. It's massively underfunded. And so when we're thinking about where should students go and what's the system doing for the other 50% who don't go to university, there's a real problem. And so actually, as a system, we are unable to make good decisions about where we want our marginal students to go because we haven't got a good sound evidence base on the value of some of that vocational and technical education. We're working on that. I have a PhD student funded by Gatsby Foundation who's trying to look at that issue. So most importantly of all, though, what I think the whole project does for me is raise far more fundamental questions about what we should value from higher education and, more crucially, how we evidence that. As I said, I don't think we need to convince people in this room of the intellectual benefits of higher education. And indeed, universities have been quite good at demonstrating the benefits in terms of learning of students. But we also claim impact on the cultural, on the social. We claim impact in terms of improving or increasing social cohesion. These are bold claims, and they are measurable, and you could do research using very similar kinds of approaches and similar kinds of data to get a much better handle on the extent to which that's true and to quantify it. Just to give you an example, if we linked our data up to some of the Department of Work and Pensions data, we would have far more understanding of employment, long-term health issues, people's benefits from higher education in terms of their attachment to the labour market. Obviously, we could link it up to health and justice data, thereby proving the point that more education does tend to keep you out of trouble, keep you out of the justice system, and does tend, on average, to improve your health. Now, again, being careful not to confuse correlation with causation, you have to do that in robust ways, and you can't just run a regression and hope it's going to be okay. But nonetheless, with the right data linkages to the outcomes that we decide we value, we could do so much more to demonstrate the effects of higher education. And I think as we go forward into difficult funding eras, that becomes more and more important to do so. And talking about ways forward, I think there are a couple of things we need to be doing. I think we need to stop assuming that mass higher education is the only way to go, in the sense that we make the assumption that mass higher education is economically valuable. Well, that might be the case, but to get there, I think the experience of some of the developed countries like Australia, Canada, the UK, is that we need to think more deeply about what that shape of higher education should look like, what kinds of degree subjects we want to encourage, But most of all, I think we also need to not assume that universities are just sort of passive in this process. So I'm not convinced at all that this evidence tells you anything about which subjects students should study in the intellectual sense. So my daughter is about to study English. You'll notice that's a dot way down the left-hand side, just to prove that I have not tried to influence her in any shape or form. But there are degrees, English degrees, that clearly, when you go and visit the universities, are taking employability very, very seriously, offering myriad opportunities for their students to get work experience, placements, years abroad, or a whole wider range of skills, some of these soft skills, some of the creative skills that we've been talking about. And while some colleagues, particularly at the top end of the research-intensive institutions, may feel, perhaps rightly, that their focus is on research, their focus is on the intellectual cutting edge of their subject, I think for students, we need to think about that a bit more carefully, because I think students do need a range of skills. And if we call them employability skills, people kind of recoil from that term. So we've got to think of something better. But the principle of actually worrying about what our students do when they leave us and what they do in the labour market really matters. And the reason why I know that matters is, funnily enough, at Jesus, we have, I don't take credit for this, our master and others, take the outcomes of our students in the labour market incredibly seriously. And actually, when you look at the lots and lots of different ways that we try and give them transferable and soft and other types of skill, it's quite clearly going well beyond the subject. And there's no reason why we can't start thinking about that in other ways, possibly less intensively, but in other institutions. So the final point is this issue of accountability. And I totally agree with Andreas's comment about the dangers of systems that are punitive, systems that focus on accountability in a negative sense, and the school system's seen an awful lot of this. And when I've been in discussions with colleagues about what universities should be held to account for, I always say my big fear is, no disrespect, Ofsted coming for higher education. And I think we, on the one hand, need to acknowledge the right of the state to ask what we're doing with the money, while simultaneously being very constructive and positive about the ways in which we think we can judge and value what we do in higher education. I think saying that we should be left to get on with it is a little naive. I don't think we're going to be left to get on with it, so we're going to have to do something. And I think engaging in that debate really, really clearly so that we can suggest sensible ways of moving forward would be better. So finally, in conclusion, I think this kind of system analysis is crucial. I would say that. It's our research. There's no quick fix for some of the issues that I've raised, but I would say that this kind of analysis is particularly important because interventions tend to end up, whether it's a policy change or a widget or a new way of teaching something, tend to get diluted in complex systems. And then I would just end by saying what we can do in this space is only as good as the data. So for those of you with influence around data linkages and data availability for academics, I would urge you to be positive about the uses that we can make of the data. And obviously, correlation not the same as causal. Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you. Thank you for a wonderful talk that started off with that inequality at the very early years and took us all the way through to the role of higher education and further education. We do have some time for questions, thoughts, discussions before the next panel. We have one over here, and then one at, so third row back there, and then front here and over here.
Never allowed.
If we take three, is that okay?
You've concentrated on financial advantage in later life. I wonder if I could ask you a question that I've asked many, many people. Just imagine the good fairy comes in and he or she says, I can give you all the money you're going to make in your future life right here in £50 notes. They're right here. But you can't continue doing what you get that money for. So I'm afraid for you, you can't come to Jesus College, you can't give lectures like this, you can't do research, but here's all the money. And the answer to whether you take it varies enormously from people, and it shows that finances are not everything.
So we've had that comment. There was one at the front there, but if we come over to this side first while the microphone goes there.
Thank you so much. I don't know. Oh, anyway, thank you so much, Anna. Oh, she's our professor and she's awesome. I would actually like to ask, we had a really interesting talk at Wolfson where a professor from Northampton University told us that the highest amount of BME group of students were at Northampton. Like you said, it was also local commuters, and actually that his MPhil student went into the data and looked at actually the gap between, in terms of race, was still there, present. And I was wondering, when you break down the data, what it means for different BME groups and also cultural, because a lot of it's talking about cultural and social capital. So how is that then addressed in terms of moving forward in policy in higher education?
And then on the other side at the front, yeah.
I was wondering about the local context here in Cambridge. So we've got one of the most unequal regions of the UK here in Cambridge and Cambridgeshire. And I wondered if you'd be prepared to speculate on the university's role in that. Is there a causal role? I know you've cautioned against conflating correlation and causation, but is it the fact that we're looking so globally, having perhaps a detrimental impact in the local region? And what could we be doing to fix those inequalities?
That's not a fair question. Okay, so start. If I win the lottery, do I keep going with my job? It's a fair question. If someone would like to buy a lottery ticket, we'll put it to the test. But I think you're absolutely right. There is more to finance. But I guess my point about the social justice is a serious one. It's fine to say there's a lot in it, but when you interview students or when you do outreach activities, of which I do a lot, students are very concerned about their economic prospects, and we should ignore the data on that at our peril, because those are the students that are least well informed about the value of HE. Even if it is simply to talk about the value of HE in broader terms to set against what they might expect in terms of earnings, that's one thing. But the other thing about this data is if it encourages universities to think more deeply about the employability of their graduates, then it will have been a good thing. Coming back to the question of BME, so I don't know if you know, but in the school system, now all groups with one or two exceptions of non-white make more progress in the secondary school system. And indeed, most groups now have higher levels of attainment, certainly than low-income white students. But when they get to higher education, you're right, there's still segregation. And it goes both ways. I did a paper a while back on Bangladeshi groups, and because they happen to be living in cities that have Russell Group institutions really nearby, they ended up being more likely to go to a Russell Group than whites. But the main point that you're making is a correct one, that some groups are more mobile than others. But I think the way it lands mostly is this issue of poor students, particularly in the periphery of the UK, irrespective of race, being much less likely to engage with being able to choose a university and much more likely to go local if there is a local university. So geography is a major issue. Coming back to the unfair question on the region. Okay, so we are a region that's relatively poor in the periphery, around the seaside, predominantly white. So poor white groups do worse in the system across the country. So to some extent, I can say we are a product of the region, the location, and the population. But if you're asking, can Cambridge do more? Yes. And I'm delighted that the Faculty of Education is actually investing in another post to look at widening participation and fair access, precisely because we think that this is a really important issue. We're also working with the admissions office, and indeed we've been working with the colleges to think about ways that we can research so that what they do is more informed. Is it enough? No, I'm sure we could do more.
So we do have time for a couple of quick questions if there are some. So there's one there and then one up at the front.
Thank you. Thank you. That was very interesting. I'm interested to know primarily whether sorry, let me start again. This morning we talked about the quality of teaching and the environment and the impact on younger children. I'm interested within the context of what you're talking about now in higher education, about the role of the teachers or the people in that position in higher education, whether it's the quality of the teaching or it's the research that's going on in the institution that has the major impact on the quality of what the students are actually in receipt of.
Okay, and then at the front here.
And the question I'd like to pose is around the FE sector, because how far is the confusion of certification in the FE sector actually damaging the opportunities of employability and transferability of the qualifications that are actually achieved?
I'll start with, sorry.
So we'll just take the final question.
Ben Sauter from QS. I was just interested in your reflections on the potential causal link of entry requirements, which are often, if they're high, that provides a barrier to low-income families, but also arguably for employers, maybe the high-paying employers are using passing those standards as a filter to find the brightest people, regardless of the experience they actually get at university when they arrive there.
Okay, so let's start with teaching and then move forward. Quality of teaching is actually more impactful than which school a child goes to in the school system. So whilst the evidence isn't as clear, we'd also expect that to be true in higher education. Teaching matters a great deal. The synergy between research and teaching is something that there is a decent evidence base on, and it's evidence that it can be very, very positive. But I think the question we have to ask ourselves is, we have a range of institutions, some of which are not doing that kind of research. But equally, we also have a range of institutions doing very applied work with local firms. And the question is, some of them are doing it extremely well, and how do we kind of bottle it? And how do we get institutions to really focus on that as their forte, as opposed to kind of harping back to an old model, you know, that might apply to the Russell Group institutions, for example, but don't necessarily apply across the piece. In terms of FE, absolutely. I mean, FE has many challenging issues, not just the level of funding. But if there's one, it's the proliferation of qualifications, the tendency for us to want to make vocational and technical have parity with the academic, and in the process, not only dumbing down, if you want to reuse that phrase, but also confusing employers about the value. Vocational and technical qualifications churn and are subject to constant change. And if you suggested changing the gold standard A-level, everybody would be up in arms. And the reason for that is pretty much everybody in the room is in the other half, and their kids are in the other half, and the policymakers are in the other half. And so fiddling around with the half who don't go to university is a policymaker's kind of, yeah, anyway. It's a real issue. And the other thing I think we can do as universities is we need to have a really serious think about how we work with FE colleges to get that transition from FE into HE working better with high standards. It's not enough just to lower the bar. You've got to really work about how that nexus is going to work. Contextualized admissions, which is essentially what you're asking about. So every institution I've ever researched, interviewed, or worked in offers and does operate contextualized admissions. And indeed, in some institutions, it's done very seriously with a lot of good data. And in fact, probably the majority of institutions are now shifting to that model. So it's happening. We can see it in the data. The question is, how far do you go in a contextualized offer? There's an empirical answer to that, which is you lower your grades until the students at least get the same outcomes. So if you say that going to Eton gives you A stars, but you're the kind of student that would have got 3 Bs if you'd gone to a state school, that gives you some idea of the gap. You could go to one of the poorest performing state schools in England and offer the student 3 Bs, and maybe when they come to an institution like this, they end up with the same class of degree, and we can all go away happy. But there does come a point where the students are not prepared. And I think that's another issue we need to think long and hard about. How do we bridge that gap? Do we need an extra year? And if we need an extra year, we need an extra funded year, because you can't ask poor students to do 4 years of higher education while rich ones do 3. So that's not on. So I think there's a lot of more serious thinking needs to be done before contextualized admissions is the solution. Important, but the solution.
Anna, thank you very, very much. That was really fantastic. don't go away.
You're going to get bored of me. Apologies for this.
So we've just been talking, at least partly, about the financial returns, but well-being and education is clearly a hugely important thing. We heard from the Vice-Chancellor about that this morning. It's an ongoing thread. And so we now have a panel to discuss well-being and education, to be led by Anna. So if the members of the panel would like to come up to the table, I will hand over to you to lead that.
Yeah, so the good news is you're not really going to hear from me. I'm just asking the difficult questions. So, so I'd like to start by saying a huge thank you to the panel. A particular thank you to Jenny Gibson, who has stepped into the breach. We have two sick colleagues, and under the circumstances, both opted to stay away quite sensibly. Both of them are medical practitioners, and made sense for them not to be here, and we miss them, but so be it. So I'm going to introduce the panel, starting with Jenny. Jenny is a linguistics and social development specialist here in our Faculty of Education. She's also a qualified speech and language therapist, so has seen the practitioner and cutting edge of things. And her area of specialism is complex language disorders and autistic spectrum disorders. So thank you, Jenny, for joining us. I'm also delighted that we've got Catherine Roche, who's the Chief Executive of Place to Be. Third sector activity in this field is really, really important, and Place to Be is a charity focused on helping children with their mental health, and in particularly focusing on that early intervention aspect of it to prevent lifelong mental health issues. She became Chief Executive in 2014 and has really driven the growth of Place to Be in a quite a dramatic way. And she's also on the board of the NHS Confederation of Mental Health Network. And last but definitely by no means least, our new, well, relatively new, I can say that, can't I? Professor Tamsin Ford, Professor of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry here at the University of Cambridge. She's internationally renowned as a child psychiatrist, epidemiologist, works in schools, researches the organisation, the delivery, the effectiveness of services, and she really does bridge disciplines in a way that we've been hearing about in the context of Usha's work in a very effective way. So what we're going to talk about today is not mental health in a generic sense, although that is an important issue. We're going to talk about mental health and education, and mental health and the school system. So Tamsin, I'm going to ask you to kick off, if that's all right, with some reflections and thoughts.
Okay, well, the first thing you asked me to think about is are mental health problems amongst our young people increasing? And if you'd asked me about 2 years ago, I would have said, I'm not convinced. But the short answer is yes, and we should be particularly worried because actually there's quite a recent study suggesting the outcomes, educational and health, but also social outcomes for those with poor mental health problems are worse than they were, so across a series of cohort studies. So not experimental, but longitudinal data, so a bit more than just a correlation. Now, we need to unpack that a bit because it's quite difficult to be sure that mental health is deteriorating around amongst our young people. So whether or not you get access to a service depends on whether there is a service, whether stigma prevents you from going to seek help. When you seek help, is your problem recognised and labelled as mental health? So we know that there have been a massive upswing in presentations to accident and emergency with self-harm and to child and adolescent mental health services, but we don't know for certain that that's because people in the population are getting worse. And globally, the evidence is, in some studies it suggests that there are, and in other studies it suggests that it's not. And that's probably reflected in the different methodologies of these population-based studies in terms of what they measured, how they measured it, where they got their sample from. However, in the UK, we are lucky that we've had a series, and we should be really proud of these surveys, massive population-based surveys, both in adults and in children and young people. And the most recent child mental health survey showed a small increase in school-aged children, but included 17 to 19-year-olds, and at that point, the prevalence of particularly anxiety, depression and self-harm was over a fifth in young women. And that's caught the government's attention, and we should be really worried about that, particularly those of us that work with that age group. particularly because the adult survey that goes from age 16, and the first one was in the 1990s, then there was one in 2000, 2007 and 2014, also showed a blip in anxiety, depression and self-harm among 16 to 24-year-old women. Mm-hmm. Now, I can't explain why, but I think that's a rather long answer to, yes, I do think now, I am convinced in our own country that the mental health of our young people, particularly our young women, but it's also there for young men to a lesser extent, is deteriorating. And this recent study from Stephen Collishaw and Ruth Sellers, which suggests that the outcomes are worse for more recent cohorts, should really focus our minds.
Thank you. Okay. Catherine, you were going to give a perspective from the third sector. Do you want to say a few words to start off with?
Sure. Well, I think there's an increasing amount of activity in this whole area in recent years, and that is incredibly welcome. There are a number of organisations, particularly in the third sector, who I think have been working on mental health for quite a number of years, and Place to Be is one of just one of those. Many working at a local level, particularly somebody touched on this morning on close to local communities, and I think that is where the third sector is particularly strong at working, providing services targeted and tailored close to service users and tailored to local community needs. I think also within the third sector there are organisations that provide services, but also where we take that learning and then try and use that to give examples of what works really well and then push for policy change. So really it's the service user voice. So examples of organisations in the mental health field, and particularly for children and young people, Young Minds, Place to Be does a little bit of that. Mind is also a really important organisation in this area. So where we're both providing the service, but also trying to use the examples taken from local communities and push and make change within the system. And I think we heard this morning about how important it is to engage with government. We mightn't always agree with what government are saying or doing, but it's so important to engage because as a third sector organisation, we exist to try and also deliver real change within the national system as a whole, where we are filling the gaps. I think when it comes to children and young people's mental health, Place to Be is an example of one organisation sitting across that world of health, which in the public sector traditionally I think has been more separate, and then education, which is another system. And so at this point, we're really trying to bring those two worlds together. And I think there is progress. It's always good to see positive change and look at examples of solutions. So the government's Green Paper, which is now being implemented in the early trailblazers, is an example of where many of us have worked for a number of years and really tried to push forward what is needed in order to deliver the change in the system as a whole. In terms of our work in schools, we really believe in and see the evidence and value of a whole school approach, which is promoting positive mental health, as well as then identifying and addressing mental health problems early on and connected in with the specialist health system. Mm-hmm. And I think that really works.
Thank you. Jenny, do you want to give a view from your sort of specialist perspective on some children with particularly challenging issues?
Yeah, so I'm coming from a background where I work with children with neurodevelopmental conditions like autism and developmental language disorder, dyslexia. And while these are not mental health conditions in themselves, children with these kinds of neurodevelopmental conditions are at higher relative risk of mental health problems compared to their typically developing peers, and particularly at risk of emotional difficulties and behaviour difficulties that might impact on classroom behaviour, for example, quite often as a result of not being understood or not understanding what's happening in that particular context. So I think when we're linking it to this debate around providing universal or targeted mental health support, I think there are certain populations that we know are at greater risk and that we could intervene earlier in a kind of light touch way to make classrooms more adaptive and friendly to children with additional needs that could prevent problems coming later down the line.
Thank you. So both Jenny and you, Catherine, touched on this sort of intersection between education and health. Tamsin, to what extent do you think mental health is an issue for schools, first and foremost? Not for a moment suggesting that schools can avoid mental health issues or don't have a role to play, but to what extent do you think schools should be the main mechanism by which we tackle this issue?
That's a really interesting question. I think schools really need to engage in this for two reasons. Firstly, the national surveys have demonstrated consistently that teachers and schools are our frontline mental health service. And there is a huge cost, opportunity cost, in terms of the big panel meetings. So we're spending a fortune in schools in related mental health contacts, but not necessarily sorting the mental health problem. So there is a huge burden on schools of trying to manage children who have poor mental health. But equally, if you have poor mental health, your ability to access your education is vastly reduced. Most emotional disorders or difficulties will stop you concentrating. Poor attendance is related in a bivariable, a bivariable way with anxiety, depression, and self-harm, for example. Behaviour problems which affect at least 1 in 20 to the point that's impairing people's development, so that's 1 or 2 in every classroom. The educational and social outcomes are appalling, but also that not only affects the child, but it affects their peers. So I think schools have no choice but to engage in this because they can't get on with their actual day job, which is teaching, if they can't make those accommodations. But equally, we are insisting in many countries in the world that everybody goes to school, and if there are impacts of the school system on people's health, I don't think, that there's a ethical principle there. Should we be exposing children and young people who have no choice to a system that cannot meet their needs and might actually impact adversely on their health?
Mm-hmm. So, Catherine, just coming to you for a moment, you've talked about bridging health and education, but continuing the theme, I hear a lot of schools recognise the mental health problem, and increasingly globally as well. It used to be that some developed countries this was an issue, but now I'm hearing it in lots of other countries. So they recognise the problem, but feel quite powerless to fix it. What's your experience from the front line in terms of how to get education and health to work together to support children better?
So I think in our experience, it starts with the school leadership and having an absolute champion head teacher, so a school leader, head teacher and governing body who understand the importance of mental health. And as Tamsin said, the impact that that has on a child's ability to engage in learning, to be in the classroom, to sit, to whatever the content of the curriculum is, but to be able to take on board learning and develop positively. So it really starts at that school leadership level. And then, again, in our experience, it filters all the way through to class teachers, their understanding and how they can engage and work with children. And in the case of, some children they might find particularly challenging, but recognizing that there may be something that lies behind behavior. Mm-hmm. So the class teacher plays a really important role. It's also particularly in the primary school, it's where the little ones are, it's where they grow, they develop. So there's an opportunity, and most parents really want their child to develop positively. What parent wouldn't? So again, there's an opportunity there to engage particularly communities where there may be much more complex social issues, and to be able to connect with the parents who play such a huge, huge vital role in early intervention and prevention. If we can assist parents be the best that they can be in their roles, that also it's about all the adults around the child, really.
So, Jenny, did you want to comment? I mean, having been a speech and language therapist, you probably think like an economist. And that is, sometimes the fine words aren't matched with resource. And so what we're talking about here is what we would like to see. What's the reality from your bit of the world?
I think the reality is that services are increasingly pressed, and we need to be smarter about how we prioritise who gets specialist help, who gets sort of more targeted interventions, and what might be universally appropriate at a kind of population level, taking a public health approach to these kinds of issues. And I think there's some good research evidence that with supported training, the sort of more universal risks associated with low-income backgrounds, for example, we can sort of provide nurturing environments in schools that support young children who might be at risk of developmental language and communication problems quite effectively. But when they're severe and persistent, then I think we do need specialists to come on board. And I think it's very, very difficult to know where, you know, to have good predictive models of who needs what, because there is a lot of variation. So I don't have a smart answer to it, but I think it's a really interesting problem. And I think if we can work more in the early years and in prevention, we'll be seeing the benefits much later on.
So Tamsin, can I take you up on that? So as a parent with 2 kids in a regularly funded comprehensive school that's very good, I've observed the increasing pressure on the school to tackle this issue, generally not accompanied by extra resource. And my fear is that some of the children with the greatest needs are falling through what is a sort of attempt to do a kind of universal intervention, but isn't quite universal. And even when you identify children who perhaps Jenny's talking about have particular additional needs, there isn't the resource to follow in behind. So in a sense, you're sort of saying, identify the problem, but you haven't got a solution. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, as a medic, I have a real problem with this, and I have debates with people a lot, and I'm researching ways of identifying. I don't think we're at the point where we should be suggesting systematic screening, although I know some schools are doing it, because if you identify a problem, then I think you have to do something about it. And I think there is a flip side to that, where you get schools where they're very hard pressed and they turn away. And, you know, I've given a talk somewhere outside this region where there's a couple of hundred secondary school senior leadership team, pastoral support people talking about behaviour, where it was perfectly acceptable for someone to stand up and say, well, if I identify a mental health problem, I have to do something about it, which kind of took my breath away. But I get where they're coming from, because they don't have the resources, and, you know, resources are finite. But I think there are lots of things that can be done that wouldn't necessarily cost a huge amount of money. So bullying, whether it's cyberbullying or ordinary bullying, is one of our most tractable public mental health problems. It casts a shadow over childhood mental health, but also one that extends into adulthood. And actually, children who bully, they learn that that's an effective way of getting what they want, and they grow up and they become adults that bully. And there are lots of evidence-based anti-bullying programs. We're just not very good at implementing them, and actually they're often not expensive or difficult. I think the including being mentally healthy within PSHE, which will become mandatory in the UK from this September, is
Do you want to say what that is for our international
Yes,
colleagues?
sorry. This is personal, social, health and economic education, or kind of citizenship. And it's often, it hasn't been mandatory, and it was often delivered by the person who doesn't run away fast enough. I think actually we should be turning it into a specialism and placing more seriousness on it, because of all the things you learn at school, actually how to look after your health and how to interact socially with people is probably amongst the most useful. And there are some simple things that could go in that would be really helpful, like helping children, and you can do it at different levels, right from nursery up to kind of sixth form, in terms of how you regulate your emotions. So with the very little children, it would be about identifying different feelings and how they make you feel. By the time you get to your teenage years, you can be thinking on an individual level about what triggers you and what makes you upset or frightened or sad, and then what you do about it. So before somebody enters a phase when they're faced, and, you know, life stresses hit all of us at some point, but you've got some preparation. The way we tell people about drugs, the way we teach them to drive, the way we teach people to cross the road. So I think, you know, that's a universal thing. And then I think we can't expect teachers to be therapists because they're very busy doing other things. But what we can give them in their teacher training is really good classroom management skills, and also the information about finding high quality, calling back to the lecture this morning, high quality information on mental health, such as MindEd, or the Royal College of Psychiatrists has some leaflets for parents, carers and professionals, or the Healthy Schools. You know, there are some places where there's some really useful high quality information that teachers can dip into when they need to. And then maybe for a small group of teachers who are taking on pastoral roles, we should be training them more about how do you deal with a child that's just admitted that they're self-harming or feel suicidal, you know, what to do in that crisis, because the teachers often are the people who are faced with that, and we don't train them for it, and they find it very frightening and very upsetting.
Mm-hmm. And so if there's a skeptic in the room and they're listening to this, they might be saying, well, what's changed? Why do we think there has been this evidenced increase in mental health problems in this particular age group? Surely, if it's real, then what we really need to be doing is getting a handle on the causes of that, rather than leaving it to the school system to, in a sense, kind of try and cope with the consequences of that. Have you got any thoughts from your frontline practice, so to speak?
Well, I think the system is somewhat creaking in all aspects. So we need to do something in all of the areas. I think there's work required within the school system. I think we have to keep pushing forward with that. I think not every issue, not every child needs a specialist, just as you're saying. So there's lots that parents can do. There's lots that class teachers can do in their role as an educator and as a class teacher. We can teach children in peer groups. We run a service such as called Place to Talk, which is a drop-in self-referral, where you can see the little ones in the primary school, where a main issue can be bullying can come through, friendship issues can come through, and we can help them sort those problems out themselves in a solution-focused way, and to see how they can role model that themselves and take the lead on finding solutions so that those problems don't become more entrenched, and they also have developed that behaviour to actually sort out problems. Mm-hmm. So there are things that we can do within the school system. I think there's also so much we can do to join up the systems. As I say, it's a bit like having two worlds that work on two different timetables. The academic curriculum, or the academic timetable and academic year within school, and then the health system, and just helping the systems to understand each other. And we're seeing some of that already, where if we join up, usually locally, make the connections between the health service, and it's usually down to somebody who's skilled up a person in a school, and just to understand each other in the different language, the more diagnostic language, as opposed to, I'm really worried about a child who's quite withdrawn and shy, you know, and rather than going through a more medical model. But if we can share a language, connect individuals, then that can also help. So we're making better use of resources that are within the system.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. And Jenny, from your perspective, because I'm really conscious we keep coming back to this issue of targeted versus universal, and the group that you're dealing with, by any measure, require additional support.
Yeah.
Are you concerned that in the sort of massive focus that we have now on mental health in schools, that some of those particularly needy children, if you want to describe it in that way, are going to lose out? Or are you positive that mental health is now on the agenda for all schools?
I think it's going to be a positive thing that we're having conversations about mental health in lots of different contexts. There might be specialist things that people need to know about, for example, difficulties that might be particular stressors for those with autism spectrum conditions, but I don't think that takes away from the need for general mental health awareness. So it might be that we have a similar model that Tamsin was referring to earlier, that there's a kind of baseline knowledge that maybe every education practitioner should have around mental health, but then those who are offering more targeted support for students with additional conditions can then go on and do more specialist training. I think just getting a good baseline would be a fantastic start for these students.
Okay, so Tamsin, I mean, so far we've talked a lot about what schools might do. We might have targeted, we might have universal interventions. And we've talked about the fact that we think there's a genuine increase in the number of young people presenting with these issues. As yet, I haven't really heard a good answer as to what we're doing differently now that's caused this. Is it bad parenting, quote unquote? Is it socioeconomic deprivation worsening and therefore the circumstances of children worsening? Is it that we've changed the curriculum? Have we got overly focused on things that then cause anxiety? Do we have good evidence on what's caused this split? Because, as I said, we're hearing about it from other countries that previously it was very much a North American, UK kind of focused, and now lots and lots of countries are engaging with this.
Well, it is the million-dollar question, and the short answer is no, we don't have good data. For people who are interested in this area, I'd refer you to Stefan Kolishaw's work, because he's examined trends globally in mental health problems, and actually deprivation and income inequality particularly does seem to contribute majorly. If you ask young people themselves, particularly in this country, exam stress is always right up there, and bullying. Some of the sort of common candidates like family structure, supervision, Stefan Kolishaw with Barbara Morn did a Nuffield-funded project with some of the national survey data, comparing it to birth cohort data, and demonstrated very elegantly that actually those most vulnerable to poor mental health, actually family structure has no impact whatsoever. It's the quality of the family functioning, and parental supervision, if anything, is higher amongst the most deprived and the most vulnerable than it is amongst other areas. So those are kind of off the table probably. And social media is the big one. Everyone's, the assumption is that this seems, certainly in this country, to have increased when social media has become more available. It's correlation, not causation. We have no longitudinal data, so we desperately need some longitudinal data to study this. At a cross-sectional level, those in our most recent national survey, which was 2017, the children with mental health conditions were more likely to feel out of control with their social media and online presence, to feel that they couldn't be themselves, to have both experienced and bullied people via social media, and to spend more time. But what's chicken and what's egg? If you're depressed and withdrawn, that might give you more time to be online, or you might be doing lots of selfies. And I think, our measures are so blunt. It's sort of how many hours are you on your computer or your iPhone. There's a hell of a lot of difference between watching TED Talks and Numberphile, or, consulting your peers through WhatsApp about what the homework was, to being on Instagram looking at selfies and things. So I think we need to, more research is needed, but I would say that wouldn't take us more research.
Always need more research. Okay, so I'm going to open it up to the floor now, so I'm sure that we've probably got questions. We've got a microphone there, and we've got a microphone there. Any questions that people want to ask around this issue?
That was so interesting, and I think the point about family structure having no impact, that really needs to be foregrounded to the Daily Mail and these newspapers.
Yes.
Because there's always this stigmatising of, for example, lone mothers or families who are constructed in different ways, but it's about the quality of the interaction within whatever family you're in.
Yeah,
that message is so important.
It is, and once, the thing is, if you just look at lone parents or reconstituted or complex families compared to children where they're both biological parents. And I have to say, I was flabbergasted in the first survey in 1999. They still were analysing by married or not, let alone living with two biological parents. There will be more single parents and reconstituted families that have a child with poorer mental health. But once you adjust for socioeconomic status measured in a number of different ways and family functioning, it just goes away. The family structure per se, and Barbara Morn and Stefan Kolishaw demonstrated it very elegantly in longitudinal data, that really family structure is not where it's at, it's family functioning. That's not to say that something that we couldn't do to help families is support for families living in tough circumstances and support with parenting, because it's a complex and difficult task, as those of us who are parents will know. And you don't get an instruction manual, and actually, 5% of the population have really impairing behaviour problems. If it was 5% of the child population had diabetes, I suspect the treatment would be more available than parenting courses. And we need to get smart. We're not going to have the funds to bring back all the children's centres and have more people offering parenting courses, but maybe we can put them online, and maybe for many parents that perhaps with a bit of support will be enough to get the family back on track.
And we shouldn't lose our ambition. I mean, parenting and parenting interventions are an area where we've actually got a reasonably good evidence base of impact.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you get to families early enough.
Yeah.
So there's a question there, and there.
I'm interested in a couple of things that have been said through the day. One that was said by Andreas was that teachers tend to teach the way they were taught rather than the way that the research suggests. I think the same can be true, can be said of parents to a certain extent, that we parent the way we were parented rather than the way that we should parent. My wife is chair of governance at our local primary school, and they put on various activities to try and support mental health initiatives. And all the people that come to it are all the people that perhaps don't need to, and all the people that should come to it are all the people that don't come to it. And what I'm quite interested in is what primary schools might be able to do, given the staffing and resourcing constraints of schools, to look at how a community of parents can support a community of children. So that where you've got those parents that are coming in and who are engaging with those mental health initiatives that can support children other than their own, which indirectly would support their own children because classrooms would be less disruptive and so forth. And maybe that's a mechanism that could be explored to engage a broader group of adults. You mentioned that it's about all of the adults around the child. And what my wife is experiencing frustration with working with the head teacher is they keep on trying to put on these things that are they're a little bit gentle. They're a little bit like, we're going to put this thing on and we're hoping that the people that it's for come. But they don't, and they feel really sensitive about telling the people who it's for that they're the people who it's for and that they should come, because the potential negative consequences of the reaction to that are quite difficult. Whereas I suspect there are quite a lot of other parents in the community that would be interested in engaging in ways that would help the broader community of children in the schools.
Thank you. So, Catherine, maybe you can take that one in a minute. Should we just get a couple of questions? There's a question there and then a question there.
Yeah, just a quick one. I'm on the governing body of a secondary school not far from here. And one of the things we've looked at is, what our policy is what the school's policy is going to be on the possession and usage of mobile phones in schools. And are you aware of any data that differentiates between schools that do have a quote-unquote ban on students using mobile phones during the school day and schools that don't, and whether any differences between the effect on students' well-being and mental health with regards to those two different policies?
Okay, we'll take the third question.
This relates to the years sector and early intervention. I'm introducing all the 10 years teaching school, and we're very lucky in this area where we've got some maintained nursery schools, some very highly qualified teachers who are actually fully aware of child development. We also have a number of private nurseries, which are really the main sector providing support now for early years. And they don't actually have qualified teachers, and in some of them, they look beautiful nurseries, and they're providing what families want with very long hours, but they don't necessarily have the understanding of child development. So my perception is they're not necessarily identifying problems that we need to be identifying in early intervention. And I'm interested whether you see this as a long-term problem or whether it's just spotting from the work that I've been doing.
Okay, thank you. So, starting with you, Catherine, what's your thoughts on
parenting and reaching those who really need the support? Well, I think in our experience, so usually within the school, the school and the school team will know will know the different families and know the parents. And then there's a case of making a concerted effort, identifying who might be in the best position to reach the parent. And I think that's where being an organisation that is one step outside of the school, so we're working within the school, but we're a little bit independent. I know I've heard our teams talk about, you know, the wet therapist in the rain on the Tuesday afternoon who just happens to be at the school gate at 5 to 3 or 5 past 3 every Tuesday afternoon to try and connect and engage with moms or dad, whoever it is. So I think there's one piece which is having somebody with the skills and time to, and the school identifying which parents they really, really want to reach and finding the best person to do that. I also think there is a role for parenting groups, parenting skills, which can be provided within the school, and we're seeing schools who do that, and parents who will take it up when you've broken down the stigma, when now that we're talking more about mental health and kind of, you know, getting this, so there's less stigma about it. So being able to provide some of that support, whether it's a group work program, but even the school providing links to some of the resources, the information and everything that's already out there. And I think also Tamsin's point about putting some materials online or even parenting courses online, there is also something that we could do there. But peer-to-peer for parents, I think that also helps in everybody kind of making that concerted effort to get to the parents that we want to get to. But there's breaking down the stigma. Tamsin.
Just to follow on from that before I answer the second question, I've just moved from the West Country, and I think sadly it was disbanded, but the Plymouth Parent Partnership got some funding where they trained up parents within their, what was euphemistically called their excellent cluster, but it was a cluster of very deprived schools. And contrary to what people think about Devon, there are real pockets of deprivation. And so these were parents who had credibility, and it was the model that you're talking about, that they were slightly removed, but they were given space, they were supported and supervised by, I think it was a charity called Children Action for Children, who did the parenting courses, but the step below was to have these parenting support advisors who were other parents. So it's not the teacher coming up saying, oh, well, there's this thing on parenting. It's very difficult to get people into parenting courses because implicitly you're saying you're not very good at this, where in fact what it might be is you have no control over who comes to live with you. Some of us score an angel, but most of us don't. And some children are more difficult to be with than others. But, you know, perhaps it was highly successful. They weren't necessarily full-time in any school, but it was, you know, one step removed from the school, not a professional who could then engage and have coffee and kind of coax people in. And then moving on to the question that I was answered, which I've now gone blank on. Mobile phones, thank you. This is a really interesting and tricky question for families as well as schools, I think. And actually, I was involved with a rapid review of behaviour policies with the Education Endowment Fund, with a team from Exeter, where I've just moved from. But also we had other experts that they brought in, and this was one of the things that we debated. And so I'm fairly confident that there is no evidence on this. It's all too new for us to have good data. But I think the consensus we came to was it didn't matter too much what the policy was, as long as it was accepted by the staff body and was consistently applied. And I think there are arguments for and against. So, you know, if you're in a really rural area and there's, you know, flash floods or something, children might need to be in contact with their parents and their parents might need to be in contact with them. I imagine that none of us would disagree that there ought to be a ban on phones being used in lesson time, the same way as, you know, it's not very polite to sit in meetings buried on your phone. But whether or not there should be no phones, my own children's school tried it and then removed it because actually lots of children were wanting to read on their phone, or, you know, it caused all kinds of problems. But I think it's for you and your staff to work out what fits your context, which you will know better than anybody else, and then have a policy that's consistently applied. And that's probably more important than what the policy is at this point till we have the evidence.
By contrast, sleep is causally related to both learning and mental health. So schools giving very directed advice to parents about not having phones in bedrooms and what time they come away might be more useful in terms of impacting.
Yeah.
I was a very mean parent. There you go.
Me too.
Jenny, the question about the quality of nursery staff, or more generally, how we worry about the skill base of our early years provision, especially in the private sector. This really lands on early diagnosis of some of the conditions that you're talking about. Have you got any thoughts that you have?
Yeah, of course, quality massively matters at this age because of the impact all the way through the lifespan, and we know that we are lucky in the UK to have outstanding beacons in our state nurseries where we have got qualified teachers and excellent examples of practice. And I no doubt there are excellent examples in the private sector too, and probably because of the pressures on childcare, private sector's not going to go away. So the question really is about how to do shared learning between the different sectors. I think it's an interesting tie-in, Anna, to your points earlier about quality of FE education. Lots of the practitioners working in private nursery settings in the UK might come through those kinds of sectors and also be on quite low wages. So I think there are questions we need to ask as a society about how we value those who are looking after our children and the quality of training and preparation they have. I guess there are no easy answers to this. I think models of kind of outreach and pairing are quite good. I know certainly for early years speech and language programs like LCLAN go in and provide training that's continuing professional development for early years practitioners, and those kind of models seem to be quite successful in raising awareness, even if the baseline qualifications for entry might be relatively low, but there's still opportunities for learning in those sectors.
Okay, so we're now getting in the way of coffee. Final question. Oh, look, you put your hand down. Coffee must be good. We'll take one final question.
Sorry. Yeah, thank you so much. I was wondering, like, these days, practices like meditation or mindfulness are getting increasingly popular in classroom settings because it can teach us values like compassion and kindness and acceptance, self-esteem, all these things. So what do you think about incorporating those kinds of practices into curricula?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think practice is running way ahead of the evidence here. So there is a big trial being run out of Oxford University. There have been, I think there was a recent trial in Norway, Scandinavia, somewhere that's only just published, which used a manualised programme as a with secondary school students. It showed a tiny impact on well-being, maybe, but it wasn't terribly convincing. The UK trial won't report for another 18 months. So I think I am somebody who's done yoga for 25 years and I do meditate, so you might all think I'm bonkers now, but for me, it works. It won't be a panacea for everyone. We need a lot of strategies by which people can boost their mental health. But I think there is not sufficient evidence to put it in curricula and make it compulsory just yet. Maybe we will get there. And so there's better evidence for teacher mental health, actually, where there have been things like reductions in blood pressure. But again, as a psychiatrist, the idea of making that compulsory, we only treat people compulsorily under section. So to insist that teachers have to do mindfulness, I don't think is a very helpful approach.
I did try. I got impatient. Thank you all so much for what's been a really interesting discussion and debate, and thank you for some excellent questions. And so it just leaves me to say a huge thank you.
Well, thank you again to all four of you and to Anna for doing a double stint there. We do now have a refreshment break, a chance to talk, to have that other part of the conference until past. I look forward to seeing you back here for the final session to hear from Usha, the Yidan Laureate for research. See you shortly. Welcome back, everybody, to our final session. And if I turn this on, it will work even better. Welcome back to our final session, and it's a huge pleasure to have with us the Yidan Laureate for Research from 2019. And we've seen much of her. We had the prize giving yesterday, which was a fantastic event. But it's a real pleasure to hear from her. I should just say that Leon Feinstein, who was supposed to be here challenging her and questioning her, isn't able to be with us. And because my middle name is Leon, I've been asked to substitute. But the rest of it is not me. I'm not a professor at Oxford, but I will have a few questions. But first, it is a fantastic pleasure to have you with us. Usha spoke at the very first Yidan Prize Conference we held here in Cambridge. So a couple of years on, she's won the prize. Who knows what that means for anyone else who's spoken here? Usha, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So yesterday I said in the ceremony what an honour it was to be a Yidan Laureate. And I'd just like to say that it's also an absolute privilege to be elected the same year as Sir Faisal. Having heard what Erin told us about him as a person and about his work, I really feel privileged that I'm a laureate in the same year as he was. So I'll try and tell you a bit about my research, which has led to the prize. So I've been interested in how children learn to read ever since I was a primary school teacher. And learning to read actually involves many different skills. And for a long time, the fact that it's a visually based activity was seen to be the most important sort of stepping stone for the child to move into reading. But actually, it turns out that individual differences in children's visual skills do not predict individual differences in literacy outcomes. It's actually individual differences in language skills. And if you think about it, that makes sense because reading is interpreting speech when it's written down with a visual code. And so that means that individual differences in how well children can process the speech signal are going to lead to individual differences in how they acquire literacy. So we have a lot of work from cognitive developmental psychology and behavioral education studies showing us that in language after language, the core predictor of individual differences in learning to read is children's access to phonology. So phonology just means the sound structure of the language. What are the sounds that make up words? How are those sounds put together? That's the phonological system of a language, and it's children's ability to reflect on that system that determines their reading outcomes. So although we learn language to become a user of language in our communities, to comprehend and engage and be part of the social group, we're always thinking about what words mean. This is thinking about what words sound like. What are the sound elements in words? And again, there's been a lot of behavioral research across languages which says, well, actually, there's a language universal sequence in how children develop their awareness of the sound structure of words. It's not age-related, it's related to schooling. So if you never went to school, you never reached the level of the phoneme, which is the smallest unit of sound that changes meaning in a word, which in the English orthography is what the alphabet works. The alphabet works at that phoneme level. But prior to being taught about phonemes, children do develop phonological awareness of the sound structure of words, and they seem to develop awareness of syllables and then awareness of rhymes. And so individual differences in that preschool awareness, which seems to be an automatic part of language acquisition, determines how quickly and how well children who are then taught an alphabet or taught a different spelling system can learn these smaller units that make up the written script. So in fact, there's an extra level, which is the stressed syllable level, and that's the level that taps into language rhythm. So if we think about these different phonological units, we can think of a kind of linguistic hierarchy. So you have whole words at the top with their stressed syllable pattern, which is their rhythm pattern. So the example I've given for English is garden. It's got a strong first syllable and a weak second syllable because we put all the stress on the gar part of garden. Most English words are like that, the strong, weak pattern. Mummy, daddy, baby, doggy. So even if a word like dog only has one syllable, when we're talking to small children, we just change it automatically and unconsciously to match that stressed syllable patterning. And it's that stressed syllable organization that gives languages their distinctive acoustic rhythm structures. Then, of course, you can break any word up into its individual syllables, so children's awareness of that seems to develop next. And then you can develop awareness of what linguists call the onset rhyme distinction, which is essentially that you divide any syllable at the vowel. So a language like English or Danish is another example. We tend to have quite complex syllables, so when you divide at the vowel, you still have quite a lot of sounds. So say you've got a word like stamp in English, that's one syllable, but you've got two sounds before the vowel, s and t, and then the rhyme itself, amp, has three sounds in it. If you were learning Italian, almost every syllable would just have two sounds, the onset and the rhyme, which would also be the consonant phoneme and the vowel phoneme. But as a language universal, it's this onset rhyme level that develops before reading. And then as children are taught a spelling system, typically they develop awareness of so-called phonemes, these smallest sound elements that change meaning in words. So I've grouped together the A and the R in the gar syllable of garden because that's a vowel R sound. G-R is actually two sounds in that syllable. And that is typically learned through being taught, actively being taught an alphabet or another spelling system. Children then attain that level. If they've had good phonological awareness at the other levels, they can attain that level very quickly. And I wrote start here at the top because if you think about when we speak to babies, we really emphasize rhythm in baby talk. So we wouldn't just say to the baby, shall we go in the garden? Sorry, shall we go to the garden? We'd say, shall we go to the garden? And we'd really, again, be emphasizing this rhythm pattern. So if we look at children who struggle to learn to read, so children with developmental dyslexia, actually you find that they have impairments at every level of this phonological hierarchy. So classically, people have just noticed it when these children aren't able to learn to read very quickly and efficiently. So for a long time, people thought, well, there's a problem in dyslexia with phoneme awareness. But actually, if you're learning a very transparent spelling system, like, say, Finnish or Spanish or Italian, where you've also got the simple syllable structure with just the onset, with the onset and rhyme just being two sounds, children with dyslexia actually learn very efficiently grapheme-phoneme correspondences or letter sound correspondences. The problem for them is that they're so slow at recoding to sound all the letter sounds in different words that they're still functionally dyslexic. For a language like English, they never attain fluency in learning the phonemes because we have such an ambiguous spelling system. But actually, again, across languages, children with dyslexia have problems in accessing phonology at each level of this linguistic hierarchy. So that means that the phoneme awareness problem is only the end state of a developmental pathway that started with their awareness of speech rhythm patterns. So I want to think about what these phonological structures or the representations in the brain of the phonological patterns in language are like before you learn to read. And an obvious way to think about this is babies, because babies have this big job of acquiring language. They're born into, they can't predict which language they're going to be born into. So there must be some universal aspects of brain processing that then enable this baby very quickly to actually become quite a fluent user of language within 3 or 4 years. This baby who at the beginning can just say goo, 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 will be able to converse almost like an adult. And babies really enjoy being spoken to. They'll do a lot of active work trying to get you to engage with them, make eye-to-eye contact, and talk to them. And when you do talk to a baby, particularly if you're looking in their eyes, you cannot inhibit using baby talk. So this exaggerated rhythmic patterning of baby talk seems to have some kind of biological necessity to get that language learning system in the brain off the ground. So we can actually study this. So one of my projects in the lab at the moment is looking at baby rhythm, trying to look at phonology as a multimodal system, because of course, although we think of language going in through the ear, so auditory processing matters. There's also a lot of cues on my face. You know, if you're finding it hard to hear me, but you can see my lips, that helps you reconstitute what I'm saying. And of course, the motor structures. So when I say a word, you also know how to say that word. Actually, the motor system in your brain is helping predict what I'm going to say next. So one of the important aspects of phonology is that it's multimodal. And so the baby's brain is learning about rhythm through visual rhythm, changes on the face, head movements. Actually, you tend to move your head in time with speech rhythm. They're learning about the visual dynamics, how the face changes when people speak. So it's been shown with adult experiments that just by watching a silent talking head, you can actually reconstitute the speech. And then, of course, this acoustic input. And what we've learned in the last decade or so is that one way that the brain encodes these rhythm structures in speech is by using brain waves or rhythms in the brain, which is called neural oscillations, which I'll talk about in a few minutes. But so rhythm is really fundamental to acquiring a language system, whichever language you're born into. Because of the way we speak, there's always going to be strong and weak syllables. You can't just talk in strong syllables all the time. So in order to speak, we're going to alternate rhythm patterns, and the baby's brain needs to encode those patterns. And one way we can do that, the way we're doing it actually in the Baby Rhythm Project, is just to give simple rhythmic inputs like a drum beat. So that's a drum beat every twice a second, so at 2 hertz, or a syllable, ta, 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 twice a second, starting as young as 2 months of age. And then we can both look at the brain, the acoustic brain, the auditory brain, processing it with our EEG equipment, which I'll also show you a bit later. But we also look at the visual processing of rhythm through eye tracking and whether babies move in time with these rhythmic inputs. And then once the babies get their own movement going, whether they can, for example, drum in time with the drum beat. And this slide just shows you how the brain is responding, even in a very young infant. I think this was a 4-month-old. You can see that there's patterns of responding. I think I can do it here, that are aligned to the beat. So these are changes in the brain waves that are in time with the beat. And so one thing we're interested in this project is whether we'll be able to predict individual differences in language outcomes from these simple measures. But as I said earlier, children with dyslexia struggle with every level of this linguistic hierarchy. And about 15 years ago, I started looking at their awareness of rhythm because I felt there was some issue with speech rhythm. And so we have a range of different data sets now using all sorts of different tasks. So this is just one example of a child-friendly rhythm structure task. So in this task, every syllable in an utterance is repeated by the syllable D. So say you were trying to recognize Harry Potter, you might hear dee-dee, dee-dee, which would fit Harry Potter. Or you might have a distractor trial where you hear something like dee-dee-dee-dee, the Lion King, which would be one of the other examples in the experiment. Or we had nursery rhymes. So English nursery rhymes are a very important part of early education. Jack and Jill went up the hill. D, 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 D. That would be the matching pattern. And what we found in study after study is that children with dyslexia were virtually at chance, actually. They found it really hard to hear which rhythm pattern of DDs went with, say, Harry Potter or went with the nursery rhyme. And they was even worse when you matched them to younger children whose brains had acquired the same level of reading. So that's an important experimental control because reading changes the brain fundamentally. So if you want to know what's wrong with dyslexia, you should match children with dyslexia not to other 10-year-olds who can read, but to 7-year-olds who are reading at the same level as the child with dyslexia who may be 10. And when you do that, the dyslexic children are still worse on these kind of tasks. We then decided to look at non-speech rhythms, so things like tapping in time with a metronome. So the metronome is going tick, 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 and we're asking the child tap, tap, tap. And we again did a number of studies varying the different beat rates. So I'm particularly interested in that 2 hertz, that twice a second rate, because again in linguistics it's been shown that across languages, on average, human speakers produce a stressed syllable twice a second. twice a second. So that means if that's where the brain starts with language, that would be a language universal thing the brain could lock onto. Whichever language you're hearing, it should get you at least into the game, as it were. And that's what we found, that the children with dyslexia were worse at tapping in time with these different rhythms. They were much more variable than other children. And that variability predicted their reading and spelling outcomes, even though tapping with your fingers doesn't seem to be related to reading a sentence or spelling a word, but it was accounting for large amounts of unique variance, even when you controlled, say, for age, IQ, and so on. And so I also then got interested in musical rhythm because I was looking for ways to remediate. So I'll give you an example of one of our tasks. This is a simple tune on a chime bar, and your job is to decide whether the rhythm is the same in both. So you'll hear two little tunes. Is the rhythm the same? Or at least it was working earlier. Why isn't it working now? Well, I'll mimic it for you. So you'd hear something like ding, 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 ding. That was meant to be a different trial. So the first one was a bit different from the second one. And if you were hearing the chime bar, it would have been clearer. But the finding was that, again, children with dyslexia couldn't really hear when the rhythm changed. And that was, again, true when you compared them to children who were much younger than them, but who could read the same number of words. So there seems to be something really fundamentally difficult for the dyslexic brain with rhythm. So, of course, I was looking into this because I was trying to understand the brain basis of dyslexia. So we've now talked about the cognitive level, i.e. the child's ability to reflect on the sound structure of words, which we think then determines the behavioral level of reading success. Now at the sensory level, we're saying, well, there's a problem with rhythm for the dyslexic brain. So in regard to the speech signal, that means that there's a core difficulty in basically recovering the prosodic structure, the patterning of these strong and weak signals. So now we have to think, well, how could that be going wrong in the brain? Because if we can figure out the causal mechanism, of course, we can do something about it. So I'd become interested in this work on so-called oscillations, about just the fact that, our brain is full of brain cells that are always oscillating from sending a little impulse of electrical energy to recovering from sending another impulse. So if you think about large networks of cells in the brain, those networks can be effectively oscillating between an active state and an off state, so on, off, on, off. And that's happening all the time, even when you're asleep. The interesting thing about language processing is that when the speech signal comes in and your brain hears some speech beginning, then it's as though those internal oscillators, which are going on all the time, they kind of say, oh, hello, something's coming. They start again, but they're now in time with the rhythms in speech. So I'll try and give you a feeling for what that's like. So basically, if you think about the brain as a processing mechanism, those brain cells can either be on or off. So they're not representing our world continuously, even though we all experience a continuous world. They're making little sampling of the different sensory signals in the environment, and then they're adding that all together in your brain. You're never aware of it. You just hear me speaking. But actually, in order for your auditory or visual or motor processing to go on when you're hearing speech, so you're hearing words like banana, what's happening is that different networks in your brain are sampling me saying banana at different time scales. So one mechanism will be interested in where's the stressed syllable patterning. Another of the oscillators will be saying where are the syllable divisions. Another oscillator will be saying where's the onset rhyme distinction. So these are happening at different temporal rates, but they're all being put together by the brain so that you just experience the seamless percept of someone speaking. So that would be true for any sensory system, this sampling aspect. And so in terms of building up a system for phonology, it means in all of these three modalities, motor, visual, and acoustic, these brain rhythms, getting in time with the information in the signal, is actually one of the mechanisms for representing our sensory world. So I'll try and give you a metaphor for that. So if you were in a forest where there are a lot of fireflies, they would be signaling at random. It's very beautiful to watch. But if you imagine that they all decided to signal at the same time, then you'd get light pulsing at you in some kind of rhythm. That's basically what happens with your brain cells. So that if we measure in the brain, so each individual dot here now would be a particular brain cell being on or off with time along the x-axis. But if you summarize all of those individual on-offs, then you get a brain rhythm. So this is an example of what you get by averaging this. But this is happening throughout the whole brain at many different temporal rates. So this just happens to be 10 times a second or 10 hertz. But you can see how the mechanism would work in terms of representing then the structure of sensory input. And the additional thing which I mentioned already is that, so here are some brain cells oscillating roughly 5 times a second, a theta rate. But now somebody starts speaking here. And you can see that these oscillators all realign. They kind of phase reset or resynchronize themselves to be in time now with the information in speech. And now you can see that they're all hierarchically organized and they're in time with each other. And that's a very important mechanism for representing the speech signal by your brain. So what I'm arguing is that in order to get to language, which is what we need for reading, actually we need these mechanisms to be working properly, that these brain cells in all these large networks are oscillating in time with that information in the signal. And regarding speech processing, a lot of work in adult neuroscience has suggested there are 4 important rates. So roughly twice a second, which seems to link to the stress syllable patterning in language. Roughly 5 times a second, most people say about 5 syllables a second. Then this faster rates, beta and gamma, which relate to things like phonetic structure. But the very important mechanistic point is that they're nested in the brain, so that the slowest oscillation is controlling the time of occurrence of the faster oscillations. So there's an information hierarchy in this oscillatory system, which, interestingly, seems rather reminiscent of that linguistic hierarchy that we looked at in the speech signal. So we can think about this, that in dyslexia, we know there are phonological difficulties. I at least showed you a bit of our data. We know that there are rhythmic difficulties at the sensory level. What about encoding these rhythm patterns in speech? So this is all about so-called amplitude modulations or modulations in loudness, and then their rise times, which is the time it reaches to reach a peak in any oscillation. So the rise time will be slower for a slower oscillation and much steeper for a fast oscillation. And you need to be able to discriminate the difference between those slow and fast rise times if your brain is going to lock on to all this complex information in the speech signal in a way that's accurate. So basically we know, I'm just going to now talk about audition, but we know that this is going on in auditory cortex anyway. We know that when someone starts speaking, the brain resynchronizes itself. It uses those rise times for that resynchronization process. So it means you need to be able to hear those rise times very accurately for your brain to be able to use its own information hierarchy to represent that linguistic hierarchy in the speech signal, because it's all going on at the same time. You're just experiencing one percept, but in your brain, all division of labor and then added back up. So I thought a nice metaphor for this is Irish dancing. So I don't know how many people who aren't familiar with it, but in Irish dancing, you don't move much of your body, you just move your feet, and you've got to be bang on the beat, bang on time. And we can think about the brain having the same job, because each oscillating system has to be bang on time for you to get a clean perception of the speech signal. So if we think about the delta band or the theta band, 2 hertz, 5 hertz, or the faster ones, if you think about them as Irish dancers who've got to be perfectly in time or perfectly in phase, we can say in phase with each other, in sync with each other, then you're a child who's got a good chance of having a well-functioning language system, because all that sensory information is organized the way it should be. Your brain can just lock onto it and start building up language. So this is all quite sort of complicated, and actually there are many other ways of thinking about the speech signal. So what I tried to do here is show you somebody saying the words 97232. So this is time along this axis. And the top representation is what's still in all the textbooks. So this is frequency or pitch on this axis. And you can see that 9, there's a lot of frequency change around the vowel, or 7, again, there's a lot of frequency change around the vowel. But there aren't very clear cues to where the words begin and end. An alternative way of plotting the same information is to take the amplitude of the signal, or the energy, the sound intensity, and then look at how that changes over time. And you can see there's basically one blob of sound for each syllable. So that's particularly clear here. We've got the 2-syllable word 7. If you were counting to a rhythm, you would say 9, 7, 2. So you'd kind of swallow the second syllable to keep on the beat. And you can see that reflected in the signal because there's a much bigger energy pulse for the stressed syllable than for the unstressed syllable. And so that suggests that if we think about the brain, the speech signal in terms of the amplitude modulations, that might be a sort of better handle on individual differences than these pitch changes. And in fact, I partly got this idea when I was at Great Ormond Street because I was working with the cochlear implant team there. And if you build a cochlear implant for a deaf brain, you do not give the deaf brain all this stuff. You basically choose a few channels to give the pitch information through the amplitude envelope. And that really reduced information is enough for a child who gets an implant as an infant to develop a really good spoken language system. So there's something very fundamental about that amplitude information. Another way of thinking about it is to try and put the two ways of representing the signal together. So this is a 3D model, came from Steve Greenberg, who was very influential to me when I started this. So now we've got amplitude on one axis, time on the other axis, and frequency sort of going back into the hills. So you've got the low frequencies at the front, the higher frequencies at the back. And here's someone saying again the word 7. So you can see for the stressed syllable, the sev, there's this extremely large amplitude rise time cue, particularly in the front of this mountain range, which means the lower frequencies. And then there's a much smaller amplitude rise time cue for the unstressed syllable, the part of 7. So just looking at it in this way suggests that being able to perceive this could be very important for language processing. And sure enough it is, because some of the research I did in the previous decade, I had graduate students from all around the world who wanted to be at the education faculty in Cambridge. And so we looked at rise time processing with a non-speech task based on little cartoon dinosaurs, children who had dyslexia in all of these languages. And in language after language, there was a problem with rise time processing, especially the slower rise times, so the ones that give you that slower modulation rate that's actually the most important because it dominates how all the other rates get arranged. So this suggests that there is a problem with processing these amplitude modulations for children with dyslexia in a range of different languages. We then, in a study I did with colleagues in Australia, we got a grant to look at infants who were at family genetic risk for dyslexia because we thought this processing problem with rise time should predate being in school and learning to read. And sure enough, we found that rise time processing was already impaired in children who were just at genetic risk, so we didn't yet know they were going to have dyslexia, when they were only 10 months old. Actually, that was the first time we were able to definitely show it experimentally. It's probably there in the womb. And then as we're following these children, you can see they're now 4 years old, but you can see impairments at each of those behavioral points that I've talked about so far, like their ability to get phonological structure, that is delayed. Their ability to learn new words, that is delayed when they're toddlers. If you look at their vocabularies at the age of 3, you can actually predict how big they'll be by their rise time processing when they were babies. And now they're 4-year-olds, we've been giving them some of these tapping and drumming tasks, and they're showing impairments, and also in the chime bar task. So this seems to be, to me, a developmental trajectory that's dependent on that sensory parameter of rise time processing. Another way of thinking about this is, what do we typically do with young children? So I said in English we do lots of nursery rhymes. Well, why do we do that? It turns out if you look at the amplitude modulation structure of nursery rhymes, so this is trying to look in that sort of 3D 7 I showed you, it's applying the same kind of analysis, but to someone saying Jack and Jill went up the hill, for example. again, you find that there are lots of important structural clues in a nursery rhyme. So here are the stressed syllables: Jack, Jill, up, hill. And you can see there's an enormous rise time cue, again in these lower frequency portions of the speech signal. And then there are smaller rise time cues for the unstressed syllable, but still pretty important clues. And in fact, you can find that there are 3 rates of amplitude modulation nested in English nursery rhymes. So systematically across, we had early years teachers say about 70 different nursery rhymes, and then we analysed their structure. And there are 3 rates of modulation that get emphasized: this twice a second rate, 5 times a second, which is, remember, the syllable rate, and then the onset rhyme rate, the 20 hertz. And so it really suggests that it's no accident we do baby talk with babies, we do nursery rhymes with young children, because it's amplifying for the brain as a learning tool these patterns in the speech signal that are going to be so fundamental. In fact, I just wanted to mention, because this is a very important issue for parents, is that you should never be shy to sing to your baby. Babies love to be sung to. But the other point about singing is that without even having to think about it, you've got a beat structure to align your voice to, which means that in terms of those Irish dancers, everything in the input is being perfectly phase aligned. So if you think about it, when you're singing, you're automatically giving the brain the best possible input to start learning the spoken language system. And actually, most English nursery rhymes have a 2 hertz speech rate. It turns out, if you look at lullabies across languages, they go for this 2 hertz speech rate. So mums who are singing their babies to sleep are giving their babies this optimal input for the learning brain. Just one more slide to try and make that clear. So this is a slide where we're now looking at the speech signal, but we're only showing you the 2 hertz modulations, these twice a second modulations. And the fact it's this sort of bank of clouds is it's trying to show you across the pitch range of speech. So again, you've got the lower frequencies at the front, the higher frequencies at the back. And what I'm saying is that it's this initial landscape that's so important for the infant brain. Once you've locked onto that, then you can start building the differences, because even though all languages have rhythm structures, they don't necessarily have the same organization of phonemes in phonology, for example. But that this is the foundational aspect. And in fact, you can see that if we look at, why isn't that moving? Hang on. Whoops, yep. This is looking at amplitude modulation structures for infant-directed speech, or motherese, a bird singing, something that's an artifact made by man, so that's a machine going sort of. So you can see it's just got 1 amplitude modulation rate, and then this is this is the sound of a river. So basically, most natural sounds in our environments, including human speech, show these kind of patterns of nesting of amplitude modulation. So this is the 2 hertz rate here now. It's at the top of the figure. This is the 5 hertz rate. Basically, that's the main information in baby talk. If you look at a bird singing, it's actually very different. You can see it's a very complicated amplitude modulation structure with quite a lot going on at the higher frequencies. And then something that's not a natural sound, only 1 rate of modulation. But so again, it suggests if the brain is getting this input, it's getting the primary information it needs to start developing a language system. Okay, so how do we measure that in the brain? Well, in my laboratory, we're using the EEG signal. So you're measuring these networks of cells signaling, but you're doing it through the scalp. So you've got very sensitive electrodes in this cap. Once the cap's on, you can't really feel it. And then these electrodes are picking up the signaling of the cells. And you actually get better data from babies than from children, because babies don't have any hair. So hair already creates an impedance, but you can still get pretty good data with children, and it gives you millisecond accuracy on the timing. So I'll just show you a couple of examples of our data. So for example, this is looking at children with dyslexia versus age-matched controls. So say these are 10-year-olds. These are other 10-year-olds who don't have a reading problem. These are 7-year-olds who are reading at the same level as the children with dyslexia. And then they were listening to sentences, and they were having to say back the sentence. And the black line represents the amplitude modulation pattern at 2 hertz in the sentence. So you can see that for both control groups, the brain response is actually, which is shown in the color, is actually very showing great fidelity, like it's very closely representing the sound structure of the input. I should say what we were doing here was we were measuring the brain and then using the response from the brain to recreate the speech. So it's like you're reverse engineering. But you can see when you reverse engineer for the brain for the child with dyslexia, you have not got that fidelity. It's a much noisier signal. It's not that it's not anywhere near. I mean, they still can learn spoken language, but you can see that what they're using as a basis for that learning is a much noisier representation. And it was only in that band that we found this problem. 5 hertz was okay. So it's to do with this slower patterning. This is another example. This is a rhythmic speech paradigm. So the children are listening to someone say bar, bar, bar. She's sitting here in the audience, actually, but I'm not going to embarrass her by identifying her. And then every now and then she was out of time and they had to press a button. And we calibrated the task so that all the children were performing at the same level. They were as accurate, whether they were children with dyslexia or not. But this now shows when those neurons are firing, so it's called a Rose plot. And if it was perfectly symmetrical, then there would be no oscillation. Basically, the peak of the firing is occurring here, where this is the longest petal. So most of the brain response is trying to organize itself to the rhythm of the input. But what we found was that the peak firing for the brains of the children with dyslexia was significantly different to the timing of the brains of the children without dyslexia. So this is an example of a phase misalignment. So instead of being in phase with the signal, the dyslexic brain is actually slightly out of sync. It's out of phase. A good analogy would be like one of your rows of Irish dancers is just out of time. They're just not on time. They're out of phase with the others. And if you think about that from the point of view of representing the speech signal, then just having these guys out of time is going to cause problems here and here, because even if these two lines are working very well in the dance, because this line is out of time, the whole experience of the dance is going to be different for the audience. And so you can think of the same thing happening in the dyslexic brain. Another way of thinking about it is if you've got a speech signal like Jack and Jill went up the hill, then if the dyslexic brain is oscillating slightly out of time with those stressed syllables, instead of the peak firing, so the more cells firing, the better the representation, it should be here. But unfortunately, in the dyslexic brain, it's slightly out of time. So then you've got your peak response when there isn't actually much signal. The signal's here, but that's when you're in the trough of the brain response. So it means that it's having a profound impact on your language learning system. This is rather a busy slide, but it's basically trying to capture the theoretical underpinning of what we're trying to do. So we're saying, here's the speech signal, here's the output when you just hear someone talking. But actually, there are all these different networks in your brain which are sampling bits of that information of the energy in the signal, and then they're working it out for you, adding it all together, and then you get speech. And we're saying, so far, we haven't found problems in these networks. We've only found a problem in this network. And this is the network that's linked to rhythm patterns, stressed syllables, and actually metrical structure. If it was, say, I don't know, a poetry or a piece of music, it's the underlying metrical structure that's impaired, your perception of it. Well, what can we do about it? So what we've been trying to do is say, well, if we can isolate the problem in the brain to this slowest oscillating network, we need to find ways to try and improve the function of that network. How do we do it? For those of you in the UK, we hosted the Olympics in 2012, and one of the amazing scenes that Danny Boyle created was the Industrial Revolution. And to have the Industrial Revolution, he had 1,000 people drumming on dustbins, so making an enormous noise, but they were drumming on time. And the person who trained the drummers was given 1 day to train them. And he said, oh, it was no problem, because if you can say it, you can drum it. So I just told them, play the drum so your mum can see you on TV. Play the drum so your mum. And he said, they all got it, it was fine. And if you think about the children with dyslexia, it's sort of the other way around for those children, isn't it? That they couldn't learn the drumming that way because they wouldn't have the speech rhythm. But maybe we can go backwards from the music or from very rhythmic inputs where the cues are so exaggerated that even though the children with dyslexia still have a problem, they don't have such a big problem. to using music, poetry, and also rhythmic movement to try and boost these oscillators. I think the rhythmic movement could be particularly important because, of course, it's a different modality, but you've always got to be matching that to the rhythm patterns in language. You don't have a class of children with dyslexia and say, just go off and do a bit of dancing. That won't do any good. But if they're moving in time to the rhythm structures of language, then it could make a difference. So one thing we've done is put together this poetry and music intervention. You can access it on our website, actually. And we gave, well, we've done a study with children with dyslexia, which I haven't analysed yet, but we also had a master's student who looked at struggling 6- and 7-year-old readers. They did this 10-week intervention, and you can see that the effect on reading was positive, nonsense word reading, spelling and rhyming. These are very large effect sizes. And also, if you looked at the improvement in rhythmic entrainment in terms of that tapping task, it was significantly related to reading improvement. So I think there's, you know, in a way this is kind of I can't remember the sucking eggs a metaphor, but a lot of primary school teachers know this stuff, but it isn't being foregrounded in the curriculum. And if you understand the underlying mechanisms, then you can immediately see, my God, it should be being foregrounded in the curriculum because it's the way into reading. The other thing we're doing is we're trying, so I talked yesterday about the brain waves surfing the sound waves. So we can think of the dyslexic brain as never catching the peak of that wave. What we can try and do then is change the nature of the signal so that we're amplifying those bits of speech that the dyslexic brain is not locking onto, but without making it sound babyish. So that's the other thing we're trying at the moment. We have some children's stories where it's quite technically complicated, but one of the postdocs has been trying to process the signal to amplify these 2 Hertz modulations. And at the moment, we're doing a brain imaging study where we did brain imaging prior to this intervention. The children will finish the intervention at Easter, as long as they don't close the schools early for coronavirus. And then we'll have a look in their brain, whether this has helped normalize the brain response. And what I'm most optimistic of all is the work I'll be able to do with the Yidan money, because this whole way of thinking about language processing, no one has applied it to developmental language disorders. So developmental language disorders are much more disabling for children than having dyslexia, in the sense of even when they're 2 and 3, you know there's something wrong with the language system. They struggle at school. Actually, they have problems with literacy, not so much from the pathway of the dyslexic child, but because they're too young in terms of their language development. When a lot of the literacy teaching is given, they're not actually ready for that teaching. And I've looked at a lot of the behavioural workups that we've done with children with dyslexia, with DLD children, and we're finding similar problems. So they also have problems in that dinosaur task. They can't discriminate the rise times. They seem to have problems with syllable stress, so things like the DD task. We've also got some other tasks which work at the phrasal level. So if you think about great children's literature, so someone like Julia Donaldson, who wrote Room on the Broom, she's got these strong repetitive rhythm patterns, things like the witch had a cat with the very tall hat and a something. Anyway, but actually those rhythm patterns are giving syntactic phrasing for the child. There's a little piece of grammar, then there's a pause, a little piece of grammar, then there's a pause. And we've also shown that children with developmental language disorder don't know when those pauses should come. So I'm very keen to start doing these neural studies, because I think this could be a new way of thinking about developmental language disorders. In order to do this kind of study properly, you need to use very expensive imaging equipment, which I don't have. But thanks to Charles's prize, I can now access in the university. And so our plan is to spend the Yidan Award trying to have a theoretical approach to developmental language disorders that's different from what's gone before, but that might give us brand new windows onto remediation. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Usha, for a fantastic tale. Yes, I do. I was slightly hoping you're going to demonstrate the Irish dancing for us, and there is space carefully provided, but maybe that's after the drinks reception. And one thing I've always loved, and I remember from your talk a couple of years ago, we were talking before about education research versus medical research and the balance on each of these.
Yes.
One of the lovely things about the interventions you're talking about is that the side effects are likely to be relatively minor. If you get children clapping a bit more and it doesn't help, then the worst thing that happens is they clap a bit more. And I think that's wonderful compared to medical things. I have a couple of questions for you, and then we'll open it up more broadly. You talked about how the money would be used for the Yidan Prize.
Yes.
Because it's both a financial reward and an honour. Can you say a bit more about what the prize means to you other than effectively a very nice research grant?
That's very difficult. I think, really for me, so for a lot of my career, I've been working on what's considered the wrong questions. Especially this acoustic approach to the amplitude envelope of speech was not seen to be something that was going to be core. And, well, my group, no, we've struggled for paper after paper to actually get published because for a long time there was so much skepticism about this whole approach. Then about 4 years ago, the auditory neuroscience in adults suddenly showed that rise time did matter because it reset these brain networks. So, you know, coincidentally, we'd been studying it for 10 years. Now we knew what it did. I could start studying it in the brain. I think the fact that I won the prize for this work is really going to move the whole field. Because actually, even if I'm not right, I'm not 100% wrong. And so having this perspective in more labs, in more languages, it could be really transformative for children.
Wonderful to hear that, you know, working on the wrong problem can sometimes be completely the right one. Can I ask a geeky question I found myself thinking? Because you talked a lot about English.
Yes.
You mentioned a few other languages. It seems slightly surprising that you see the same effects in so many languages, because I think you gave Italian as an example. The English language is weirder than Italian, but then you look at languages like Chinese, which have a completely different concept in sort of how you relate. There's that famous Shi poem, which uses the same, what looks like the same sounds, to my eyes at least, to mean an entire poem. Are the languages really all that similar, or do you see groupings?
So isn't it interesting that you described it as weird? You see, because that's already a very culturally determined view. So if you think about human language, and then you think about the discipline of linguistics, everyone who's analysed human language who is a linguist is very highly literate. So that's led us to have things like the International Phonetic Alphabet, which we think represents what people are actually saying. Actually, it represents what someone very literate thinks people are actually saying. If you go down to the level of speech rhythm, then languages are not so different. In fact, Chinese is a nice, transparent language. You know, it's got simple syllable structure. So languages like Italian, Spanish, Finnish, they have this simple syllable structure, which is really important phonologically. And then they have more or less stress. So again, one view in linguistics is that there are 3 rhythm types: syllable timed, stress timed, and then Moraic timing, which is only Japanese. However, there's another viewpoint in linguistics, which is that you can arrange all the world's languages on a continuum of more or less stress timed. And if you think from that point of view, then this a language universal approach by the brain makes more sense, because it's going to be more or less stress timed. So if you start by trying to lock onto stressed syllables, then you can adjust to what your language structure actually is. And there isn't as much difference as you think, because we all make speech the same way. We all use baby talk. It's a universal.
I'd love to explore that further, but do you want to move on? And I wanted to pick up on this idea about practice and theory, because I think unusually you've done very deep sort of scientific research, which we've seen here, but you've also been a teacher. And there's that lovely phrase that in theory and practice are the same thing, but in practice they're completely different. How important has it been that you've actually done both aspects of it?
Yes, I should say I trained as a teacher, but then I went back to do my PhD. But one thing that really made a difference is that I'd just come from Oxford, where Peter Bryant had made some of these fundamental discoveries about phonological awareness and reading. And then I got to the teacher training, and they were just, not only didn't they know about them, they were not particularly interested, because me and another girl kept putting our hand, we've both been through this Oxford psychology degree, they would, no, don't worry about all that stuff. All you need to do is go into the school, see which literacy program they've bought, and then learn how to administer it. There was nothing about what are the underlying factors that determine whether children will learn literacy from that program or that program or that program. And that was missing. And I thought, oh, okay, so it would be all right to do a PhD because that knowledge isn't known yet. Because before I'd felt, oh, a PhD is all a bit airy-fairy. I'd like to go onto the coalface, get, you know, helping children from day one. But then I thought, well, actually, it could be helpful to do research. Then I was going to go back to teaching, but then I never did because it just kept getting more interesting.
Well, you know, there's years left. And then finally, and then I've got loads of more things I'd love to ask, but maybe afterwards, and I'll let other people come in. What would you say are the key messages that you would want to give? And I've been thinking about this, and there's a few groups I particularly think about. If you had to give a sort of simple, clear message to teachers, what would it be? To parents, to researchers, and then perhaps finally, if I can say so today, to the government about phonics. You can answer that one or not as you choose. But.
I really think for teachers, it's that knowledge is power. So lots of teachers have always come up to me over the years saying, we love doing rhyming stuff. Now we're not allowed by the national curriculum. That may not be the case now, but that they've got these gut instincts about what works with children. If you have the mechanism, so if someone has done the science to show you the mechanism, that is powerful. Because then you can say, well, I'm going to do this in my classroom because I know it's going to be effective. And there's too much, I don't know, I really agreed with one of the speakers this morning who said we just need to give teachers the knowledge because it's not about them towing the line with certain initiatives from government. If they have the underlying understanding of child development, then they can design their own curricula. We should trust the teachers to do a good job because knowledge really is power. So I think one of the great things about the Yidan Laureate, the whole idea, is to get these different pockets of knowledge, put them all together in one place. Teachers can access that knowledge. It's science-driven, it's evidence-based, and then they can go ahead and create their own curricula because they understand the underlying mechanisms. And I think that would be the same message for the parents. You know, now we know why baby talk matters. Sing to your baby, do baby talk. It's not baby-ish. It's actually really important for learning.
And I'll spare you the phonics government comments. So we have time for some questions, thoughts, discussions. Any hands nervously creeping up? There's one up here, there's one at the back there, and then we'll come up to the front. So, you okay to take three?
Of course. Yeah.
Thank you very much for a very interesting talk. It got me to think about a lot of things.
Yeah.
I'm actually intrigued to ask from a parent point of view. A lot of children grow up with parents who speak, so the father would speak a language and the mother speaks another language, and very often I'm not an expert on that, but very often the phonetics of the languages are quite different. So I was wondering if you'd have a say on that and an advice, whether that's good for children, whether that confuses them, how
It does not confuse children. You should never worry about that. So actually, most brains in the world are multilingual brains. England is a relatively unusual country with such a monolingual culture. If you're, you know, you've got cross-cultural marriage, just both of you talk to your baby in your language. The baby's brain will cope just fine. Some of the milestones might seem to be late, but it actually is, in the long term, there's a cognitive advantage to being bilingual or trilingual. But the important thing is to get the consistency of the input early. So what normally works best is, you know, if you grew up speaking Danish, I don't know, that you speak Danish and your husband's English, well, he speaks English, and then the brain copes just fine.
Okay, there was a question up there.
Thank you, that was really interesting. And I have no background with anything of this sort, so it just opened up a lot of ideas in my head. I've been born and brought up in India, and when I moved to the UK, even now, I find that there are lots of words or phrases that I say in English as my first language, but with different emphasis.
Yes.
And so it's still English, but with a different accent or emphasis. And I was wondering, in tracking or trying to measure these waves, does accents with a language play a role in any way?
That's a great question, because we've done a study where we compared Hindi English, because you're right, the prosody is different in Hindi English, American English, Chinese English, which also has a slightly different prosody because of being learned as a second language, and then British English. I haven't analysed the data yet. But my prediction would be that for the dyslexic brain, that's harder to follow. That would be the prediction.
Keep an eye out for the publication or the talk. Or Boris.
Usha, firstly, congratulations on the award, and very well deserved. The question is really about the generalization of the rhythmicity disorder that is underlying dyslexia.
Yes.
So do they have exactly the same pattern if you oscillate at 2 hertz at different wavelengths of light? Do they still see the upsurge in the optic cortex? And does that have implications in a world which is incredibly visual, that not only will they have reading difficulties, but they may well have conceptual difficulties in image analysis as they go forward in life?
So that's logically the correct question, but the way we've studied it is through visual speech, because whether the brain is doing the same thing from oscillating light and the movement of the mouth speaking. So I mentioned that auditory rise time is a phase reset mechanism. The other big phase reset mechanism is your mouth opening and closing. So visual and rhythmic entrainment is actually really important for speech processing. So far, we have found no difference in children with dyslexia with other children. See, I think the whole visual theory of dyslexia is misplaced. I think what people are mainly measuring, because they find the same data again and again, is they're usually measuring 10, 11, 12-year-olds who've got so much less experience of tracking along print that their visual motion processing looks a bit different to other children, but it's because they're dyslexic, that's not why. They're not dyslexic because of the motion. Their motion processing looks different because of their atypical reading experience. So yes, we haven't actually done a pure visual oscillator, but I would like to do that. I haven't had funding. But, but because I am not getting it in speech, I don't feel it's a burning thing.
There's a question right in the back corner up there, and then.
Thank you very much, Usha. I wanted to ask about young children who may learn later. So you made a very important point about if you've never had formal literacy training, you won't go beyond a level. But is it possible with this prize and hopefully many more to think about communities where children don't go to school till they're 11 or 12 and they're late learners anyway? And I'm just thinking in terms of a normal distribution, there'd be some who are dyslexic, thinking of India or Thailand or lots of countries where children are out of school. And it would be very interesting to think about what would happen at that later stage where all 11-year-olds, none of them read, and then they've got a certain number of years. Or maybe even adult learners who haven't learnt. And I don't know if there's any work that you're already doing, but I'm extremely curious because that would have a consequence for a whole millions of children who are out of school.
Sure.
I know I'm in Pauline's territory, she probably knows more about this. So I'm really curious to know. Thank you.
So I think the developmental sequence of stress syllable, syllable, rhyme, you should get that as part of natural language acquisition. So your 12-year-olds, if they've gone to school day one and they're 12, there'll be a range of performance in terms of their phonological awareness. So for most of them, you should be able to start teaching literacy and it will be okay. Those ones at the bottom end of that normal distribution who've got very low phonology, you would, I would say, have to go sort of back in time, get them onto the stress syllable patterns, then get them onto the syllable patterns, then think about this onset rhyme division. Don't just go straight in there with the alphabet, because that's, for them, practicing and practicing something that's the end state. They need the stuff that wasn't there before. I would start, but you have to make it non-babyish. So, we actually had this question with our poetry and music intervention. It's for 5 and 6-year-olds. If you've got a 12-year-old, it feels a bit babyish to be marching to the Grand Old Duke of York. So you've got to, say, use rap music or use something that's culturally appropriate, but that you can get the same, as it were, learning outcomes, which will be about making sure those basic rhythm structures are in place. It would actually also be important for prison populations. There's something like 50% of prisoners are dyslexic. Probably, they had a learning difficulty at school that wasn't detected, and now they're just fed up. And if you just give them loads more, phonic learning of alphabetic letter sound correspondence, it's not going to move them on. They would also need to go back to these earlier levels, but it would have to be done in an appropriate way.
Time for another. We have 2 over here. So if we take these 2 questions.
Hi, thank you so much for your talk. That's similar to the question I was going to have, because we know in special education there's high comorbidity with learning disability, but then also the behaviors in classrooms. So what happens is then we have 15-year-olds who read on a second grade level, and then in terms of what I've experienced as teaching rhythm, rhyme, and repetition as sound devices has been really important. So I was actually thinking, and when we think about policy, you know, music is one of the first things to be cut, and poetry. So I was thinking about what you were thinking in terms of your future work on interdisciplinary connections, but especially when we look at learning disabilities, which is so socially and economically complex.
Yes, yeah, I'd agree. So I feel that it's my job to give the mechanism, because there'll be all sorts of clever things that a teacher can devise if they understand the mechanism. And I think music is a great way to go. I also think it's a pity we stop learning poetry out loud, because that trains up this system. Before we wrote things down, we had oral historians of our cultures. They didn't just chat to people, you know, they gave these very rhythmic structures that they learned off by heart, just like Shakespeare would give, because that's memorable. And then their audience could learn and listen and hear. And so I think just revealing the mechanism, it doesn't mean I have to find a solution for each area in education, but I can empower the teachers in that area to think outside the box. That would be the answer.
Final question.
Thank you for your talk. That was like very interesting. I'm also not an expert on the field, but I had a question if there are differences between across cultures on the rate of dyslexia or like the levels of dyslexia. Probably thinking in some cultures there are more like musical or like have more of an oral tradition than others. So I don't know if that makes like a difference.
So that's a myth. That dyslexia has approximately the same rate in every culture, but the way it manifests can depend on the spelling system and on how simple the phonology is. So actually a language like Italian, they tend not to get picked up for a long time because they've got the simple phonology and one letter only ever makes one sound. It's only by the time, say at university, if they've got a learning difficulty, it gets picked up by the syllable stress patterning. So it's more about how the culture measures. So in Japan, for example, I went to Japan, I was told, oh, we don't have dyslexia. In the education system, no, there's no dyslexia. But then you go to the hospitals, they're all in the clinics because it's seen as a medical issue if you're dyslexic. So these children are in every culture, but it's the way the culture recognizes it, and then the manifestation will depend on different things to do with the spelling system and the phonology. But I think music is a good thing in general, so I think every culture should have more music in the curriculum.
I think the idea that music is a good thing in general is a wonderful way to think it. Usha, you've been fantastic.
Thank you, Julian.
It is, I think, obvious to everybody here why you are such a worthy winner of the Yidan Prize for Education Research 2019. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being with us, and many congratulations again.
Thank you.
That brings us almost to the end of today's event. I hope you found it interesting and enjoyable. But before we quite finish, we'd like to hear from just a couple of people who've been so crucial to make this whole thing happen. We heard at the beginning from Charles, Chen Yidan, who founded the Yidan Prize. He doesn't do all of the work to run it. There is a team, and it's great to have Edward Marr, who is an old friend of the college and an alumnus, who is the Secretary General of the Yidan Prize Foundation. Edward, over to you.
Right. Thank you very much. Julian's been very kind. The person who's doing most work is actually him. So I need to thank him for your support, Julian. And I also want to thank Cambridge, thank the college, the Faculty of Education, and also the Intellectual Forum for helping us, supporting the Yidan Prize for now the third year. I really, really enjoy today's discussions. I think there are many interesting ideas and discussions happening from brilliant minds gathering here today. And this is precisely the reason behind why the prize was set up. We want to be able to work with our partners, convene and curate these debates and discussions. Just for my role at the foundation, I really wish to call for great ideas in research and practice. Our nomination period is still open. It will only close by the end of this month. So please, if you come across any great ideas, or if you have any great ideas, please put that forward. We want more passionate educators to join us on this great journey to really make an impact to the world and make it a better place for everyone. So with that, that's my part. And please do, my team and I will be ready and open for deeper explorations on education ideas, partnerships, and what we can do together. Thank you.
Thank you. And as well as working with the Yidan Prize Foundation, it's been a great pleasure, as ever, to work with the Faculty of Education. Anna, would you like to say a few words, both as a fellow at the college, but also from the Education faculty?
Well, thank you, Julian. Obviously, our first thanks needs to go to Charles for once again sponsoring a fantastic conference. And several people came up in the break and said how much they'd enjoyed the various sessions. And I'm sure after Usha's fantastic talk, everybody will go away very delighted. But I think today as well, we should be actually saying a huge thank you to the audience. Life is getting a bit trickier, and we appreciate your commitment to coming out and to hearing all the speakers today and giving them their support. I really appreciate that. And I think a huge thank you does need to go, and I'd like you to join me in a big round of applause for Julian, the Intellectual Forum, and the team, you know who you are, around the room, who've been working so hard to put this together. And it's a lot of work, and we're really, really grateful. So thank you again. Julian will give the logistics, but see you later.
Well, thank you, Anna. And just one thing that we try to do here at the Intellectual Forum at Jesus is to get people to think and talk about important and interesting things. A lot of that is about bringing people together from different backgrounds. That there are lots of conversations which have experts in a particular field quite narrowly talking to each other, but it doesn't always reach out. And one of the things that we hope we've managed to achieve is to bring people together. Some of you are teachers, some of you are academics, some of you are students, some of you come from companies, some of you are consultants, some of you are in politics. There is a wide range of people from a wide range of spaces. And we hope that this won't be the end, that there will be conversations, that you've met people, you've heard ideas that will develop and go further. So that, for me, is one of the key things of what we try and do. But if I can just finish with all of those thanks to everybody who's spoken, to my team and everyone at Jesus who's worked so hard. I didn't do all the cooking myself, you'll be pleased to know, particularly to Sarah and Kalia, who've done a huge amount of work to make this happen. To Anna and to Edward, it's been a pleasure as ever to work with both of you. Thank you. To Usha, it's wonderful to have you here. It's wonderful to see you as a laureate. Thank you for being such a fantastic ambassador for this work. And to Erum as well for representing Sir Fazleh so well and all the work that BRAC has done. Thank you for coming slightly further than Usha came in order to be part of that. But again, just in particular to say a huge thanks, I hope you'll all join me, Charles and his vision to really make a difference, a global difference through education in such a big way, such a thoughtful way. It's really amazing. It's been a pleasure to have you with us again. Thank you, Charles, as well as everybody else. So thank you. There is now some drinks, I hope, outside, a chance to talk to each other, a chance to reflect. Thanks for being with us. See you again.